Once I lived the life of a millionaire, spending my money now, did not care. Kind my friends out for a good time, buying bootleg liquor, champagne and wine. Lord, but I got busted and I feel so low. Didn't have no money and nowhere to go. This is the truth, Lord, without a doubt. Nobody wants you when you're down. I mean, nobody wants you when you're down. Lord, the other day I asked a man for my ring. He told me, boy, the money he had spent. But I tried my best to try one or two. Asked everything that I could do. Lord, nobody let me have one lousy dime. And I kept worrying now all the time. But I'm gonna tell you this is true. Lord, without a doubt, nobody wants you when you're down. Nobody wants you when you're down. If I could get my hands on a dollar again, I would hold it till that eagle grin. I would try him just for one little hour. Nobody knows me when I'm down and out. Lord, I try for another day to make my troubles in my own. But I'm gonna tell you the truth, Lord, without a doubt. Nobody knows me when you're down. I mean, nobody knows me when you're down.
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink.
Interlink.
Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink.
Interlink.
Do you long for having your partner?
Everything's a copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in the cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
You want to die? died right now, how would you feel about your life?
I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life.
Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love me do, I think it was, and from there it didn't take him long. Got himself a guitar, used to play every night. Now he's in a rock and roll outfit and everything's alright. Don't you know? Johnny told his mama, hey mama, I'm going away. I'm gonna hit the big time, gonna be a big star someday, yeah. Mama came to the door with a teardrop in her eye. Johnny said, don't cry, mama, smiled and waved goodbye. Don't you know? Yeah, yeah. Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? In all the world will love you just as long as you are. Johnny made a record, went straight up to number one. Suddenly everyone loved to hear him sing a song. Watching the world go by, surprising it goes so fast. Johnny looked around him and said, well, I made the big time at last. Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Whoa, yeah. Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Yeah. And all the world will love you just as long as you are. Yeah, shooting star. Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star now? And all the world will love you just as long as you are. Johnny died one night, died in his bed. Bottle of whiskey, sleeping tablets by his head. Johnny's life passed him by like a warm summer day. If you listen to the wind, you can still hear him play. Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Don't
Grace, you're doing good. Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm also doing good. Wow.
All right. We are back. Jimbug loves you for $2. Please, sir, may I have some more FF6? You haven't even started 6. You haven't even started. Sir Jack is now prequel guy for 19 months. 19 months. Yeah. Ryan Rollins, guess we didn't know how good he had it yet. And Drunk Huntsman stream when? Fucking YouTube deleted a video upload of my favorite documentary about John Rabe off the site. Fucking bots flagging shit down. Yeah, they're going nuts. They're going after everything. I met at least Trevor in the RE remake. I hate her. Yeah. Her whole thing is really sad. I see we're getting a new Sword Art Online RPG. Looks cool. Oh, okay. That could be cool. I do hear the games are actually pretty good. See the new The Boys final season trailer? I saw it came out. I've not watched it. But at least it's the final season. I wonder what it's going to be like in 5 years when we all tune in and he's still playing the same game. Rune just finished RE9. She gave a standing ovation, literally. It's really good. After Tuesday, I went ahead and when I got back home, I just ran through it and beat it because I already knew what to do. So I was able to be pretty quick with it. Very, very good. Very good. I'm not going to say anything about where we're at in stream-wise, just for the sake of that's only fair. But it's really good. Really good. Then I started in Sandy mode. And Sandy mode is so hard that they literally have a tooltip saying, yeah, you're supposed to beat this after you unlock a bunch of the bonus stuff. So it's like, yep, that makes sense. What makes it worse is the one that was uploads by those high-quality history channels that re-upload old history channel docs, and often they don't include the original name. I reckon Birkin's still down there in the sewers in Resident Evil universe. The most I'll say is 9 at least confirmed that he's probably not. There's remnants, but he's for sure dead. Final season of The Boys, yeah. Yes, no spoiler talk. No spoiler past where we're at now in the stream. Just due to the fact of that's only fair. Game is still super new. So we're allowed to talk about up to Leon showing up at Raccoon City. Thoughts on the hand-to-hand boss in RE9? Do you think it is who it is, or are they leave enough to be able to retcon? I say that it's not who we think it is, simply because he's not wearing a helmet. If he's not wearing his iconic helmet, that's not the same guy. So, yeah, the book that Emily was reading in RE9 was The Village of Shadows from RE8 Village. Yeah. Here's what I think of that boss in RE9. I think he's probably still alive, and there'll probably be DLC with him. I mean, maybe. I like that first Raccoon City boss. Yeah, that one's rough. I think the best horror online game is Fatal Bullet, mainly because it's set in the Gun Gale online MMO. Everyone from EFAP hated Requiem, despised Grace. People are genuinely incapable of joy. Yeah, no, I don't see how you're... I just don't see that. It's like, I really like Grace, and I really like 9. 9 is really good. Read the first few pages of Cyberpop. Good shit. I'm going to buy the comic this weekend, run some errands, and get a prepaid card. Yeah. Hint about the next Snapper boss. Beauty, red, black. Yeah, Grace to confirm red, or point and laugh at the stinky femcel. How long do you think the DLC would come out? They already said they're further ahead in the DLC than they thought, mainly because 9 got delayed a few times. So we're probably going to get one or both this year. When you say Leon Raccoon City, are you pre-bombing the door or post-bombing the door? We are still pre. We literally got to Raccoon City, and that's where we ended it. Heard Grace didn't use Goat Doll. Did you read Grace's 60-page report? I did. It was interesting. Tokyo Gore Police was prototype Chainsaw Man, but need more waifus. What do you think your next video will be? Oh, I already know what my next 2 videos are going to be. Technically 3. Do you know Grace's ass gets bigger when you put her in the Lady Dimitrescu costume? Yes. Yes, she does. The only thing I'm looking forward to Final Season The Boys is not only is it finally over, well, not really, there's a shit ton of spinoffs. I'm looking forward to you making a video about it. Yeah, he used the same neck snap, though, so it's definitely him. I don't... If he doesn't have the helmet, I say no. Plus, by that point, I don't even think he'd really still be working with Umbrella. If you check back for the corpse of that boss, it's missing, implying he's alive. Oh, okay. Did you ever see the clip of DSP dying in the elevator over and over because he kept shooting the hag instead of leaving the elevator? Yeah, it's like you shoot her once, maybe twice, just to give you enough time to get out of the elevator. As for the boys' final season, they're bringing in the virus that kills Compound V plot from the comic that they used for Gen V. I'd say it's a clone or someone trained by him, yeah. Yeah, that boss, also voiced by the same guy who's been voicing him since Umbrella Chronicles. Well, apparently he's not dead, so you know what? Maybe it is him. How do you feel about the retcon? You know the one? I am okay with it. I am perfectly fine with it. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I'm fine with it because it makes sense when you think about it in retrospect. It's 100% a retcon, but like, I'm down with where they're going to take it. I saw EFAP, they invited Anomaly Inc., one of the main Star Wars prequels channels, and suddenly did a Destiny debate on him being wrong about the prequels do suck. Fucking EFAP. Destiny beat mysterious figures Aqua, beat her story again, go through the final chapter, go through secret episode, and be done with Birth by Sleep. Yeah. Do you like how the subreddit Grace was on was an amateur journal one talking about the Baker incident? Like to think Zoe goes there to try to clear her dad's name in secret. Yeah. Yeah, the only reason I'm watching the final season is I've come this far and I want to see how they end it. Plus, for the violence, the only reason I still watch. Yeah, when you get to the boss on stream, check his hand after you beat him. Okay. You think Hunk reads Gunsmith Cats in Black Lagoon? Probably. People are speculating Leon and Sherry being married, and their only evidence because they both have wedding rings. They never thought once they could have been married to other people. I know the game director, someone messaged him on Instagram and was asking him, like, hey, is Leon married? And he was kind of, like, fucking with them and kept giving, like, basically kept implying yes, but was very kind of coy about who. Because the person that messaged him really likes Ada. So it's like, well, did Ada win? And he's like, oh, who knows? Who knows? So it's like, you're going to be a dick. you're going to be a dick, and you're not going to reveal it to the Leon DLC. I can't imagine on the boy show would butcher the Black Noir twist. Yeah. I also turned the Deep and Black Noir into a podcast called People Beta Males. That's in the trailer. Oh, God. And back today, we think Umbrella's cartoonishly evil after the Epstein files. Yeah, it's way easier than RE8. Heisenberg fight was just straight nightmare. Well, yeah, if you're talking about like 9 in general, it's pretty easy. Mainly, the hard part is mainly the gray stuff, which is intentionally the gray stuff is intentionally supposed to be tense and hard because you're kind of meant to sneak through a lot of it. Because yeah, if you try to fight every single zombie, that means Leon has literally nothing to do when he gets to the same segment with him. So I think it's supposed to be a mixture of like you sneak past, then Leon cleans up later. And when you get to, like, Leon in Raccoon City, he's just all around, like, fucking... if you lose with him, it's because you're not paying attention. That's all it is. But I would definitely say the game is probably one of the easier ones until you get to Insanity. Insanity's fucking hard. That is a hard mode so far. Yeah, I made the mistake of taking out too many zombies as Grace. To be fair, it makes it a lot easier for Grace. And it's not like it hurts Leon, just one of those of when you get to Leon, well, now you can't do a lot of the cool shit with Leon. Leon DLC should end with Leon going home. You see a silhouette of his wife covered in shadows and him winking. Yep. Yeah, boss can't be a clone. His hand is the Raccoon City symptoms. At this point, does EFAP even have an audience anymore? They're just a bunch of joyless cunts. I don't know. I don't watch them. I used to, but then, you know, they stopped covering stuff I like, so I was like, I'll check these out later. I hadn't checked them out in a year. And, yeah, there you go. 1 year became 2, then 3, then so on. Yeah, I took out all the zombies as Grace. Yeah, it makes her segment a lot easier. Yeah, a lot of zombies you kill as Grace come back as Crimson Heads when Leon comes. If you don't burst them or take their head off, yeah. But by the time you get the hemostatic poison, like you're gonna be using that all over the place. I can't wait to fuck my wife even harder now whose name is. Yeah, helicopter door closes. Leon segment's so much fun. I need more of that gameplay loop. Hoping the DLC will deliver. Oh yeah, it's a really good gameplay loop. I reckon with that person, they at least try to minimize the damage with the file you unlock by beating the game and acknowledge how it doesn't add up with RE5. Yeah. Really doesn't feel like a punishment for playing aggressive with Grace outside of less zombies for Leon, but then he gets crowded for the sniper section. Yeah. What is the poison? Is that the purple injector? Yeah, it's the purple injector that pops him like a balloon. Yeah, some zombies come back even with burst heads. At least they did for me. Maybe that's an insanity thing, but like, if I burst their head, that for sure killed them. Because that's what the note outright says. Like, you burst their head or you pop them like a balloon. Because it's the Crimson Heads from RE1 Remake, where if you blew their head off, they won't come back. And if not, you had to set them on fire. I can't watch you play RE9 because FPS makes me sick. Yeah, Leon should have done it like the ending of the Clue movie. Now for me to go home and sleep with my wife's sitcom grim freeze frame. Yeah, by the way, you can kill Chunk by having the blind zombie smack him. That's what I hear. The blind zombie is like really, really strong damage-wise for some reason. So if you know what you're doing, you can have the blind zombie kill everyone. He can even take out Crimson Heads from what I understand. So yeah, Jan said a poll of who Leon should be married to, and V rigged the poll by voting all in on Sherry. To be fair, Sherry is really cute in the game. She's great. Yeah, Injector is filled with antiviral that destroys the infected cells. Yeah. And Shibuya Kaho is a Twitch ambassador now. Everyone keeps calling her a Twitch thought, all because she had a former Jav star, despite her not being one for years, not doing Twitch thought shit. From my understanding, she can be pretty Twitch thoughty more than once. How can they do Black Noir twist? Homelander's already crazy in the show. How are they going to have him steadily lose his mind over the images? Yeah. Chunk versus Nemesis. Who wins? Chunk will simply eat him. Yeah, Blind Zombie Cadet has killed Chunk, and that fucker takes 3 syringes and Requiem rounds. Yeah. Yeah, Blind Zombie kill another zombie when they both move to my area. They can hear me smashing boxes. Yeah. Yeah, Leon's at home. You see a tow truck with 2 cars, the Porsche and the Jeep at the back of the truck. Yeah. I'll say this, they should have had a campaign mode where he plays either Grace's sections or Leon's. You're talking about, like, have them swap between them? Well, I mean, they're both kind of balanced for their way, because, I mean, Grace gets, like, barely any ammo. I found the African civilians in RE5 are speaking Swahili, which is an official language in 5 African countries. Yeah. What are your thoughts on a certain character that gets introduced in the second half? I'm trying to think... I'm assuming you're talking about Temu Wesker. To which I say, he was pretty cool. Introduce Buddy of mine, a big Berserk fan to your channel. We watched the entirety of Berserk adaptations vid. You may have another follower. Yeah. Yeah, 9% of the ammo I had with Grace was made from blood. Yeah. Well, because that's why they give you the blood collector. Because that's mainly what you're going to be doing. You're turning the blood into resources. I can't even imagine trying to beat that game without using the blood collector. This week in Kiwi news, one Turkey Tom's crazy exes wrote out a legal apology to Tom. As a result, Kiwi's laugh and show null for touching the poo. Waves of bands ensue. Dude, Sierra Mist forgot I bought a case back in the 90s. Lucille lives naked $5. New PFP Cheetahman rule. Thoughts on Grace? Is she better than Ethan story-wise? Ethan was really cool as kind of the average guy becoming a badass route, which is what they took with him. Where by the end of 7, he's like giving one-liners, kind of like Chris or Leon would, you know. That's his whole thing. Grace is a lot more... Even towards the end, she's still who she is. She's very kind of meek and only just starting to build up her courage. So I guess it's like, do you have that patience? I know a lot of people freak out at the woman moment scene, where she yells at Leon over Emily. I never had an issue with that scene. To me, it makes a a lot of sense considering who she is and everything that just happened with her. But a lot of people just outright go like, no, fuck that. So it's basically one of those of like, do you have the patience to watch someone that's still cowardly but trying to do the right thing? Eco for $2 was it Tom or Destiny who sucked off Fuentes? That was Destiny. Yeah, Grace's a bit too whiny for me. She's constantly stuttering and being carried by Leon, which is, like I said, that's the point, you know? So if that's something to where you're not really, you don't have a lot of patience for that, you're not going to like her. Yeah, Grace's personality lasts longer than Ethan's quick shift from scare guy to action man. Yeah. Yeah, Bernie uploaded Ethereum when Smiling Friends was canceled. He thinks it was Michael and Zach having disputes with Adult Swim over the industry using Koreans to animate. Ah. Also in Kiwi news, the Trump and Slavin syndrome threads becoming more extreme little by little, making fun of Charlie Kirk's death and saying more should die like Mark Levin. Yeah, there's going to be a big split. Yeah, definitely feels like there's going to be a massive split. Yeah, I hope he's been through a lot. Grace doesn't have that. Yeah. Take it at face value. Tim Wesker is just a clone since Gideon calls him cheap imitation. Yeah. Oh, did you hear the guy new Ayatollah? Oh, never mind. He's gone. He's gone. All of them. He's gone. Also, Grace wasn't even angry at Leon. She was angry at herself. Yeah, that's what she outright says, you know. I think Grace got a bit of backbone during the final Lady Boss. Yeah, I love how Grace slowly becomes more and more brave. Yeah, it's a lot more paced than Ethan, where Ethan obviously freaks the fuck out. But around the chainsaw fight with Jack, which is still pretty early in the game, Ethan's kind of like already reached his I'm just fucking done with this shit mode. Which I think is fun. I really like Ethan. I think he's dope. But you can tell, like, okay, they wanted to rush out of scared guy not knowing what to do into, dude, pick up a gun and fight. Well, let's see what was making $5. RTV return button, a collab video. Back on that one moment scene, I think the problem in modern writing is that even after the woman mellows down, usually never apologizes, but rather acts like she never had an issue, not saying is this. You go $5 makes sense because one, she has legit trauma, two, because woman, yeah. Cowardly, disability, apparently emotionally vulnerable. She's literally Rachel. Let me guess there'll be RE inspiration, Sire Pop. And when Grace is going against the girl, it was her nutting up and going, I'm going to take you down, but she still has that connection to Emily and didn't want to see her die like that. Yeah. Yeah, last part isn't as good as the other parts of the game. My only issue with it is it's too easy. Even with the curveballs they throw in that last segment, by the time you get to it, there's nothing really that can surprise you. Like, the hardest part, ironically, was with Leon for me, and that's just because the radically different enemy they throw in, where it's like, oh, you have to fight these guys completely differently. Yeah, last on Kiwi News, Noel threatens to shut down the site for the millionth time, and donations go up a little after. It's clear at this point, seems like he really hates the site. Does Temu Wesker have OG's memories? Like I said, that will be... You will get to think of that for yourself when we finish it. Maybe Tuesday. Still have to say KF itself was cursed by the medallion. I want an option to delay Wesker clone, and you just hear a loud bang, light goes out. Getting split in half. Stands Chris Redfield, Goodbye Horses by Q Lazarus Place. Grace is very much a woman who's dealing with everything is trying to kill me, and these are the same people who killed my family will try and protect an innocent girl. Yeah, she deserves to have that moment. Yeah. And once in the arc segment, Grace steps up and becomes a fighter. She even pulls Jeremy Renner baller move. Yeah. Like, her character arc comes ahead in the arc. And she has a pretty good character arc. Like I said, she's still herself. She doesn't have a radical personality shift, but you can tell, like, okay, you are at a level now where it's like, all right, you've done it. How'd you hold up against the first boss in Raccoon City? It's actually pretty fun. Very, very cinematic. You get to the gun Zeds yet? Playing on normal, and if I space incorrectly, they can legit shred 3/4 my health bar in one attack. Dummy strong. On stream, we have not, but like I said, on my own playthrough, yeah, they were a pain in the ass. Yeah, certain people are being annoying with Grace saying she should have had bigger boobs. I mean, I wouldn't say no to that, but to me, it's like, no, I think her design's good. She has good design. Yeah, why was there such controversy with this Resident Evil? It sounds like a good game. Did the leaks poison the well, or is people bitching for no reason? People bitching for no reason. Yeah, Gray's still scared shitless, but she's locked in doing the right thing. Yeah. So do you understand what Elpis is? Yeah. I think it's cool. I think it's a fun twist and subversion on the usual MacGuffins that go around in Resident Evil. They definitely open the door for different possibilities. I will say that. Sure, YouTube plan to add age verification for YouTube comments next year. Yeah, 9 strangely makes the gun zombie so damn strong. Like in 5 and 6, the gun zombies weren't that busted. Yeah. Yeah, level design becomes very simple in the last part of the game. Yeah. Yeah, she comes into her own in that moment. Yeah. In that moment where Leon's incapacitated in the arc and she decides to step up and take the reins. Yeah. Let's go on the news sphere with Trump enslavement. Also, what the hell does Trump enslavement mean? I have no idea. If you're talking about like the thing the guy mentioned earlier with the KF thing, that's a thread on KF called Trump enslavement syndrome, where it's all the lefties who are annoyed at kind of the rest of the site being pro-Trump. So it's kind of turning into a pretty divided circle. Also, yes, I know we are not talking about that because that is spoilers. We cannot mention the old man because that's spoilers. Some people haven't seen it yet. When we are cryptic about details, don't mean that it does not mean we don't know what the detail is, that we're not willing to say what the detail is because people haven't seen it. And the controversy certainly didn't affect sales. No, because the game's dope. You know, the game was dope and a lot of the complaints didn't make a lot of sense either. You know what I mean? Like basically, they didn't like Grace being scared because they showed off the panic attack scene. And they're like, oh my god, realistic depiction of a panic attack. It's like, no, but like the point of this character is to be a coward. So her having a panic attack makes perfect sense. You know what I mean? It's like, of course she'd have a panic attack, especially in the context of that scene where it's like, no shit, she would have a panic attack. Yeah, when are we getting a dark TV show? Hope it's good. That's Green Lantern show trailer. Tom King strikes again badly. I haven't seen it yet, so hopefully it doesn't suck. Yeah, most people have a panic attack. Yeah. Yeah, R9's probably game of the year. It is really good. It's going to take a lot to kind of beat it right now. Yeah, people try to poison the woke as new RE, woke gamer bullshit, woman protagonist, etc., and just the whole culture war retardation. She's not a coward. She's a normal person put into an insane situation. No, I would describe Grace as cowardly. Like, when I say Grace is cowardly, I don't mean that in a sense of like, man, fuck her, she's a coward. I mean, she's literally, that's her trait. She's scared, you know? She frightens easily. She's a scaredy cat. Like, that's her whole thing. Which is what makes her going through all of this and doing what she does interesting. It's the fact of like, you know, every other RE game, it's been people who, when push came to shove, were willing to shove back. And with Grace, it's one of those of like, she really has to figure out how the hell to even do that. Even Ethan locked on faster than her, you know? The minute Ethan got a gun, he was putting bullets in his wife, who was trying to kill him with a chainsaw. So Ethan was not exactly a passive guy. Yeah, Grace basically Kobeni, yeah. Eco $5. If like girl boss, it's woke. If she's meek, it's woke. It's like with leftoids, you can't win. Well, it's mainly just the same like 4 or 5 different accounts that just say that about literally anything that comes out. So it's one of those of like, there's no point in really giving it any mind. Yeah, it's basically the Courage Cowardly Dog moment. Yeah. Yeah, Grace struggles to talk to a blind child. Yeah, Ethan's a man, though. Well, yeah, he's a normal guy. What are your thoughts on RE1 getting a second remake? People keep saying it's unnecessary, but I like to see what they do. It's not like we're losing anything because the other version's still there. True. And, you know, RE1 remake is perfect. At this point where the Demetrius outfit didn't make Grace tall, not gonna lie, a little bit sad. It would have been funny to see in cutscenes. Oh, I got the Yuki lines back from Abby. Yeah. Ethan's an everyman. Yeah, Ethan wasn't cowardly. Ethan was just kind of an average guy. So there were moments, especially in the beginning, where he was freaking the fucking going like, "Oh my god, holy shit!" But when he had the time to kind of get used to it and kind of let the adrenaline take over, oh, he was able to whoop ass. I mean, when he fights the final form of Jack, I think it's like right before the boat. Yeah, it's right before the boat. He literally just screams at him, "I'm sick of your shit, old man." Neon Air, that's 5 fake monies. Also, Grace beyond sheltered. She's been on the run. Oh, yeah, on the run ever since she was born with her mother because Crazy One used her as guinea pig. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is something that Alyssa's note makes clear. It's like she's been on the run with Grace for a very long time. Yeah, why are you calling me man thing? What the fuck is wrong with you, Grace on stilts in character? Even then, Ethan was scared, especially in 8 since Dar was literally kidnapped, thinks his wife is dead. Yeah. Ethan's more regular man compared to Grace, cowardly regular woman, so yeah, he's gonna handle it better, yeah. Lady Demetrius outfit does give Grace bigger proportions, yeah. Yeah, in 8-2, Ethan really does have guts to say just fuck all this and not let anyone get into, not anyone else go after his daughter at the very end, yeah. Is Ethan dead? Like, I know he was Moldu at the end of 8, but I'm wondering if Rose will be in a future RE game. Rose is probably going to show up because you do have the Shadow of Rose DLC, which was all about her, and kind of leaning into the fact if she's going to be a regular thing. But yeah, Ethan's for sure dead. The whole ending of 8 is killing him off. Yeah, Grace, every RE protagonist getting thrown to hell from a civilian point. Grace was never allowed to do anything until her mother died, and she's essentially a ticket cop in opening, yeah. Yeah, Ethan's super dead. Hey, me, I know I'm your wife, but don't hold back. Ethan mag dumps her before she finishes. RE10 plot twist, Rose and Grace are related. They're both born of the mold. Will spam $5. Gotta thank Critical Drinker. His Crash and Burn video on Cynthia Irvio reminded me of the gem Jesus Christ Superstar. God, that movie's great. I keep hearing Code Veronica's next to be remade, which would need to do 5. The Raccoon people seem to be really seem to be mad about Raccoon City still having monsters running around without anyone noticing. Well, I mean, they already label it a no-go zone and no one's allowed to touch it, and the bad guys are still in control of it, so it's like, yeah, I can imagine they're able to cover it up pretty well. Yeah, anyone saying none of the RE protagonists ever felt fear? Clearly never played the games. Yeah. Yeah. The way Ethan went out saving his daughter has been crying like a bitch in every replay. It's a good scene. It's like weirdly emotional. And it's funny, Ethan was pretty locked in for RE7, but the guy from the VHS DLC is the exact opposite. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Chernobyl. No one goes in for public safety. Yeah. Imagine Grace in the outfit playing a spooky parody of Demetresque while Leon looks on like she's retarded. Ethan was falling apart at the end and chose to sacrifice himself so his family could escape. Yeah, you could like physically see his arm disintegrating. And the guy totally had a Death Trap style DLC, but it's just Grace having to go through basic social interactions. Yeah. Figure you won't be scared by the spider because you did mention the Huntsman stream. Most games with spiders don't freak you out. Honestly, as much as I hate Grace's whining, the actress did a damn good job. Oh yeah, the lady who plays Grace is awesome. She did amazing. Yeah, Claire was trained by Chris on how to fight. Jill, Sheva, and Rebecca are military trained. Ada's super spy. Shara, Moira, and Rose are government trained. Grace just desk worker, yeah. Yeah, if there's ever a game that needs a remake, it's Code Veronica, especially when it comes to that plane boss, yeah. Oxen, $5. What do you think of Connections Group? Personally, I think there's a lot of potential for them. It just kind of makes sense as the next logical step. Because, like, Umbrella's been gone for a while. Honestly, in terms of the Resident Evil timeline, Umbrella's been dead longer than it's been a thing. Because, like, by the end of RE2, RE2 and 3, Umbrella's disintegrated. It's gone. So, Yeah, it kind of sucks. Code Veronica HD wasn't released on PC. Yeah, Ari Protex never felt fear. What the fuck? Doesn't Jill run away from the very first zombie scene RE1 unless you kill it yourself, obviously? People are fucking stupid. Yeah. Yeah, giant spider bit never scared me because I live in Australia. It's just another Tuesday. Yeah, Raccoon City is huge, and overhead bombing wouldn't reach every nook and cranny, especially underground. Yeah. API, she's wearing a strange white dress, big hat, stilts, and is very drunk off wine. I'm LC and a Dimitrescu bitches. So Grace's actress screamed out convincingly. I fucking believed it because Christ, yeah. People seem to ignore Grace, a desk jockey. She isn't a beat cop or a soldier. Her place was always behind a desk. That first cutscene where she's like fumbling over papers trying to talk to her boss, like, yeah, it's very obvious what she is. Yeah, Umbrella's confirmed completely destroyed in 4 after the remnants in 2 were put to death. It's brought back by Chris as a heroic symbol by Chris and Hunk, yeah. It would be a hot take to say I hope Resident Evil 0 remake cuts out Billy and makes Richard or Enrico Rebecca's partner or someone, yeah. I mean, I like Billy. I thought Billy was cool, but, like, Zero could use some work. I was yelling die, die, die the entire boss spider moment. I absolutely hate it. Good job whoever worked on it, but also fuck you. I still love Grace. Always looks down when talking to people. Autistic girl GF, yeah. So it's Resident Evil Requiem 9 because they keep seeing people livening it to Resident Evil 9. What? Yeah, did they actually off someone in front of the voice actor recording that scene? Did you fight Hunk or is that a clone? Like I said, you will know when we get there. All I will say is no. I meant labeling it. Oh, do you mean like if Requiem's RE9? Yeah, it's Resident Evil 9. Yeah, we got a new Fallout mod trailer. Shows off the Tibbetts prison facility. Oh. Yeah, Grace falls into agent category, not special agent. When I was going into FBI for the same job as Grace. And continue the game. We're waiting for Shota. We're going to finish it next week. Next week. I've seen the Capcom showcase. All I know is Pragmata got pushed up a week, which that'd be cool. Still Blue Umbrella, Chris. That'd be like naming yourself the Punchler Youth and trying to be the exact opposite of Hitler. I think Grace is so pathetic. She has a AI Korean boyfriend. I still have how Hunk made his own anti-BOW fighting style like MGS the Boss and CQC. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I thought her boss was suspicious at the start because it's crazy to send an agent to a site with a massive conflict of interest, especially by herself. Well, he does outright say, like, hey, we just need you to go there and I want you to see if this can, like, help you psychologically. And it fucking didn't. Yeah, tour ruined Hunk for which got me fucked up. Well, like I said, that's not Hunk because, like, Hunk isn't part of Umbrella anymore. And obviously the guys there are not exactly Umbrella, but it's close enough to the point of, like, he wouldn't have this connection. And speaking of Fallout 76, new update, I had Bigfoot. Many hated it. Me at first for being a behemoth and reskin, but then I realized Trog, Spore Carriers, and Tunnelers are my favorite enemies. Yeah, Hunk doesn't shit talk, yeah. Also, most criticals in the dub from the new Baki anime. It could be his brother Stud. Yeah, also Hunk being in his 60s by Requiem is just way too old, yeah. I think TV Tropes is biased. Well, I mean, they outright themselves say don't take it too seriously, so. Yeah, Hunk being in a nursing home. For Leon with a knife or the hatchet? I do really like the hatchet. It's metal as fuck. Yeah, that's Hunk. He's got the T-virus symptoms like Leon. No, because like I said, he's way too young. Like, I fully believe he's a Hunk reference. Like, that's clearly what they wanted to do. But that can't be him. I'd see the author of One Piece explained Yamato and that they're not male. Oh, yeah, he's done that, like, multiple times at this point. Yeah, Hunk's doing his own thing inside the implications that Hunk helped make Chris's fighting zone fighting style in 7 and 8, which debated to be canon or not. We don't know what he's doing. Yeah, it made Marvin suffer even more. That nigga's been dead for 30 years, yeah. By the way, the game knows what costume you're wearing. If you're wearing an outfit for Leon without gloves, the games make Leon do different things in cutscenes. Oh. Yeah, one Hunk I have no problem with connections because I don't think he has many moral qualms and he's a merc. Well, it's just the fact of, like, he wouldn't really be involved with this by this point. And Twitter also pulling a Hunk as Boba Fett or Resident Evil. He's always been in background. He's not even him like Leon. That got me pressed even more. After Commander's beating, you clearly see his hand has the same infection as Leon. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's Hunk. Because they made it a point of, like, a lot of people involved in Raccoon City have this syndrome. Neon Iridescence for 5 Pigmites. Theory is someone working for Gideon gave the Fed chief an anonymous tip-off regarding Grace's past. He unintentionally helped them kidnap her. Yeah, Jad Hunk is like 35-ish in RE2. He's older than Kiryu, yeah. Would you rather fight Leon or Chris? I'm gonna go with Leon because one good kick to the head and you're out cold for a while. He won't kill you if he doesn't have to. Chris, he'd try to do the same thing, then your fucking head will fly off. Now, who else could it be? Just a random commander for the mercenaries. But they make him look like Hunk as just kind of a reference. Because for one, they'd never kill Hunk off. Yeah, maybe Hunk's the towel given to the toughest of mercenaries. OG Hunk was the first one. Yeah, take Leon. Yeah, considering who Hunk is, doubt being old will stop him from doing his job. Yeah, but like I said, I just do not think it's him. It's a reference at most. It's not Hunk, it's Tofu. Well, he really open hard. Well, no, it's a simple fact of the matter is Resident Evil will not kill off a mainline character, including Hunk, because Hunk makes a lot of money, in a way where it's not 100% certain this guy is dead. Like, yeah, people are even pointing out, like, the body disappears when you come back. Yeah, it's like, if it is Hunk, he's not dead. And if it is Hunk, well, and if it's not Hunk, well, there you go. Yeah, canonically, Leon's met Chris' entire team. We players simply haven't seen them all together. So, Claire had the same infection at 9. It's safe to assume. They killed Wesker, though, in a very explicit, loud manner. If someone dies in the game, they make it as obvious as possible they're dead. His name shows up as the commander in the subtitles, so I believe it's a reference. Yeah. Yeah, Leon's 50, still throwing roundhouse kicks. Age, Hunk being 60, 70 wouldn't matter, especially in RE. It would matter. Once you're that old, you just physically can't move that much. And Resident Evil is willing to acknowledge that. You know, Barry was old and he doesn't pull off half the shit Leon does. Yeah, Hunk is supposed to get his own game in a few years. They wouldn't kill him off for that. Yeah. Yeah, Hunk works in the unit and is very by the books. Don't talk unless you have to and care about those who you work with because Hunk chews out the guy who shot William Birkin dead but took the rap for it. Yeah. Ox for $5. Not sure if it's canon, but wasn't there a guy trained by Hunk in Operation Raccoon City? Could be him. Yeah, like, I'm willing to believe it's someone Hunk trained, but I don't think it's him. The simple fact of the matter is, well, like, there's not really a reason for it to be him. Yeah, they make sure they get the fuck killed out of them, yeah. Yeah, how old was Barry by the time of RE9? Fuck, he was like... wasn't Barry, like, in his late 30s to 40s in RE1? So he'd be old as shit. He'd be in his 70s. Yeah, Barry literally says in Revelations 2 will blow his back out. Yeah. Yeah, if it turns out to be Vector, I wouldn't be surprised yet. Hunk's supposed to be mysterious. His death won't be as bombastic as Wesker. No, like, anytime they've killed off a mainline person that's shown up in multiple games, they've done it very bombastically. Because that's the point. Yeah, Barry has kids by RE1, yeah. Yeah, Barry was in his 50s in Revelation, so yeah, he'd be old as shit. Yeah, he's 66. Yeah, the body disappears if you return to the boss room, so if it is Hunk, he isn't dead. Yeah, you don't kill a staple RE character unless it's a big spectacle. Yeah, it's what happened to Ethan. It's what happened to Wesker. Happened to Alessa. Yeah, they would have dropped Hunk's other nickname, the Grim Reaper. Yeah, like if they wouldn't name him Hunk, they wouldn't call him the Commander. They would call him the Grim Reaper. Because that's his code name. Yeah, Barry's daughter is already a 20-something-year-old woman by RE6, yeah. You know, Hunk fans coping their boy got washed by Leon. No, it's simply the fact that we know how Capcom works. But who did Leon marry? That is kind of a funny question. That is a funny question. Because, like, the director of the game seemed like he was leaning towards Ada. But then people realized, oh, the person that asked was literally had an Ada PFP, so maybe just trying to make them happy. So it's a distinct possibility that we do not actually know, and we'll only find out. Basically, we'll only find out in RE the DLC, which explains more of Leon's circumstances leading up to it. Because with the whole Raccoon City Syndrome thing, then that means that he could be going for any number of the choices. Because Sherry's infected. It's safe to assume Ada is. It's safe to assume Claire is. Hell, Chris and Jill as well. Like, they'd also be dealing with that as well. So it's one of those, he could have went in not only for himself, but for any number of other characters. Also, if the boss was indeed Hunk, they would use iconic music from RE2 remake. Yeah. If it's not Claire, Chris gonna riot. Would Leon even know Hunk by name or the title of the Grim Reaper? I can see why the text would show Commander if Leon didn't know. Well, it's not about Leon knowing, it's about us knowing. You know, they can just rename the model anything they want, like the model viewer. And RE9's so bright in this cutscene. Yeah, I don't think Chris has it, because he wasn't there during the Raccoon City outbreak. That is true. But, he was there in the Spencer mission, you know, mansion. He was in the mansion, which did contain T-virus exposure. Yeah, it would be funny if it was a random-ass woman. Now, Wesker got hit by 2 rocket launchers while in a volcano, and Ethan got nuked, and Alyssa got shanked brutally. I assume by RE10, Alex would come back as a villain while skinwalking Natalia. Probably. Yeah, if it is Hunk and is infected like Leon, wouldn't he want to go out on his own terms? He didn't know there's another cure. Yeah, Hunk's codename, his nicknames are the Grim Reaper or Mr. Death, unless Commander's being used to hide his codename as he is a commander of a unit, we won't know. And this syndrome only affects Raccoon City because it's mutated. I assume it's just being exposed to the T-virus in any way. Yeah, if you believe in the theory Hunk is a man-made human, maybe he doesn't age normally. Yeah, plot twist, Leon bagged Jill. That'd be the funniest answer. the funniest answer is Leon bangs Jill. I don't care for shipping, but Claire and Leon marrying and Sherry being their adopted daughter is very wholesome. That's been how Japan's viewed it for a while. Because I talked about before where apparently a lot of the side material, like the books and things like that, apparently it's like a common thing to just kind of assume Leon and Jill got together. Leon married Tofu. Capcom told me this in a dream. I think Shota will kill Leon if he got with Jill. Leon got infected with the T-virus. It's just something that survivors of Raccoon City are dealing with, where it's called the Raccoon City Syndrome, where even if you weren't directly infected and turned, you know, remnants of the T virus were still in their system, and it took decades for it to build up and activate, and it will kill them. Chat, they're not doing anything with the Natalia plotline. They don't care for the Revelations games. And they show that actually, there's actually a movie had Leon and Claire have a falling out. Well, that was Infinite Darkness. I mean, that's easy enough to get past. Like, oh, they had a stickler in their relationship, but they ended up realizing they care about each other. Like, there's any number of ways they could do it if they want to do it. Yeah, T-Virus is airborne, yeah. And Jill sandwiches or something else, man. No wonder he married her. So Claire has it, Ada has it, Claros has it. I guess YouTube reviews, guys, get back after Miskiff was on stream crying because everyone was calling him a rapist. They can make a DLC with the commander extracting from Ark after Leon left the room. Yeah, Sherry has it, yeah. Would Jake come back? Hopefully not. I don't think people get upset that Chris and Joe get together. Well, that's what I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Carlos, yeah. Miskiff is a rapist. I love a hunk DLC for RA9 with its new melee system and its hunk tracking them down for cloning them. That could be dope. I know my baby girl Rebecca has it. Yeah, my money's on Leon being married to Hunnigan. That'd be a fun, like, out of left field one.
Time for another approach.
I read this update 14. You can now have Hildebrand's hair. Why can't Leon get both Claire and Ada? Is it too Mormon? Yeah, another funny thing Oda mentioned, once again, proving Yamato's a woman. I just remembered he implied she goes commando all the time. Are clones actually a thing in Resident Evil? Yeah, it's been a thing. This version of Lightning is your favorite? I'm perfectly okay with FF13 Lightning. I think she's fun. Yeah, Leon married Ashley. That'd be funny. It wouldn't be the worst choice either. I hope RE10 has playing as Chris and Jill. Yeah, that'd be dope. Let them come out of the basement for a little while. Does Rebecca have it? It's safe to assume anyone who's been exposed to the T-Virus is developing it. Leon's married to Helena Harper from RE6. Take that, Chris posters. You'll have to marry Jill to continue the Redfield bloodline. Why Helena, though? All the characters in 6 sucked. Yeah, Lightning isn't as bad as the fandom makes her out to be. Yeah, Miskiff looks like one of the sad cars in the junkyard scene. Brave little toaster, whitehead have an ass. And Tony, what do you want for lunch? Souls the innocent. A bagel? No, 2 bagels. Yeah, married Helena. Yeah, 6 isn't canon to me. I'm just flat out treating it as not canon. It's just so bad. So Claire, Ada, Chris, Jill, and Rebecca are all developing it. Yeah, that's one of the reasons it was very important for Leon to go get it. Imagine Leon married Hunnigan and she retired when they started having kids, leading to Sherry replacing her as Leon's handler. A new phone or mainline game seems to be having the main character be an everyman, second protagonist be a legacy character. Yeah, I'm not against that. I think that's really cool. Rocks for $5. Do you see how Tyrant's only worth 120 million? You think if we all saved up, we can get one? Meanwhile, poor Jake is still trying hard to be the next Dante, but still failing so hard, which he cries himself to sleep every night. Yeah, Playground is my favorite character in RE6. All the RE1 characters got exposed to the T-Virus earlier than Leon, so they're all coughing their lungs out, not feeling their legs in the same hospital room. One thing you start camp from 6, the giant cum monster from the Ada campaign. Now, appears from 6 as character arc in a prequel manga where he stops an outbreak with Chris at an island full of J-pop idols. Yeah, true Resident Evil fans tell me that Requiem is as bad as 6, so I mean, that's stupid. You don't have to fall for every little bit of rage bait.
Time for another approach.
I can't afford a Tyrant, and liquor's worth more than my price range. We currently have a similar problem with mad cow disease. Believe that could still exist in a large number of people, and it started killing them at any moment. Also, Jake, why are you putting on sunglasses on your little war criminal father? You want to return the next RE game? I want Jill. I want Jill. I want Claire. I want Rebecca. I want the 3 basement girls to finally be allowed out of the basement and see sunlight again. Because, I mean, I love Leon. Leon's fucking cool. But they've been spoiling us with Leon. We got RE2 make, where Leon was fucking cool. We got RE4 make. Leon was fucking cool. Now we have Resident Evil 9. Leon's fucking cool. Like, Leon's been kind of the Hollywood boy of the group. Those same people alter history and say RE6 is good. It's baffling to me. Yeah, it's not good, though. It's super not good. I just want Claire and Jill back. We can't leave the basement till the world ends. Yeah, sorry, the girls want more Leon. I'm okay with having more Leon, but we can have the best of both worlds. I want Claire in another manga again, but this time she's an idol circuit. I think Jill's still blonde. You think she managed to get her normal hair again? Well, I mean, she was only blonde in 5. I enjoy the Leon glazing, but I miss my girls. Leon, Ollie wants the FF10-2 of Resident Evil to Rebecca, Jill, and Claire. So what you're saying is make Leon a girl. Brilliant. We can call her Noel Candy. I think I find hilarious in RE6 Jake is 6 years younger than Sherry, but looks a decade older than her, but you gotta respect him for cougar hunting before it got popular. Next order will say in the final SPS, if Yamato shaves the carpet to match the drapes, if so, me and Ferris will die on the spot. Sir Alex not pre-choreographed for 19 months. Story and characters for RE6 range from questionable to downright bad. The gameplay is generally the best, saying otherwise a skill issue. It's really not, though. It's only good in the Mercenaries mode. The main campaign... Like, the main campaign actively punishes you for doing shit you're supposed to be doing. And B number station, $5. Hey, Lolly, you gotta take this money and like it. Pause my Like a Dragon 0 to be here. I'm going through Better Call Saul again. That's what I've been doing. Also, at this point, when actual remake of Sweet Home, RE1's cool, but don't count. Shouldn't stay Japanese only for the amount of history created. You know what? That would be cool. A completely out of left field remake, yeah. Are they even on the rights to Sweet Home? I'm sure they can get them. We went in a fight Old Leon or Old Snake. That'd be a fight I'd love to see. Alright, new Legacy. We need a new Legacy character for RE10. You know I'm a Legacy character. You can do cool, flashy combat. No, we'll do Ethan again. Ethan is now officially a fucking Legacy character. I fucking love Better Call Saul. Yeah. The only one of the bottles of liquor is an anagram of Veronica in RE9. Yeah, they're teasing pretty heavily. They're going to do Code Veronica remake, which, you know what? I get my Claire game. I'm happy. So long as Code Veronica remake is actually good, I can get my Claire game, and I'll be happy. I still want Claire to be doing new stuff, but at least it's acknowledging she exists. And it'll be like the one fucking game where her and Chris actually have a conversation. Oh shit, Little Ladies Dia event. Rewards are popping off. Armors and emotes. It's all glow stick themed. The worst thing about RE6 is hard for me to pick because all the bad systems play into each other. Yeah. I was visiting her mother who has stage 4 bone cancer, is suffering with a broken neck and back. So I'm home with kids trying to keep it together by making hats. Oof. Winners will forever cope, seethe, and mold. And it's official. Danny Larson's going to court next month. RE10 comes out, Ethan's Legacy character, and now a new company starts making ghost POWs, and the Death Stranding happens. Yeah, you may get your Claire game, but you still have to deal with Steve Burnside. Yeah, go for Veronica remake while Steve continue the Redfield bloodline. Yeah, I wonder if they'll actually kill him off. I mean, I assume so. It's canonical he'll die, but who knows with Capcom. They may think they can, like, turn him into something. Remake Dead Aim and make it actually good. Yeah, I like to see RE 1.5 remade. That's on Mia. I thought Mia was okay. For what they needed her for the story, I thought she was alright. Like, there was never a point where I really bought into the whole, like, oh yeah, you know, Ethan would literally die for her. But for what the story of 7 and 8 were, it's fine. Now she fully leans into the I am here to be the plot device wife in 8, where it's basically just she's there to be kidnapped by Mother Miranda and replaced, and then she's there for Chris to go rescue. So it's like, okay, she serves her purpose. I might as well retcon his death since they never followed up on that Wesker, what Wesker did with Steve's body. Your Honor, my client was only trying to make, break a few omelets, make a few eggs. Analogy may be backwards, but those kids had it coming. Yeah, Mia was clearly supposed to be a traitor to RE8, but then rewrote her along with Dimitrescu and Mother Miranda. Yeah. Yeah, Mia's plot device character and Ethan's plot device main character, they complete each other. Yeah. For what the story needed, because the 7 and 8's more about Ethan and kind of his whole journey, so I'm perfectly fine with Mia just kind of being there. Hell, the 7 has a lot of moments that are actually really good with Mia, like when she first turns and tries to kill Ethan. I thought that was sick. That's still like one of the best openings to a Resident Evil game. I keep Steve buried. If Wesker said maybe he'll come back, just like I did, and Steve didn't come back after Wesker's dead, then don't bother. Yeah, they gave Mia the anime mom who dies early haircut in 8. Yeah. I think the prototype character that eventually became Claire. I mean, she looked pretty good, but I really like Claire. I'm really happy with how they do Claire. Will Natalia be a key character in the future? They're definitely trying to build up a cast, but Revelations 2 was a while ago. Cowardly Grace protecting the blank face, happy child art has been Kino. Yeah. I love the one where it's Grace and Emily walking past the main guy from Pragmata and his little android lolly. Like that one's really nice. And they'll still kill off Steve by a cutscene of Claire having her white woman urges over seeing a monster. To be real, the opinion we don't need follower enemies of some kind in every RE game. Tired of them since they're in so many recent games. I definitely see where people are like, I'm kind of sick of seeing them, but I like the way they did them in 9. Where you had the obvious one with the hag. The hag was like the very obvious, like big one, like the xenomorph that did it. But I like how they do it in Grace's segment where you had those like specific zombies that you had to pay attention to and could follow you around, and were a problem where theoretically you could kill them, but it took a lot to do it. So I personally, I thought they were pretty sick. You know, like the butcher zombie showing up to me is still pretty damn good. Like, okay, that's a great teaching moment. How Miranda kidnapped Mia without anyone noticing? Why didn't just take Rose if it was easy? Well, because she could slip in when she could slip in and take Mia, but she couldn't just grab Rose just yet. You know, it's one of those things of like able to get one thing done, but couldn't let perfection get in the way of good. Never gone deep in RE lore. Why is Wesker evil? God complex. I think it would be super funny if they never followed up the Alex Wesker plotline from Revelation 2 and just have it be that she said, fuck it, guess I'm Barry's daughter now. I think they underused the hag. I think she shows up just enough to get you paranoid, and not enough to where she's like a pain in the ass getting in the way of the game. Because, like, there are multiple times where I was going through an area and there were no lights in the hallway that I thought, oh, the hag could show up here, and then she never did, and it's like, oh, okay. But then I got jumped into something else. I was thinking Miranda was enjoying being in a loving family again, yeah. Yeah, Mother Miranda wanted to get fucked by Ethan for a whole month. Yeah, Wesker basically got told he's the specialist snowflake and made everyone's problem. Yeah, every monster specifically to run away from, but allowed to reward you if you manage to kill them has always been in RE since RE2. Yeah. So if they had an option where you could kill the hag early, that would be kind of cool. And just flood that area where you're supposed to turn on the lights with zombies or something like that. You know, just a way to balance out the fact that you killed her early. And you get like a really special item off it. That could be cool. Maybe save it as like a New Game Plus or Insanity thing. Where it's like, we acknowledge you played the game before. So if you want to do it, you can. But it's going to be really hard. Yeah, the Butcher and Chunk were good obstacles. Not too annoying, but will give you a problem. Yeah. Who's your favorite Care Center zombie? I like the Lights Out guy. Yeah, he's pretty cool. I like the maids. The maids are just so fucked up. You know, like the one that's just bashing her head against the mirror over and over again. Like that one's still pretty memorable. And when she attacks you can see the shards of glass in her face. That one's pretty cool. Singing zombies are creepy. I like the singing twins. They're pretty creepy. God, trying to think. The surgeon zombie with a big ass axe, like the saw, like the surgical saw. That one's an asshole. That one killed me more times than anything else. Albert Wesker is literally an example, literally an attempt to genetically engineer perfect Aryan Ubermensch and brainwash them into control under Spencer. Dude's crash out in RE5 flashback was completely valid. One made zombie staring you down, yeah. Zombies having different interactions is cool, yeah. Clean Freak's hilarious. If you bait her over to the blood pool, she gets so pissed who got blood all over the floor, yeah. How Capcom even do a remake for Sweet Home? Well, just make it like a classic Resident Evil game. Because Sweet Home was the skeleton to classic Resident Evil. To be fair, Albert was the most successful Wesker, unless you count Alex, who actually succeeded in her mind transfer plan. Imagine Joe Baker, Mold Puncher comes back as a legacy character from RE10. That'd be hilarious. How did Ethan not know it wasn't me? A couple months of his wife letting him hit the back door, armpit, rim jobs, and a Blumpkin. Wait, me and never let him hit past missionary. Lost Monster Man, $2 chunk, X Hag, love novel win. That's when it basically being canon. Wesker hired Rebecca because she's obsessed with her pits. I thought that was funny as fuck. Finding out he had like a... Not only did he have the picture of Rebecca in his desk, but he had like a running theme of just having multiple copies of her picture. Because like you find the one in his desk. That's the one in RE2 that you can have developed, and it's Rebecca. Then you find out in RE9 that he literally has another one that he uses as a bookmark. It's pretty hilarious. Most RE game that's not 6. Me personally, Operation Raccoon City. Yeah, I'll agree. Yeah, goon stashes. What's first RE you played? Mine was 5 was my intro to the franchise. To this day, the only game in the franchise I've beaten are 4 remaster, not remake, 5 and 7. RE1 remake. RE1 remake I touched and I remember playing, but I never beat it because I was a little kid at the time. RE4 is like the first one I sat down to fully play and beat and could actually understand. Albert Wesker Weege Doll versus Joe Baker's WWE Wrestling, Panther Fag versus Powerbomb. Now, RE Survive is worse than Org. Okay, I'll take Wesker being an armpits than him being a feet guy. Is RE5 the one there in Africa? Yeah. I could say Sweet Home was Resident Evil 0. Didn't Alex Wesker succeed in transferring her mind, or it don't matter? I mean, yeah, there's a cliffhanger that basically implies she did, but it's a Revelations thing, and Capcom's been very hush-hush. I mean, hell, Revelations 2 was a long-ass time ago. What's the plot of RE6? Things happen, things blow up, and then Ada has a clone. Don't worry about it. 6's plot's really bad. It's really stupid. Let's go to Rebecca photo. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. Ow. Ah, shit. No, Outbreak 1 sold 1 million copies, but even then, yeah. Yeah, it's weird how they're openly talking about the Outbreak games more than Revelations, yeah. Would they remake the Revelations games? I mean, they don't really need them. Revelations 2 is the only one you can do a lot of touch-ups for, but, like, Revelations 1 plays perfectly fine. I thought the Resident Evil game that tried to be Overwatch was worse than 6. I don't remember which one that was. I don't even know if you could really count that. Once more, I'm begging you to actually use the paradigm shift mechanics the devs intended. There's not really a point. There's really not.
Time for another approach.
They still re-release Revelation for newer consoles, yeah. Yeah, Umbrella Corps, yeah. Yeah, Plus 6 is Wesker nutted some random Romanian chick, then years later the overdeveloped cum shop became a massive tool bag. Operation Raccoon City or Umbrella Corps? Well, Umbrella Corps was like so bad that a lot of people took it as confirmation Resident Evil was dead. Yeah, Ada is a salty X. The X turns someone into her double. The double goes insane and fucks everything up. Wesker Zed, how do you end up in Dead by Daylight? Checkmate, Wesker deniers. Watching Ted Season 2? I've not. I'm rewatching Better Call Saul, then I'm going to rewatch Breaking Bad. And Jake's just mad because Wesker went out for cigarettes and never came back. And what was it with Capcom trying to turn Ari into a competitive multiplayer game in the early 2020s? Well, Umbrella Corps was before that. But it's because multiplayer games make a shitload of money. So if you're able to get one out the door and it's able to build up a fan base, that's pretty much a money printer. And Plow RE6, leader Illuminati's addiction to Ada Wongusi and makes it everyone's problem, plus Wesker had a kid with Serbian chick. Yeah, there was a point where people genuinely thought Capcom was going to shutter RE alongside other franchises, yeah. Yeah, I played Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Butters from South Park recommended it. Wasn't Umbrella Corps made during the dark age of Capcom? Yeah, explicitly. It was really bad. Imagine RE10's revealed and suddenly Frank West is there. I mean, they're going to keep those two very, very separated into their own little corners.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Wesker looking at his Rebecca picture. 7 minutes all I can spare. Zip. I did it like this, Better Call Saul up till Season 6, Episode 9. Watched the entirety of Breaking Bad, then El Camino, then finished the rest of Better Call Saul. That'd be fun. What was the RE movie that renamed Raccoon City just Raccoon? I don't even fucking remember. That must have been the live action ones. Because, like, everything called, like, all the animated stuff called it Raccoon City because it's Raccoon City. And RE6 Yellow Fever, the game. The Xbox teased their next-gen machine, so I guess the stories of it, of like, them not doing consoles is a lie then. Yeah, some of you weren't there for the Crapcom era, yeah. Capcom wasted time and money on Operation Raccoon City, Resistance, Reverse, Umbrella Corps, but they still refuse to remaster Outbreak. Wasn't there references to Umbrella Corps in RE7? I don't remember. I didn't even think Umbrella Corps really had a story to reference. What's the lore reason for the name Raccoon City? It was a city filled with raccoons? I mean, it's an American city. It's called stuff like that. At least they call it Coon City. Question was never not them doing cons again. It was that the next Xbox was going to be a PC that dual boots Xbox and Windows. Ah. I've read any of the RE novels. I read the one for 2. I never really got around to reading a lot of the others. There's supposed to be some pretty good ones. Watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's very good. I liked it a lot. Yeah, Salt Lake City, because the lake has salt, yeah. Japan Project Zomboid find it extremely addicting and fun until I have to organize all the shit I hoard and it turns into chores, yeah. It is very good, it is very good. Yeah, Tanuki City doesn't have the same ring to it. Yeah, book follows their own continuity, apparently. Oh, yeah, there's some major canon deviations. I'd say it's a game company that made a major comeback. I mean... there's actually more than a few. Like, Square Enix is one you can talk about. Konami's doing, like, a really big one right now, where they're bringing back Silent Hill, and so far it's worked. June showed ever play Revelations 2 on stream. We did. At City, Missouri, you're surprised? Yeah. Also, I say a statistic, nearly half of all PSN users are still on PS4. And Raccoon City was made by Japanese people who think that's what an American city is. Basically, that's kind of their big thing with it. Yeah, Project Zomboid needs Survivor NPCs. It's been like 15 years and they still don't have any of them. And seeing clips of Ted Season 2 has a lot of good moments, but like Season 1 has some dumb some of Seth's dumb politics in it, like Bill Clinton and abortion. If he referenced Bill Clinton this season, oh boy. I don't think that's a very good idea at all. Marathon's doing too well. I flat out don't believe that. There is nothing about Marathon that I've seen that would make it seem like something that would actually win. Like anyone going like, no, Marathon's super good. It's like, I don't believe you. The amount of like cursed development this game has for something that the fans of that series are like, fuck you for even attempting this. Like, that doesn't make sense. And I'll see, from what I've seen, RE9 devs have done well designing an American city. Yeah, Japan, welcome to America Town. #1 apple pie. Yeah, no, man, Marathon's doing horrendous. Saw Guru Larry post that said how it needs 11 million copies to break even. Raccoon City actually Missouri stand-in? If so, everything that happens to it in RE makes perfect sense. They've been very cryptic about it, where exactly Raccoon City is, but it's somewhere in like Midwest America. Marathon with I know who you are Destiny, enough said. Beyond irritants for fake money. Apparently Raccoon City's namesake is because it's next to a raccoon forest in the Arclay Mountains, which got its name because it had a ton of raccoons. I missed the goofy-ass Tokyo streets from OG RE3. It's perfect time to remake Outbreak. You got Grace's mom that can recapture that multiplayer market they've been chasing. I'd say Capcom made a major comeback. Oh yeah, definitely. Like their comeback happened a while ago where they had their Crapcom era, which was like Resident Evil 6 time frame, and they were struggling for years trying to keep themselves afloat. And they had some ups, they had some downs. We had Resident Evil 6, DMC remake. I mean, they really struggled for a little bit. And then they pulled it all back. We got Resident Evil 7, RE8, RE9, Devil May Cry 5. Like, we've been in a good Capcom era. A good era with them. Lately, it's still kind of cryptic how good it will remain, but so far it's been to a level of, okay, we can live with this. There were some shots on older RE stuff, like the ending of to 2 and 4 for the Executor. It makes it look like Raccoon City outskirts and in a desert. Yeah, RE7 literally saved Capcom, yeah. After Kenji Inafune got booted out, it got better. Marathon launch day kind of got overshadowed by Slay the Spire 2. It pulled a Silk song and crashed Steam for a bit. Did Bandai Namco ever struggle and make a comeback, or they've been doing decently? They've always just been Bandai Namco. They're going to be there forever because their model, as frustrating as it is, works. Like that model just works, where they put out a lot of games but keep it very cheap, and it's usually a license thing. So they're going to make their money back. I thought the reason they haven't released the Outbreak games is because Capcom lost the game code. RE7 Monster Hunter Worlds put Capcom back on the map, yeah. Didn't Dead Rising 2 come out during the Crapcom years? No, they preceded the Crapcom years, because, like, Crapcom started, like, 2013. 2013 is where you had that slow, steady decline. Dead Rising 2 was, like, 2010. So that was still when it was like, oh, Capcom's still doing pretty damn good. I think there's Raccoon City sports team called the Trash Pandas. Yeah, modern games should follow the cheaper games route. Yeah, Bandai Namco are smart. Like I said, it's just frustrating because they treat all of their games basically the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's one of those where if you pick up if you pick up a licensed anime game, it's probably made by Bandai Namco, and it's either an arena fighter or a Dynasty Warriors clone. That's it. That's all you're getting. Yeah, Namco, either as a developer or publisher, have a very wide variety for their design of games. Maybe a few years ago, but not in a long time. I think there's a Ferret City. Yeah, losing the GameCube doesn't stop companies from releasing ports, just means they use compatibility layer for ROMs to properly remastering. Yeah, if RE7 Monster Hunter Worlds didn't sell, there's a chance Capcom would have had to close its doors, yeah. Yeah, fun fact, Huntsville baseball team is called the Trash Pandas. You go $5. Capcom era for me started over the Mega Man Legends 3 bullshit. I'll get something from this. He does make Clinton out to be an asshole over this lies criticism. I think he still idolized the guy like he did in Family Guy. It's been a while since I played a Namco game, so I'm basing my statement on that. Yeah, no, it's been rough for a while. There's been one anime game that isn't a by the numbers arena fighter, literally just one. I feel with the next Resident Evil game, they'll have Jake as the main character. Jake sucks. Like, I don't want Jake to come back. They would have to have a lot of work to make Jake likable, because he was nothing in 6. People like him because his fighting style was kind of cool. That's it. Was Marathon originally a Doom clone? What were they thinking? Turning into an extraction shooter. Yeah, Full Nut still in space. Yeah, people still want more AC, but Bandai and FromSoft are still working on Souls legs. Yeah, Jake is just there, yeah. Like, Jake is hard carried by Sherry, because Sherry's likable. And other than that, like, he doesn't have a personality. That will always be forever what his problem is. He doesn't have a personality. You know, he's like, you know, when... This is going to sound kind of obscure, but it's like when you watch, like, a Japanese movie. And there's, like, a very obligatory, this guy's in a boy band cameo. And it's like, well, this guy doesn't feel like he matches anyone else in the cast. Like, you know, you could be watching, like, a World War II movie. And it'd be like, okay, I get these guys feel like soldiers. They feel like they're characters. And then the guy who's, like, very obviously in a boy band shows up, and it's like, oh, you're that guy. Jake is basically that. Yeah, Capcom era were dark times, but how would you say it's as bad as current Ubisoft era? Ubisoft's about to die. Like, no two ways about it. Ubisoft's gonna die. Like, GOG plays in literally anything. I know exactly what you mean. It's someone who doesn't match what the tone is, yeah. Yeah, the obvious cameo character, yeah. Yeah, like Ed Sheeran in Game of Thrones. Yeah, Ubisoft games are all the same, yeah. They're trying to do the Bandai thing, but what makes Bandai's strategy work is the fact that all of their games have very little budget. Yeah, Jake's personality sees another Troy Baker makes edgy one-liners the character, yeah. And Last Chance is Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they fucked that up way too hard. Oh yeah, they fucked that up to a degree. If that's going to be studied in business school, as like what not to do. Yeah, EA's dying too, yeah. Yeah, live-action Devilman movie from the 2000s did that with Akira and Ryo. It's shockingly bad. Yeah, Ubisoft was desperate to get Solid Snake and David Hayter to Siege, yeah. Yeah, Jake's contribution is proving Wesker got pussy. I wanted to do Splinter Cell for the longest time, but now I really don't want it, especially after the Netflix series. Yeah, live-action Devilman was worse than Dragon Ball Evolution, I'm not kidding. Rudy likes both Jake and Steve, so there's fans out there. I'm assuming it's mostly women. Yeah, the only thing keeping EA afloat is Madden and soccer games. Yeah, basically. Yeah, why not? I'm convinced the reason EA and Ubisoft aren't dead yet is because the economists from South Park can just cut the head off a chicken. Yeah. And unless Assassin's Creed 4 Remake makes $1 billion, Ubisoft is over. Oh yeah, they spent way too much money on way too many flops. Yeah, Jake was a tool and Steve was basically bootleg Leon. One company I see going down, or at least silent for the next couple years, Bethesda. They're probably leaning into remakes, but they'll never try anything like Starfield again. And to be fair, most of the AAA in general is getting phased out in favor of middle markets and indies.
The escapees made it through. They're entering the engine room.
No.
And to understand the recent Marathon game, which the watch the infamous GDC interview, the Bungie you knew was dead before Sony took over. And what happened to the Sands of Time remake? Oh, they killed it. They killed it because they outsourced it to like 3 or 4 different Indian gaming companies to do development. Because, oh, you know, India for Prince of Persia. Also because it was cheap, which is the real reason. And when they got back a little bit of what they worked on, it was so bad they just killed the game. Yeah, it got leaked and it looked bad, yeah. I expect 4 Remake to flop since the leakers say it's going to have RPG combat. Yeah, the exact thing over and over again people keep saying they don't want in Assassin's Creed. Like, because there's no reason for them to have it. There's no reason for them to have that combat style in those games. And the only reason they have it there is because they can bleed people with microtransactions. Like, that's it. And most of the investment market is leaning hard into AI now, so most video game companies are getting dried out, and the execs have no way to convince investors to stick around. Yeah. Yeah, game set in Iraq, Persia, developed by Indians. Why? Because Arabia, right? Because India and Arabia is totally the same thing. Is Beyond Good and Evil 2 still a thing? Ubisoft keeps insisting it is, to the point that a lot of people are like, well, then why are you not showing anything about it? If you are this insistent that this is a thing, why are you fighting so hard to not show us? Yeah, Jake just tried so hard to be cool, made him uncool, yeah. Yeah, Division 2 is great. Yeah, it's like, they have a bunch of flops, but the little bit that they have that's still alive is enough to keep them going, at least for now. I said before, progressives are straight up racist, yeah. I don't know if people expect Beyond Good and Evil to even be good if it came out, yeah. Hey, Rainbow Six Siege, but popular, yeah. Trying to make it a full-on SAO RPG, Bandai might actually change things up a bit. No, they've made other SAO RPGs before. Like I said, Bandai's business model is very set in stone. They've been doing it for years. And it works for them, but it's just annoying. It's funny that some Assassin's Creed fans like the RPG combat and say it's good because it has depth, but Assassin's Creed never had good combat. Yeah, no, it has less depth. It has less depth than the actual other combat systems. And you're supposed to be an assassin that the people you are supposed to kill are supposed to die with one strike, not multiple stabs, based off their level, yeah. How many SAO RPGs are out there at this point? Like 3 or 4. Ubisoft separated their games into 5 branches, so those who work well in one particular or few series can go in with others who work well with others, and it's like, why? Like Paradigm Shift 2, it basically changes your jobs. So it's like DPS, healer, tank, stuff like that. And to be fair, Persia and India have a very long history together. That is true, but they are different regions. I'm afraid of you, Wolfenstein 3 would suck. Oh, it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck. Because they still haven't really learned what made New Colossus and Youngblood bad. I played a JP-only Gundam game where you play as Zaku Squad and fighting the White Devil is scary. Yeah, counter kill combat was less shitty than the new bonk the enemy's health bar combat and the new ones, yeah. The formula they had was fine, now it's just numbers go up garbage. I can see the guys they've got now at Capcom giving Jake a redemption arc, but they could have him be a fuck-up who fumbles his way to mission successes. In a criminal court of law, I'm gonna have a strategy to tell the judge, Your Honor, shut the fuck up, you weren't there. Assassin's Creed combat was always carried by all the flashy combat animations. Now the combat looks like two action figures smashing together. What are your thoughts on New Radical Entertainment? I think there's a chance we might get a decent remake out of them or just another flunk in the making. Wait and see. That's all it comes down to. They've got to prove they can do anything. Now they're close to each other, but we won't get a French game to make a German one. Yeah. Personally, AC3 is my favorite. It's not the best story-wise, but playing as Connor was a lot of fun. Those rope darts were awesome. Yeah, Wolfenstein trying to make Nazis an American allegory was so stupid. That was stupid, and all the dumbass humor was really stupid. Like, the dramatic tone shift that happened between Old Blood and New Order to New Colossus, that's something to where I'm genuinely like, why did no one feel that this was off? I keep hearing stuff about the new AC is supposed to be the gay Assassin's Creed. What is this really supposed to mean? And Assassin's Creed 3 did have the best combat animation, so it was enjoyable for that.
Follow the old man's lead.
Yeah, Ezio Trilogy was peak. Yeah.
Leave it to me. Go, girl.
Yeah, tone shift with an audible clunk. Yeah. See, Digital Circus career quit because the Phantom sucked. Yeah. There's gotta be a point where people start openly talking about this, where it's like, why is it that the Phantom people are the most psychotic? Or like an AC2's combat, since it was fun to disarm guys, but I don't know how well it will hold up if I go back to it. Why does the combat in FF13 look so stiff and clunky? I start going down after Assassin's Creed 4, yeah. I thought Digital Circus was already going to be short series to begin with. Well, if you don't like the game, you're a Nazi. Like Gooseborgs quit Digital Circus? That's what I kept hearing. There we go. Yeah, parasocial fans, yeah. People are slowly realizing Phantoms are not worth listening to, yeah. Remember Wolfenstein, because New Order took itself very seriously and New Colossus was tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Tongue-in-cheek in a bad way, where every joke just felt so awkward. They didn't quit. She just got sick of dealing with them on Reddit, and a lot of the Reddit community were creepy assholes. I feel bad for the voice actors because actual kids are asking for marriage. Oh god, yeah, that's freaky. Ugh. With constant Nazis in video games and film, there was never a point that the Treaty of Versailles screwed over Germany, which led to Hitler's rise in power. Trust me, I know they won't. Not gonna lie, it is funny he made fun of Ubisoft for getting regions wrong, but then he called Arabia. Persia was not on the Arabian Peninsula, other side of the Persian Gulf. The joke kind of flew over your head there, didn't it? And most Gooseberg said something like, sometimes I feel like never touching the series with a 10-foot pole, but the series is already going to end in 9 episodes. MCU era of writing can't be serious for 5 damn seconds without a stupid joke. Remember when they released the collector's edition of the Assassin's Creed game with Yosuke's sword? Or Yasuke's sword, and it's revealed that it was Zoro's sword from One Piece, yeah. Yeah, people need to get their kids off the internet. It's messing them up. And New Colossus did a better job making me hate the Nazis, not making them into a joke. So you meant New Order, yeah. Bandai Namco, their new tabletop game is scarce in my area. Found a local comic hobby shop, was asking for a double market price. Fuck the scalper shops. Yeah, Youngblood makes me want to side with the Nazis because they talk less. Yeah, did your Bruce Campbell's diagnosed with cancer? Yeah, he's still pretty chipper, so hopefully he'll be able to get through it. And once we got a new kill zone, the Horizon HD Helldivers 2 skin proves there's demand, but no, we got a Horizon Hero Shooter yet. Yeah, name-wise, gameplay-wise, yeah. Remember there will be Bloodborne Bluepoint remake, and FromSoft said no, and Sony killed Bluepoint. A new Colossus was a waste. Remember, thinking having be set in the US could have been interesting. Yeah, would have been dope. But no, we're not allowed to have cool things because people felt sad that a game tried to take itself seriously. Still believe in Glorious 2. I still believe in Glorious Bastards ruined World War II media. Yes and no. Like, it resulted in a lot of like really bad attempts at Inglourious Bastards type stories. But there's still really good World War II media out there. Just simply looking for something made by somebody that actually gives a shit about World War II. Remember how every black Twitch streamer and YouTuber promoted Yasuke Simulator, then dropped it off the face of the earth and referred to everyone who didn't like it as racist yet? Other than necessary for new Colossus to have a scene where a black chick breastfeeds a baby while monologuing about how white men are bad and smoking. Like, it just felt like a really stupid attempt at a joke. People will never forgive Sony for killing off Ancient Chains of Bloodborne in a sequel remake, especially after they found out it was all for the sake of making Conquered. Yeah. TLDR, Goose made a stream where she named Jackson Pomby as the main characters. Fox fans crashed out on Reddit, leading her to crash out and deleting her Reddit for apologizing. It's that thing of people say all the time, never apologize to the mob. Yet people will always do it. They will always do it. And the people... To be fair, there are situations where the people directly saying never apologize to the mob will then demand an apology, but it's just kind of one of those funny things. Like, yeah, I still can't believe they thought that scene where the girls killed their first Nazi, then puke, think it was awesome, was a good idea, instead of tonal retardation. Yeah, Emeru, yeah. Every time you show that trailer for that Band of Brothers game, there's going to be like a hero shooter, not like Inglourious. Never felt hate for the Grease Lord until then, yeah. I'm still pissed Sony killed Senran Kagura. I could have had Freedom Fighters, but with Nazis and a busty Nazi news reporter, but no, that would make too much money. Why is Sony still pushing live service like their entire company depends on it? Because at this point it kind of does. Like, at first they wanted to go in on it because it makes a shitload of money, but after they dumped so much money into failed projects, it became basically a sunk cost fallacy. As in, well, if we don't get it done, we're gonna die. Because now we don't just want that money, we need that money. Yeah, Goose works under hella stress. She's been going through the ringer, making Digital Circus. Glitch Productions is thankfully backing her up, giving her time. She's getting help. Yeah, speaking of Bandai, they would make killing a Naruto game. They make a killing making a Naruto game that plays like Tenchu. Now, why not? Why won't Sony make small budget games first? Simple fact of the matter is they misappropriate a lot of that budget. If you look at the sheer level of game budgets, a lot of the money doesn't make a lot of sense. Where it's like, you have this much and this game feels like it was made in a month. Hell, it's well known they outsource to foreign studios specifically because it's cheaper. Yeah, all the anti-woke people share flip-flop quick between calling Emeru based and calling her a hoarder on the ice thing. Well, woke and anti-woke did basically the exact same thing. Because, like, she said she didn't want to talk about politics. Woke people wrote her ass. So people backed her up. And she said, well, I don't really like what ICE is doing. So all the people that backed her up then turned on her. It's just kind of one of those things of, like, I don't think anyone actually gave a shit about this woman's opinion. I think they just wanted to hear their opinion repeated back to them. Never forget the Japanese way. I mean, I'll never forget the white Californians for canceling Senran Kagura. Yep.
Watch and learn, kid. Leave it to me.
I legit feel bad for her. Holy shit. Yeah. Well, from what I understand, the whole thing of her ignoring the politics thing was propped up by Denims, who is one of the Twitch political whores, where she's all about my politics and my current thing shit. And she propped that up on purpose. Like, that question was specifically there to fuck her over, because there's no way she could have given a good answer. Like, that was done on purpose to fuck her over. But what does Ja Rule think about what Emeru thinks of ice? Alright, so with Simon Cocker, just fucked over by censorship no matter what system I get on. Basically, they've been hounding the devs. And devs literally argue that a guy burning himself alive doesn't count as suicide. Oh yeah, she's stupid. I think the whole woke, anti-woke nonsense really has stopped you from being able to critique games on if they're good or bad. It's definitely made it worse, that's for sure. As Simon Cocker Gotcha's end of service this year, Simon Cocker is officially dead. It's a sad day. I didn't know who Denims was until all of this gay bullshit. All I know about her now is FAS is kicking her ass. Fave franchise start off great but crash and burn later on. Silent Hill is like the classic example of that. They're just now getting their footing again. Did Sony really kill Summer and Kagura? Yeah, it's like gone. Ever watch a VTuber named Tomoe? Yeah, we've talked about her multiple times. I know for a fact you've seen that. Hang all political content creators regardless of political affiliation. Yeah, basically. Yeah, Summer Kagura 7 was supposed to be the next main game, but I think they canceled because they couldn't get released on PlayStation. Yeah, because they were mainly a PlayStation franchise. I know Denim from EFAP's Hassan Saga. I only know of her being Hassan Orbiter, specifically when who said, "What do you want to do, starve?" I mean, yeah, I do, but, you know, unrelated to the hullabaloo. Favorite franchise redemption arc? I mean, I'll go with Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 remake and Silent Hill F are both really good. We still have Oni Chimbara. Yeah, but when was the last time we got anything Oni Chimbara? Ugh. Actually, a good way to normally filter live streamers test how they pronounce Tomoe. Never forget, chat. Senran Kagura died so Concord could become a thing. An historical favorite of Concord's unironically cosmic karma. Yeah, like, when you look into how hard Sony was really pushing Concord, like, because Concord wasn't just a thing where, oh, they thought up in a year and they tried to push the game out and it fell apart. Like, they spent fucking years on Concord. It was, what, almost 10 straight years trying to make that a thing. They killed so many games specifically to give Concord a shot. For some reason, the suits involved were so convinced it would work. That whole fucking, that animated video game anthology show, I think it's called, like, Bonus Level. That one that came out. Specifically made to be a Concord commercial. They just made other short films on top of that. You know, like, they put so much resources into making Concord a thing, and it died in, like, 2 months. Yeah, Secret Level, that was the show, yeah. That Concord was supposed to have or was going to have a Secret Level episode. It had it. It had it, and it was like the season finale. That's where you get to the point of thinking, like, I think they made this entire show specifically to hype up this game.
Watch and learn, kid. Thanks,
Yeah, 2 weeks, yeah. Oni Chimbara Z2 Chaos is the best. The anime art style one they made a few years back is really good.
We got this, Vanille.
No Stick Sex Hammer has been uploading for a few weeks. Turns out it was a warrant. Guess the rituals never worked. Yeah, Secret Levels episode came out after Concord shut down. Yeah. The Concord Secret Level episode was promotion for the 2nd season pass. Yeah. Yeah, Concord episode and they shit canned a doomed Halo episode. Yeah. Same case with Call of Duty, by the way. All the IPs and game studios destroyed the 7th gen obsession. With COD come back to bite him in the ass like Cosmic Boomerang. Yep. Instead, hyped up more of a 40k animated series to be made. Yep. I'm gonna try and get what Senran Kagura games I can get my hands on. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, Sony already had another Conquered sequel named Hunter's Gather, aka Conquered 4. I remember that one episode they tried to remake Pac-Man edgy? Yeah, me neither. Sure was put next to Warhammer and Armor Core made it stand out more, yeah. Guys, try Dustblood when it comes out. I do not know what Dustblood is. There's no Conquer getting improved due to a large influx of porn on Tumblr. I just can't prove it. Yeah, Call of Duty is probably the funniest one. Microsoft spent $70 billion for Black Ops 7. And Stick's been tweeting every day about how cool he is for evading the cops. Yeah, Dustblood's that Switch exclusive, not Bloodborne. Oh, okay. Yeah, I always forget that's what it's called. And try Crimson Desert in a few weeks. No, I'm waiting and seeing on that one. Yeah, VTuber named Powder made a comment about Iran thing, saying basically the Jews are the real enemy. Man, I don't trust Israel, our ally, but come on, trust an Iran regime is dumb. That basically just comes down to I don't care. I don't give a shit. There needs to be an essay about exactly just how many games were killed because of Conquered. It really does, yeah. I own the one with Ayane's playable character on Vita Plus, the water gun one. It would be nice to try the gacha one because there's Rias, Ayane, and Mai in the same gacha game. I'm convinced New Radical gives us this amazing prototype remake in the midst of copying at the lowest point ever. I'll trade as undeniable proof God is real. Best summer Conquer game is for the PS4 and has bad graphical glitches on PS5. But the second best is Burst Renewal. The best is Estival Versus. I can't believe we're on Black Ops fucking 7. Cold War and 6 at least try to go back to the Cold War conspiracy. 7 just gave up. Every time I hear someone say Conquered, I keep hearing Conquer. Powder seems sus to me. She comes off as I'm going to spew as much pulse speak as I can to get popular. Okay, so they're in the next one in the cycle. Somebody bought so many studios after the Activision deal. Most of them are now dead, and Bungie's now next. Well, if you don't care about conflict going on in the Middle East and Jews killing Palestinians, you're a bad person. I do not care. How many times the fucking bell need to be rung on that shit? I'll bet against Hassan's a safe bet. Surprising from COD 1 and Black Ops 3, the same modified Quake movement.
Follow the old man's lead.
Right, actually, here we go. Come on, Vanille. Yeah, Peach Beach Blast is the one with the water guns. Pretty good, and has 5 to 7 episode short story campaign for each of the ninja schools. Plays like a weight-based third-person shooter. Yeah. How long do you think the Horizon Zero shooter will last? Because seriously, Sony, who is asking for this? As far as I'm aware, it wasn't the plot of 7 Menendez coming back from the dead because reasons as a rogue computer program. People were joking when the boss was a skibby toilet.
Thanks, Vanille.
Yeah, Sony, I think you need to Square Enix, sell off the Western Studios, shut down the Cali division, go back to Japan. It's their only way. But now they're so ingrained in the West that I don't know if it's even anything they can do. Give me a straight answer. If you're a man, who would you pick? Orthodox Jewish girl or Indian girl? Neither. I think what kills me about the loot games dying was they were mad they effectively stopped them in the West, but they got pissed off that people would just import them anyways. They hate success. Yeah. There we go. As someone's on natural obsession with Horizon, they're trying so hard to grift a game no one wants. Yeah, that's the amazing part about it. Just no one wants it. Like, from my understanding, it's all mainly like one CEO in Sony who, for some reason, is like convinced Horizon Zero Dawn can be a thing. He's been rabidly fighting for it for like almost 10 years now to make Horizon Zero Dawn a thing. That's why he pushes it everywhere he can. It's an unironic fucking industry plant. People actually like Horizon. The idea of fighting robot dinosaurs is cool, but just Ubisoft open world game with a Sony budget. Yeah, that'd be Herman Hertz. Yeah, from my understanding, he's like really obsessed with pushing it. Yeah, we lost Killzone and Gravity Rush for Horizon. Yeah. Aloy is the most boring character of all time. Yeah, Horizon Zero's managed to get a Lego game. Yeah, it's like, and everyone's asking the same thing. Like, no. Lego games are for something that's so recognizable, you can recognize it even with it being Lego. That's the whole point. And ain't no way Sony's making it back to Japan. The gaming market over there is treating them, leaving as a betrayal of the highest order. Yeah. That's on Killzone. It was fun. Yeah. Yeah, Sony pushing Horizon is the gaming equivalent of Ted Turner canceling shows Bravo Captain Planet. Yeah. Quite literally. At least Conquer wasn't high guard yet. Maybe Herman's trying to bring back redheads. Too bad they made her look like ugly in Zero Dawn 2. Yeah. It'd be really funny if they gave Gendy another video game tie-in with a Primal game, but Fear and Fang go through Future Pro and fight robots. Fuck you, Horizon. Yeah, nobody asked for a Horizon Zero Dawn game. People have been asking for a new Killzone game for years. Yeah, Horizon's so boring. There's no 5+ hour video essay about it. I mean, technically, I think there's the one that White Light does, but I think even he's willing to admit it's just kind of okay. So Resident Evil's gonna have a Lego game soon. Yeah, we lost so many interesting IPs from Sony, like Gravity Rush, Killzone, Jack and Dexter, for shit like Horizon, Conquer, and Last of Us. Yeah, I'm convinced CEO of Sony ironically has parasocial obsession with the MC of Horizon. You do not tank a multi-million-dollar company to show a character unless she's your OC. Like the Watchmen video, just finished it. Yeah. And somebody needs to tell Sony that Lesbian with a Bow and Arrow has been done to death. Yeah, Wildlight does good videos. Yeah. I wish Killzone or Titanfall could come back. And it's also funny how many times the mainline Horizon games kept launching against a major open world game that are more popular yet.
Fill you full of holes.
Come on. There we go. I think other Japanese game companies view Sony as essentially a bunch of traitors. Probably, yeah. Especially the direction Sony's been in. Strong female protagonist of the bow is the Bald Head Space Marine 2019. Yeah, not wrong. Yeah, Robot Dinosaur Herman, that's the 5th pitch this year. We're not doing Horizon Zero 3. Yeah, how long until Highguard shut down? Oh, they already announced they're shutting it down. Like, that was earlier today. They don't understand business enough to, but I wouldn't make games that people actually want, make more revenue. Like, if you're going to commit tax fraud, at least try to make a convincing product. Yeah, the only fans Aloy has are the users who search her name on Rule 34. Let's say if Astrobot is the best of modern PlayStation games. Yeah, Aloy, the character from Death Stranding. Yeah, there was a guy who did vids over animals in games like Horizon Zero Dawn and Subnautica.
Watch and learn, kid.
Yeah, it was announced Monday. It shut down on the 12th. Yeah. Let's see Sony take a crack at some of their more forgotten titles like Lair and Heavenly Sword. Yeah, Highguard didn't even last a month. Long as HQ's in California, to most Japanese, Sony Media is an American company. It's time for Sega to make a modern comeback. Yeah, Japanese game companies are treating Sony like how the Jedi Master treated Anakin. While you may be Japanese in origin, as you are now, you are not Japanese. Which, I mean, that's fair. I feel like Doritos hope to live this down. I finished Gravity Rush today. It's a damn good game. Yeah. Yeah, Sony won't do another Killzone because they know people are going to free with the Hellgast. I assume you mean Ugri. I mean, that's actually been a thing in Killzone for a little bit where they established that the Hellgast have a lot of points. Like, not even like a small point. Like, they have multiple points where it's like, I think they're right. And Nintendo supplant Sony as far as the platform of choice for Japanese devs, yeah. I want God Hand remake, or at least remaster. Yeah, Aloy was in Genshin Impact. She was pretty much one of the worst characters. She's the only one missing game mechanics that were integral to builds. Like I said, I have no idea what the hell their thought process is with Aloy. Like, the amount of shit she's pushed into, like, yeah, she shows up in Genshin Impact when that was starting to be more of a thing. It's like, alright, what the fuck are they thinking with this? And that's how Mel Reddick is a hero, end of story. Okay, we did Robot Dinosaur. Now how about Robot Mammoth? Herman, you mad genius. As regards to Sony, I also think Sony's censorship escapades in anime is very likely to fail, especially with how unhinged anime's been getting since 2024. It showed up in Monster Hunter World and didn't do jack shit, yeah. And she literally has no constellation to prove her abilities. So she was like a guest character they didn't even like do the due diligence to make fit in the game. I don't agree with the Hellgas attack on other planets, but they were left to die, and the government tries to come back and take what they've earned through their suffering. Yeah. Eco $5, Samurai Kagura shit just makes me sad. I just wanted to know if Asuka and Hamaru scissor each other. Yeah, for those who don't know, from 2017 to 2023, Sony was sabotaging JP games of mass censorship to cripple them in order to prop up their Western IPs. Yep. They explicitly did it. Telling you she's selling someone's OC, some executive investor, even CEO himself is parasocial obsession, yeah. Yeah, Geralt got way more from World than Aloy did. FF14, well, too, yeah. I mentioned Horizon somehow got a Lego game, which figurehead Sony blackmailed Lego to make to not many other overpriced set into a game. I just know it was financial failure. Yeah, it really feels like they're trying to make her the icon of PlayStation, but we literally have Astrobot whose whole purpose is to celebrate the history of PlayStation. Yeah. Well, more than that, like, they want her to be an icon of PlayStation, yet they do the fucking bare minimum with her. That to me is the weird part about it. They want Aloy to be the icon of PlayStation, yet her games are so boring. It is open world game, the open world game, with all of the modern AAA isms. In a lot of ways, she is an icon of PlayStation. She's an icon of the modern PlayStation era, which is a lot of money thrown at something that in the end just isn't really good. And kind of crazy to think one of the reasons for Nintendo's resurgence in the last decade is because all the competition shot themselves in the head. Yeah. Every time Sony forces Aloy down our throats, the more I wish Spyro comes back. Spyro or Twisted Metal. Yeah, Jin from Ghost of Tsushima's cooler, yeah. And Sony execs clearly threatened to reveal the canceled Epstein Island Lego PlayStation. Concord sounds like in the boardroom they're hyping themselves up on how much money they would get and how big the bonus would be and what they would spend it on and not how good the game is. Also, Ashley Birch forcing her, yeah, miss me with that shit. Remember PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale? I do. Yeah, no one likes modern PlayStation, yeah. Like, Ghost of Tsushima is about the only sort of kind of first-hand property they have. And even then, like, Ghost of Yotai kind of put that in a rocky spot. Because Ghost of Yotai ended up being pretty good. But it had some issues, sales-wise. And on top of that, I don't think the reception to it was as warm as Tsushima. Where when Tsushima came out, everyone was talking about it. Yotai, it's kind of one of those of like, there would be grumblings, but it would be exactly that, grumblings. Yeah, it had PR woes, yeah. Yeah, they have Atsu now, yeah. The leaker's finding that one of the Hollow Girls, Susei, might be the next Fortnite skin. Oh. And Ghost is literally fucking Japanese, yeah. Yeah, Yotai had a PR fiasco. It did and it didn't. I mean, the whole thing of the voice actress, like, I can't really see it damaging too much. Honestly, I think it's just the fact that they changed from Jin entirely. People wanted more Jin. So it's going to take a while for people to kind of realize, like, okay, this was doing its own thing. So I'm off topic after seeing the Resident movie recently. Holy fuck, why does season 1 look so drab in comparison? Resident movie looks so vibrant, colorful, anime feels diluted. See, I don't view that at all. I think both look great. Yeah, everyone agreed Tsushima got cheated out of Game of the Year in favor of Last of Us 2. Yeah. Yeah, Yotai performed well in Japan, yeah. Yeah, Yotai was, it's there, it's fine, but not as loud as the original, yeah. Astrobot was great, one of my favorite this generation so far, so give him that. Astrobot was really fun. It is very cute. I'm with Ashley Birch. I remember half her humor was that she was a butch lesbian. She has a dick. How about Death Stranding 2? Death Stranding 2 was good. That's a very Kojima thing. Last of Us and Consequence been a disaster for games. Really has. I like Last of Us 1, even I can agree. Maybe that game never needed to exist. Yeah, Doom Eternal and Ori Will of the Wisps got robbed. I agree, but I don't know. Maybe it's recency bias, but season 1 felt more muted color-wise. I still love season 1 though. See, I just don't see it that way. Yotai really didn't help. Their English VA was a fucking lunatic. It's kind of like Wicked Cynthia Ivaro, whose PR Ozempic skeleton look, and Parasite Bond with Ariana Grande. Yeah, Death Stranding 2 had the misfortune of coming out the same year as Expedition. Yeah. And Expedition was fucking massive. Yeah, Yotai shot himself in the foot by being only a minor upgrade in gameplay and not by much. Jin had way more potential in the sequel from gameplay to abilities. I suppose one aged horribly. I don't even think it aged horribly. It's just one of those of... There's no way people will be able to go back and play it without the knowledge of what it became. You know what I mean? Like, that alone keeps it to where, like, I don't think you're going to be able to have an unbiased playthrough of Last of Us again. Yeah, do we even know what Naughty Dog's new game's supposed to be? It's... the leaks are basically like weird sci-fi. From what the leaks were saying, it's basically Last of Us 2 in space. It's Last of Us 2 in space with like Cowboy Bebop and Akira references.
This'll be fun.
And there'll be Last of Us 3 when they get desperate enough.
Target to target.
Yeah, all Last of Us 2 did was encourage me to use a flamethrower on the doctors. Yeah, 10,000 years of Akira bike slide. Yeah, Last of Us became the catalyst for arguably the worst thing that happened to the video game industry besides COVID.
Keep the enemy
Here we go.
off balance.
In other words, look, it's the anime guys, like, right? Look at the keys, don't pay attention to how bad the story is. Akira bike slide, Akira bike slide, Akira back slide. And I'm getting Expedition 33 clones, yeah, right? One leaks I heard was the main planet with Stray of Space is real. I'm expecting basic Akira references and the rest being Stranger Things meets Guardians of the Galaxy. You're probably right. It's going to be the epitome of every modern show Druckmann watched that week. I think of a Meiji era Ghost Stuff game. That would be dope. It's kind of sad with how beloved the first Last of Us was in the second game. Just really shallow over that with a poor revenge is bad story. Yeah. You every now and then you'll see some account try to go like, oh, everyone misunderstood what Last of Us 2 was saying, and everyone is very quick to shut that down with, oh, we understood perfectly what it was saying. That's the problem. It was so blunt and treated everyone like an idiot to the point of like, how could you not get what it was going for?
Just like I planned.
Yeah, people keep talking about the industry crashing and burning and dying, but the industry isn't going to die. It's just going to shift. AAA companies going to die and open the way for indies. Yeah. One Sengoku Jedi Samurai game. It's samurai with guns. I feel like people dick ride Neo and Night Dog too much to the point of why do they care so much? Then I realize they want good boy points to get sponsorships. Yeah. Section 9 wants Spacers to be so Night Dog's audience turns on cuckmaning because popular thing. Oh, Joel said it best in the game. There was a sequel and wasn't as good. Yeah. Roger Clark has said he loves Ghost of Tsushima. Hope he gets to work as Sucker Punch at some point. I'd love to see him as Matthew Perry in a Ghost game. That could be cool.
You asked for it.
I'm sure he didn't die from AT. He won't die from whatever you call this. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. There's never going to be that big, explosive, the big short moment where all the banks start failing one day. No, it's going to be like what it usually does in the industry, in that big companies will bleed and bleed and bleed. And because they keep bleeding, all the talented people leave. All the talented people just go, well, fuck this. Now I'm free to do whatever I want. And they'll start their own companies. And they just become the beginnings of the next cycle. Yeah, the one thing that lets me know that Cuckman doesn't know shit about shit is the reason bald Uncle Roger chick is bald is because she's in hiding in a future that probably has retinal scans, yeah. It's like retinal scans, and on top of that, like, it's a sci-fi thing. Just have her have like some extensive cosmetic surgery that completely changes her appearance. Because, the bald thing is because he has a weird fucking... He has like a weird sexual kink with women that look hilariously like men. Because, when Last of Us 2 came to PC, people data mined it and found out that Abby's character model is literally a female head on the body of a male character. Because that was found in the files. The Expedition is pretty much the first case of the shift going full mainstream in a very loud, clear way. Yeah. Yeah, he really wanted to bang Sinead O'Connor. It was a tranny chaser, yeah. So he likes Fuda. Seems to be worse than that. He's like into cunt boy shit, which is worse. That's just weird. That takes Muscle Mommy too far. It's not impossible to make a bald woman attractive, but Cuckman did not succeed. Everyone says the same thing. Jack from Mass Effect 2. Yeah, making herself bald is going to do the opposite of hiding her identity. Would you rather have off-the-record Frank babysit your kid or DR4 Frank babysit your kid? Definitely off-the-record Frank. He'd be sleazy, but so long as you pay him, he'd do the job right. So Neil's in Nabara. Yeah, to have a full-on video game crash like from the 80s, people would have to, in droves, stop buying video games, but Johnny Donut still buys his COD, his Mad, and X Live Service skins, yeah. I remember D-Man defending the Abby design by saying I'd let her choke me with her arms. Yeah, and that's stupid. That's very obviously playing into the muscle mommy thing without realizing that, like, some guys do jerk off to the Hulk level shit, but like a lot of people were very, very quick to point out the fact that like this looks like shit. Like this just looks bad. It looks stupid. It looks so cartoony in a game that's meant to be grounded. What the fuck does cunt boy mean? It's literally the opposite of Fuda. Isn't Senran Kagura still going on in Japan? Senran Kagura mobile game over there? They even had crossover High School DxD. Yeah, but apparently that's gonna end soon. Yeah, Jack was so good, if you willing to ignore the fact she'd probably give you an alphabet of STDs. Yeah, Jack grew hair in Mass Effect 3. She had a mohawk. As far as having cunt boy in your hentai tags, he's got to stop and admit you have a troon addiction. Yeah, guy with a vagina, there you go, yeah. Claire Obscure and Silksong are perfect reasons why I'm very optimistic for the future in the industry outside of AAA. I think Stephanie Sterling had some of the dumbest defense for Abby by lobotomize myself to forget what they were. Oh, talking about Jim Sterling? Yeah, no, Jim Sterling's a porn addict. Like, everything he does is warped by his addiction to pornography. He liked the Abby design because it would remind him of stuff he jerked off to. That sounds crude and dismissive, but anyone even slightly aware of Jim Sterling knows exactly what I'm talking about. Rebecca Chambers or Grace Redfield, who'd you rather date? I like Rebecca. Grace is really fun, but Rebecca is peak. The first Horizon game was fun, but Sony didn't end it, and the first game wanted to milk it. So look forward to bald, my eyes. Neil just aggressively homosexual and goes full troon chasing to avoid admitting to himself he's gay. I definitely think it plays a factor because, like, he's into the whole, ooh, I want to, because his big defense for the sex scene in Last of Us 2 was, I want to make a sex scene that wasn't sexy. And people are like, that kind of defeats the fucking purpose. I think the COVID exacerbated all the bad practices in media, mediums of media, TV, games, movies, etc., to where it's hard to steer back to on track to where things should be. Well, not really. Like, the big thing, the big thing that has been kind of obvious in recent years is that companies never believed in any of that crap. They never believed in any ideological thing. They only gave a shit about money. So when their live service games fell apart, because that is something they did try to push really hard. They tried to push really hard that live service is going to be the standard. When those fell apart, because it was kind of one of those getting to the gold mine too late thing where gacha games that were going around for a while, they kind of propped up the new trend of gacha. They've already been in service for years. So they're not going to, like, suddenly be replaced by some shiny new one. People are already complaining now there's way too many gachas to keep up with. And a lot of gachas are starting to die because of that. The only real big ones right now are still Fate, Blue Archive, Umasume, you know, like the big names, Genshin, things like that. Even though Genshin's more so quiet than anything. You know, but the point is, like, there's too much of... when you have a genre specifically all about taking as much time as humanly possible and then milking players bit by bit along the way, they can only have so many of those games before they reach a level of, I physically cannot keep up with all these. And that's when the rubber band launches right back to the start. So it'll still be a genre, but it'll be very gimped. Companies all try to jump on board to it when it was still big and the new thing to jump into, you know, especially post-COVID where it's like everyone was fucked. And because of that, there was too much, too fast, and they ironically sped that up. And ever since, I think we have been, bit by bit, leaning back into, we have to have more of that indie spirit back. You know, there needs to be more of that indie spirit, there needs to be more of that, you know, modest budget game, clear vision, that kind of thing. And I mean, obviously there's going to be the corporate crap no matter where you go, you know? Corporate crap is going to follow no matter what era or time period you're going to look at, because that's the nature of corpo. But as it is now, I definitely think we're in a period where it could be worse. It could be way, way, way worse. There we go. Yeah, passion and care, yeah. Yeah, Fire Emblem Heroes is speeding towards end of service without outright saying they're doing it. Yeah. Yeah, can't wait for Jim Sterling's 0 subscriber special. He realized he burned his career for nothing, goes out like Ronnie McNutt. I'll hold off. Starman bad practices in terms of ballooning their budget to absurd amounts and falling deeper into debt with promise of eventually turning a profit in 7 to 15 years. Well, yeah, like I said, that was the live service mentality. You know, live service mentality is spend as much as humanly possible to make the shiniest, prettiest cutscenes you've ever seen known to man, and then hope that tricks some idiots into being your whale. You know, they've been desperate to milk as many whales as possible. Jim Sterling's the king of emotional arguments. The only reason he got popular is he went after easy targets. Yeah, good old Jim being disabled and sucking at video games is the same thing to Sterling. Yeah. Sterling is like one of those where if you really understand what he's talking about, he is the most blunt example of game journalists are just fucking lazy bastards. Because like so many of his arguments about games should be easier so it's quicker for me to get my review out. Like he's just in it for the money. Do you believe, however, Jim deserves a good tumble down a very long flight of stairs over his Hogwarts Legacy video? Yeah, that was sleazy as fuck. Like I said, he is one of the like shining examples of just a sleazy game journalist that really should not be listened to. I think the only gacha games I even bother with nowadays is Azure Lane because I like my giant milkers and one Meloslug gacha because my waifu's in it. Anyone ever seen Sterling and so-called wife in the same room before? I think that motherfucker married himself. Yeah, didn't Sterling say he got period cramps at a convention some time ago? Yeah, he's like I said, when you understand what Jim is doing, it's all very sleazy. Jim went tranny because, A, he gets off on it. He has a literal fetish. He has like a humiliation fetish. He's like a complete fucking porn act. Like, I'm not kidding. He's got an actual addiction to pornography. And it's very obvious when you notice the way he talks about things, some of his mannerisms. As far back as like fucking Mass Effect 3, when that was a thing, he made a video talking about how everyone hated the gay shuttle pilot. I think his name was Cortez. And like made this big deal about it and talked about like, you know, how weird would it be if I just picked up this dildo and started sucking it in front of you people. And the thing is, no one actually like complained about that guy. No one really gave a shit about Cortez in Mass Effect 3. There's like, he's kind of boring. I mean, okay. So Jim just made a video complaining about fake controversy so he could like suck a dick on camera in front of his viewers. I think he just wanted to wear a wig because he's going bald. Yeah. Yeah, allegedly Jim did the actual plastic butt baby birthing thing. I do not want to traumatize myself by saying if it's true. Yeah, Cortez is just a lame character. Had nothing to do with sexuality. Yeah, it's like the big problem with Cortez is that he's boring and the backstory of his husband's kind of like, wait a minute, doesn't that kind of contradict Mass Effect 2 though?
Just another battle.
Yeah, it gives me Mr. Garrison for out of the closet vibes. And tomorrow I played Blue Archive on stream and literally asked, why is everyone crying? You know how the story ended? They could do something insane and announce FGO2 like the other classic gotchas and double Japan's income. Yeah, butt baby what now? Yeah, Cortez is gay. He's not obnoxious about it. Nobody cared when we found out. Danger Hair's the only one's making a big deal about him. Yeah, like, it was before it became a common thing to complain about characters like that. Everyone was just kind of like, I mean, he's kind of boring, but he's not a bad guy. The only real complaints I saw were, if you play male ship, you have to, like, be very careful because you can accidentally romance him when you don't want to. That was the only real complaint, and that was just because that was starting to become a common thing with BioWare at that time. But because you do have to talk to him, you do have to talk to him semi-regularly if you want him to survive the final mission. Now, Cortez is alright. I like the pilot as a character. It is funny if you don't talk to him. He gets shot down in the last mission, yeah. Veo genuinely still pissed me off to this day. Jim disregards shit picking me and Silvervale got for even mentioning thinking about playing Hogwarts, and then said allies need to change. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Like, when you know what he's actually doing, it's very obvious. He wanted to be one of the voices in the mob and expand his own influence. It's basically just gangster mentality. You know, it's like, hey, you know, I'm the guy setting the terms here. Don't piss me off. It's like, fuck you. Yeah, Ferris Field's colony getting hit by collectors was mentioned, too, in a conversation between your generic crew members. I think it was early on, so he's probably juiced. Well, I mean, yeah, like, Ferris Field's got hit. But it's this thing of, like, they make it a point that, you know, his husband tried to get a message out to the Alliance. So, like, he was doing it while the colony was under attack. When they make it a point of, like, the attacks are so sudden for the colony that people are captured before anyone can even make sense of what's happened. So it's just, it's one of those of, like, that's a little bit of a contradiction. Yeah, Jim really overestimated his influence. Fact is, people haven't taken him seriously for the better part of a decade. Yeah, did Jim Sterling get on drugs or something? Because, wow, this is unhinged. Unironically, I think he is a pill popper. I think he actually does have an opioid problem. Why do people become thin-skinned over time to the point we have to be careful what we say? Yeah, Mike Tyson's words really carry more weight every day. The internet got people way too comfortable with not getting hit in the face or being scummy. A reminder, DSP was trying to romance Liara, Mass Effect 3, and ended up accidentally romantic Cortez. Yeah, the Seeker Swarms, yeah. And Jim's main contribution in video games is pissing off Scott Coffin, making FNAF, yeah. And painkiller addiction he got after breaking his back from being too damn fat, yeah. And he's an odd guy with phenotype. Most of them are drug abusers.
That's how it's
I accidentally got locked into the conversation. I was like, oh no, this is getting gay. Where's just friends option? I saved myself. Even when Jim was popular, I never liked him. His voice pissed me off. Yeah, Jim admitted to popping HRTs to be punk, yeah. I think the best thing I heard about Jim was him doing copyright shenanigans, playing music from different companies, so they had to fight over the $3 he made. Yeah. That was back when it was at least tolerable. And say Jim Sterling is the reason why we have FNAF is a bit too generous, yeah. But it's funny because it pisses off Jim to say that. Anime movie Mass Effect Paragon lost. James and a few people got away. Although if you record the message, I saw people getting taken and see that being possible. Yeah, but like I said, that kind of contradicts the whole thing in Mass Effect 2 of like no one knew. Like no one knew what was doing it. Which is when them finding out it's the collectors is like a big deal. So it's like, it's not like the biggest thing in the world, but it is a little bit of like, Mass Effect 2 kind of said something else though. I think I only saw one video from Jim Sterling. That was him forgetting he left the eggs on his car roof while he drove. Isn't Sterling homeless now? No, I don't think he is. Jim copes and sees the idea they further the career and success for Republican as Grace Cheapman is making his moral enemy stronger.
Appreciate it. Change of plan.
Yeah, Secret Storms are OP, but someone not getting caught for a few minutes seems plausible. Yeah. Yeah, Alliance kind of new insofar as colonies were disappearing, yeah. I was a guy on Twitter I saw said playing female in video game makes you trans. Look into a profile, he's schizo. Yeah, no, I mean, like, people played female characters in games for years. I was just talking about how I desperately want Claire to be a main character in a Resident Evil game again. If Romance Tally in the first game, I probably would have stopped at one Desu. I was steer Claire on Sterling, mostly because the best friends clowned on him back in the day before just Trudeau made it illegal to be funny in Canada. Speaking of homelessness, what's Chris Chan doing? Ironically enough, he's like actually having a pretty good stretch of time. He's making money doing streams. You play Rise of the Ronin? Yeah, it's basically a tech demo for Neo 3. Not only is he an act, he also thinks himself as a woman. Weird, how is he still alive? Well, it's worse than that. Like, you know, there's accusations in the modern times that, you know, speaking to YouTube, we obviously do not, you know, perpetuate in any way, shape, or form. we are good, inclusive family company here over at you know, AT&T. But there's been accusations that a very large subsect of the trans community is a bunch of autogynephiliacs that want to live out their kink. Jim Sterling is the embodiment of that. He's just doing it because it's a fetish thing. And you know, if you listen to the way that he talks about being trans, quote unquote, he never refers to himself as a woman. He always refers to himself as being trans. That's the thing. There's that really infamous fucking interview he did with Yahtzee, where they had like a big what was it, like, was it like a Polygon reunion? It was like a bunch of game journalists that worked at one company all got together to have kind of like a get together, and Jim showed up. And he was talking about how like he felt like he was pregnant, and the look on Yahtzee's face was of sheer horror because he recognized Jim was doing minstrel show shit and is like, dude, I am so fucked when this gets out. Is it gay to play a female character and create a character? I never thought it is. Yeah, Reunion for the Escapist. Yeah, that was it. Destructoid? It wasn't... Yeah, it wasn't Destructoid. It was the Escapist, because they all worked at the Escapist at some point. Yeah, I'll start because one guy I followed made a post saying, I like female characters in third-person games because I like looking at ass, and many people kept calling him a tranny. Yeah, like, that's just stupid. Yeah, all guy Felix have done more harm to the LGBT community than any hate preacher. We're very inclusive in these chats. People of all races, including women, say all slurs. What's your opinion about Total Biscuit? It's gonna sound really heartless, but I think he died at the right time. Because, like, towards the end especially, he really started to kind of dip into some Jim Sterling-isms, where he would fight his audience for shit that really made no sense. He got really psycho over Trump to the point he damn near tanked his marriage because of it. You know, just some things where it's like, I think when he left was the best possible time for him to leave. If he was still alive today, I feel like he wouldn't be as fondly remembered as he is. I think people would have been would have been happy to see him die if he lived to today. Yeah, he went out at the right time, yeah. Yeah, who's Total Biscuit? He was like one of the big game reviewers back in like early 2010s. Because he was really good. I like Femship purely because I like some of her line deliveries. Mailship has the better meat material as specialized. Yeah, Brandon Herrera officially wins Texas 23. Oh. Yeah, I'm saying with that piss score, yeah. Yeah, he didn't need to die. I mean, yeah, he didn't need to die, but it's one of those of like... The silver lining of his death is that, yeah, I think he went out the best time he could have. How about Irate Gamer? Irate Gamer's always been crazy. AKs for everyone. Yeah, it's a little bit like Chris Farley, yeah. Remember he generally advocated for better PC ports back in the day? Because he was a big PC guy, yeah. Yeah, he died in like 2018, yeah. Yeah, Total Biscuit's a bit like George Carlin, that if he lived longer, they would have destroyed their legacy with their takes, yeah. Hey, really? Brandon run? Apparently. Yeah, if Total Biscuit didn't die from cancer, he'd end up like Movie Bob. Who's Irate Gamer? Irate Gamer is an opposite story in that he was never as respected. He was always seen as just a James Rolfe knockoff. Irate Gamer does a lot of does a toy review channel where he portrays Traps Moment was one of the big showings of that, yeah. Portrays himself with the hand puppet Steve from Minecraft, yeah. Unfortunately, Total Biscuit died at the right time because he was already spurging at the Traps Moment was one of the biggest showings of that, yeah. Yeah, T was losing his mind near the end, but he'll forever have the benefit of the doubt, yeah. Because a lot of it can be blamed on, well, he was dying. He was probably just freaking out. You get AK-50, you get AK-50, everyone in chat gets AK-50. There we go. Yeah, TB almost nuked his career after Warwick Dale, yeah. And Brandon hasn't won yet, but Johnson's telling Gonzalez to drop out and it's going to be runoff. It was also during the time of the biggest controversy you can ever do on the internet to be an AVGN ripoff. How he missed those times. Yeah, other guy Felix is going to be the reason why laws on cybernetic body replacements exist. And telling Gonzalez drop, I'm not seeing anything about him winning the election and went to runoff and he wasn't the only competition. Hey, don't shit talk Irate Gamer. He can talk to George Floyd's spirit. That's extra credits. Push so hard for $70. Is somebody there the son of a big CEO? They're industry shills. They want to be respected by the industry TM. And that's one way to get in the good grace of the suits. It's talk about like, yeah, games should be more expensive. I think if Heart Gamer has foreskin, he would have been as successful as AVGN. Might be like the one person left that finds it weird to play as a girl in RPG. It's supposed to be a self-insert, breaks the immersion, but maybe it's the autism talking. I mean, I never really see characters I play as self-inserts. I see them as characters. Like, if they let you make choices, I try to pick options that either I would pick or I think this character would pick. But no, I'm always very good at separating it. I put Neon's ghost yet. And assuming we're still large, he would be spa version of Linkara, one of these trolls from Morse guys. Yeah, I don't try to play myself in RPGs, dude. Try to play an archetype yet. And one of the old extra contributors used to work for one video game college and was an obvious show for them. Yeah, until they learned he was a sex pest. And Toll Biscuit was the proto-entitled prick game reviewer. He was the YouTube version of Adam Sessler. And people obsessed over self-inserts are either stricken with insane levels of self-confidence issues or have zero creativity. No, none of you know the answer, but did Oprah ever do another you get a blank, everyone gets a blank? I don't know. I like making waifus or cool dudes like Jetstream Sam. I used to be like that chatter who liked to make self-inserts, but after a while you kind of stop caring, enjoy the idea of making creative characters for your universe. You enjoy that, isn't you? Watching TV shows doesn't create psycho killers. Canceling TV shows does. The Wayne Brothers was a good show, man. It was a good-ass show, and we didn't even get a final episode. Yeah, I don't play myself in RPGs because I'm boring. Yeah, I think playing a girl in the game makes you gay or trans is very autistic. And I think it's another one of those things of it starts off as a joke to fuck with a demographic, and then people who are autistic take that joke seriously and think it's a take you're supposed to have. Because, you know, when the trans shit was getting big and the HRT crack was hitting the nerd ghettos in the late 2010s, you know, that whole phenomenon where every fucking, you know, YouTuber and streamer were saying that they were trans and cross-dressing and all that shit. You know, like, I feel like because they made a lot of posts talking about, like, oh, this character was my egg crack thing, you know, like, whether it be, like, Lara Croft or Claire from Resident Evil, you know, stuff like that. People then retaliated with that of, like, oh, if you like playing girl in game, you are tranny, because the way to fuck with them. And I think that's now evolved into people taking that joke seriously, when it's like, dude, we've all played games with, like, a female protagonist. I like playing as a female option, not because I'm a woman, because I want to look fierce while being fierce. And it doesn't help that Onga and Philiacs like to brag about playing FemMCs or using female avatars in VR chat. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And it ain't science. Sometimes I want to play as a dude, sometimes I want to play as a chick. Yeah. And no disrespect to that man, but if TB were alive today, he would probably be washed and reduced being chronically online on X. I think Jill Valentine's cool, yeah. Yeah, HRT crack in the nerd ghetto is a crazy hard phrase. I know someone who said their egg crack moment was Bugs Bunny cross-dressing. Egg cracking is generally disturbing, yeah. Basically like guys saying it's gay for liking muscular women. Yeah. It's like, there are lines where it's like, yeah, no, I think you're right there. But it's one of those generalities of, like, you have to be very specific about what you're talking about. Because if you just say it offhandedly, you look ridiculous. You can never talk about Street Fighter posing without a dude barging in and talking about trans rights. I pray pretty lady because I want to look at pretty lady. Yeah. What's egg cracking again? Egg cracking is a term tranny types use to basically refer to when they realize they have gender dysphoria. And I'm putting that in big quotes because they don't actually have the condition. The CIA behind the HRT crack? I mean, unironically, they might have been. And I Like Girls of that gay Catboy song made the narrative's worse. Yeah. There's never been a man who has made liking women seem more fucking gay. Like, every time I see that fucking Catboy dude, the guy who made the I Like Girls song, every time I see him, he is the epitome of... He's like the guy that pretends to be retarded to have all the popular girls protect him. Like, every time I see that motherfucker, he's doing something like that, where he's victimizing himself, making himself look dumb on purpose. Yeah, Joe Cat, yeah. Like, he's always doing something to seem like the good guy TM. Because wasn't he one of the ones that, like, was trying to push gamer subs into canceling certain people's sponsorships because he didn't like them? And then when people rode him for that, going like, you're a piece of shit, he made a big speech about running off the internet. And made about, like, everyone bullies me, everyone bully me, I'm getting bullied everywhere. You know, it's one of those things.
Making me worry like that.
Yeah, Joe Cat left for a while being told the song made liking women gay. Yeah, that was another case of, like, him running off the internet. He does that a lot. He runs away from the internet after he gets some heat, makes it a big deal. and he'll come back like a month or two later.
No, I mean really.
Yeah, it was a massive voice harassing people over Hogwarts Legacy too. Yeah.
Take down the sanctum and give Cocoon back to the people.
In the moment they launched 1,000 fanilfics.
You've called the shots for long enough.
Can I just look at her pussy?
If we pull this off, it'll be a miracle.
How the hell do you make a natural biological response to women embarrassing? Yeah, Joe Cat is friends with that one FF14 streamer. Don't remember her name. Yeah. Yeah, I felt the same way about Robin Williams. Cried when he left. In hindsight, I'm glad we have no TDS clips and quotes from him. Yeah, that is true.
Vanille, go fish. Got it.
Yeah, I'm annoyed since I liked his Monster Hunter vids, but man just needs to come out of the closet. Also, nice to beat the 13 trilogy this past New Year's. Yeah. I'm calling a Joe Cat gets out as a male feminist or a pedo.
It's a good girl.
Yeah, it sounds like type of guy that gets pegged and loves it.
Let's get on.
Isn't Joe Cat married? I mean, yeah. He seems to have a victimizing fetish. Yeah, like I said, it's a thing where once you notice the behavior, you kind of notice that's just what they do. Because, like, Jim Sterling, he'll relate everything to some form of, like, sex or a literal minstrel show. Where, like, I mean, if you took Jim Sterling and put him back in time to, like, the 1910s, and then had historians discover the time-traveled Jim Sterling from the 1910s, they would look at him and go, oh, that's what they thought of trans people back then. They thought of them as, like, porn-addicted minstrel shows. Oh, that's so horrible and unprogressive and all that. He tried canceling Silver over plugging Hogwarts. He said he canceled his partnerships with G-Subs because of Kirsch, but it's most likely because it wasn't making sales, also Shenpai. Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, he was one of the guys that tried to pressure GamerSubs and dropping Kirsch. Yeah, he tried to claim he was ending his sponsorship with GamerSubs over Kirsch and another VTuber. It gave everyone another reason to mock him because it was just his contract ending. Yeah, because people looked into it and he, like, barely made sales.
Somehow we could change our fate.
I've only heard that egg term, like, once or twice, but every time it makes me want to either get a restraining order or a rifle. I like Joe Cat's other character, the long-necked one, explaining D&D stuff. The Catboy made him be bullied. His head's about to have to be the comic relief. People like Jim Sterling and Keffels didn't ruin Train's reputation. They did that themselves. A lot of these Auto Guy and Felix just kind of hate women. They really do. Like, they flat out hate them. Like, people notice that where, if someone's far enough down the rabbit hole, they kind of just come right back around to, oh, you think women are, like, just sex objects. I don't even claim to be Shining Paladin Boy McKnight, but even I could tell, like, dude, I think you just flat out hate women. Because what was it, like, yeah, anal violence, yeah, Anna Valens, yeah, he's a classic one where he has a literal rape fetish, where he did, like, erotic ERP of, like, kidnapping women and raping them in like, death camps. I know Short Fat Otaku Dev, he recently had a clip come out, and he's not a tranny, but he's a tranny chaser, so that's close enough in the books. We'll follow that. It's like calling a Latino a white guy. You know, we'll fudge the numbers a little bit. You know, I can make it work. You know, Mesa Verde has been very good to me, and I'll use that money for the right thing. But basically, Dev had, like, a clip come out recently where there was, like, some lady pissed him off, and he was talking about how he can't wait for her daughter to turn 18 so he could, like, groom her and fuck her as revenge. And that's one that's been going around, and people are going like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? And it's always the liberals are every negative male stereotype of the 1950s. Yeah, I probably got off the Arcanum gnome half ogre breeding camps. And next to male feminist troons, not the ones going through dysphoria, were always the most sexist. Yeah. Yeah, his ex-girlfriend that he wanted to groom and sexually abuse her kid. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a healthy mindset. It's very much not a healthy mindset. It's one of those of, like, okay, there's being edgy on a stream, but then there's him who very obviously means what he's talking about, and it's like, dude, you're dangerous. You're gonna end up getting yourself thrown in fucking jail. Yeah, it was an ex-girlfriend he found on Facebook and found out she has a 6-year-old daughter. Yeah, that's that kind of shit of, like, having that kind of venom towards an ex-girlfriend just because she has a life of her own now, especially with like how specific it was with like, oh, I can't wait till your daughter turns 18. It's like, yeah, like you're gonna be able to get to her. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's wrong with you? Yeah, Groom Daughter's Revenge, nigga. That's a Dojin plot. That guy's porn-brained, yeah. Remember, Joe Cat was so bad, sex, his wife came out as asexual. Yeah, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, that's actually evil. Well, it's one of those where it's easy to just have the emotional reaction to it of just, oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with you? But then you think about it on multiple levels of like, not only is it one of those of what the fuck is wrong with you, it's also just flat out stupid. Like, having that very vocal intent when you know people don't like you. Like, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? Yeah, if you want a song about women that is engaged, listen to Ken Ashcorp. That's music you can play with the boys.
You asked for it.
Yeah, a joke I had to say it was okay for people to be upset that people's property was being vandalized by BLM. That's me the Tom's wife from Boondocks. She was so porn-brained about black guys. Yeah, Devil backpedal and say it's just jokes, yeah. I just don't think the world would be a lot better if we had a real-life Punisher. Yeah, that's the autistic thing of saying something insane, then there's that. It's not tism, that's sadism. Yeah, he's asking to get shot. But more than that, it's like, he lives in Canada. Free speech is not a thing in Canada. Even if you want to set aside the moral aspect of just the fact of, like, you're talking about grooming a woman's child because you dated her 20 years ago. It's like, okay. You know, in Canada, someone could send that to her, explain who Dev is in case she doesn't remember him, and then boom. He could be dragged into a court system for fucking years because it's goddamn Canada. Yeah, several of the women who used to be in Dev's circle come out and said he genuinely hates women. Yeah, well, a lot of people still think that was the reason behind the whole pick-a-me thing. He was pissed off that VTubers getting popular because how dare these, you know, fun anime streaming channels get more popular than me? I'm a serious political guy. Yeah, that expands it right to the fucking police, and he's meeting Big Mike and the boys in prison, yeah. Also, legal age of consent in Canada is 16, he's not waiting for 18. Oh, that sounds like a great plan, yeah. Yeah, new to Guilty Gear Lore drop. Biken and Onika share the same birthday, March 5th. How long until Dev is a Canadian serial killer? His online career is dying is irrelevant, and how much porn sick he is in Goonbray, I'm worried he'll legit be a serial killer. Yeah, how dare these female streamers get more money than me, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, this guy here, but it doesn't sound like grooming. It sounds like spawn camping strictly to use women, which is still bad, but it's not grooming. Well, no, like, he directly uses the word groom. Yeah, like, if you listen to that clip, he directly uses it. Yeah, Dev is an example of sit on the fence too long and too hard. You just become an ass full of splinters. Oh, he doesn't even sit on the fence. He lies about that. He's not unbiased. An actual centrist would be someone like, I don't know, and I'd have to hear the information for having any kind of opinion. You know, that kind of thing. Like, he flat out is just a liar. Like, he is a grifter. He'll go wherever he thinks the popular party is. Yeah, it reminds me of that time Vito was beefing with one of Dick Masterson's people, and Vito told him he'd raped his girlfriend and kept pissing him off. Because we're chilling, just talk about something they like. We do the same thing here. God forbid people enjoy something. Yeah, Dev is a critical type of centrist. They're not centrist. And speaking of grooming, where am I to the leaflet drama? From my understand, I don't really know. I actually don't really know. How they managed to have a humiliation fetish seems impossible. No, it's a thing. Yeah, some people just press buttons with their lives, especially with their mouths. Yeah. Isn't that the literal plot to Rape Play? Yeah, freedom of speech in Canada is an interesting topic. You can have your freedom of speech, but it can also be just cause to get you fired if you hold a job involving client work. I mean, to be fair, that's a similar thing in America. Like, You have freedom of speech, but you have to be smart with it because you can fuck yourself over. Yeah, Leaflet made the mistake of having a public Discord being an anime person online. Yeah, I think it just died down, yeah. Why do these people hate women so much? Well, even is the source reason behind it. Well, that just kind of depends on person to person. Dev, it's probably easy to assume, like, he thought he could be the smart intellectual guy and get bitches that way, but then never ended up happening, so he started to resent them. You know, very, very, very common pipeline in that regard. I don't get why people are calling Grace ugly. She's peak girl failure. Yeah, Dev is a leftist through and through. V has literally said Dev cannot comprehend governments and people can and will lie. He learned that while playing D&D with him. Well, no, like, I understand V said that, but that's not what Dev is actually doing. Dev is just lying. That conversation of like, oh, governments and people won't just lie, it's like Dev is lying about that. He is lying because he specifically just waits to see what the popular side is, then jumps to it like a fucking foot soldier, fights every single battle possible to prove he is the loyalist boy of them all while he just wants to make a profit off it. Like, that's all it is. Also, didn't Dev roleplay as an overweight lesbian during Gamergate? Yeah. So far with the Leaflet thing, they went ahead and changed server to 18+, only and kicked out all minors. Harmful opinion, taking a lot of stuff out of context, showed me I cannot take him seriously. Well, I mean, it's one of those of like, I don't know much about Leaflet. Like, I don't know, like what, I know she does like political shit. That's about as far as I know. I never watched. But like, isn't her personality kind of edgy? So I don't know why you would want, kids in your Discord, you know? It's like, that kind of is one of those things of like, probably could have saved a lot of headaches just setting it to 18+ from the get-go. Like, I get not wanting to be an asshole, but it's one of those of like, hey, this is meant to be like a serious thing. Like, fuck off. Didn't Dev get on Twitter recently try to do the thing of, yeah, pedophilia is bad, but, yeah. And she's react to her mostly. Yeah, set to 18+, make it members only, yeah. Save yourself so many headaches. Moral of the story is never trust anyone who says they're a soft boy, they're hiding something terrible in their closet, yeah. You like playing D&D? I like it, yeah. It is very fun. I don't watch her, but she's supposed to be in the news with, kinda CISO, I think. Any recent Berserk news? Still nothing. Dark Horse putting out a new volume, that's about it. Dev wanted to be Canadian Destiny and expectedly chased away almost all his fans and friends. Now it makes sense why he was hesitant to ban pedos from his server. Yeah, Leaf is actual libertarian. She did a classic libertarian mistake of the whole age of consent, not her, but her chat. Ah. Yeah, that's one of those of like, that's just an argument you don't touch. Like, you just don't touch that. There is no reason to. It only causes problems. Yeah, that's one of those debates of like, anytime anyone tries to debate that shit, it almost always just runs into, I am the smart guy that can do it though. I can solve the equation. And then they're shocked when they find out they were not in fact that smart guy. Because it's like, yeah, dude, there's some shit you just don't die on the hill for. Yeah, literally no reason to not have your Discord 18+. You absolutely should have known this. Yeah, Leaflet's kind of person who's soft at heart. As for the person saying she's pro AI, she's in the sense that AI will exist anyway and use it for menial shit. I mean, I don't really care if she likes AI or not. I don't like AI that much, but I'm not gonna be a dick about it. I've got a copy of Preacher today. Yeah. I don't support pedo shit, but how the fuck do you form that sentence? Yeah, Leaflet's basically Diet Kirsch in a non-shade throwing way. Yeah. Probably inspired by her. I know they're pretty good friends from what I understand. No argues age of consent, the French. Their academia legit tried to pass a law where age of consent was below 8. Yeah, male feminists are either dumb nice or degenerate gooners. The Embracer Group fired the Dark Horse CEO, wants to modernize RIP Berserk translations. How's the doggos? They're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good. You just don't get that Nick Fuentes saying the age consent's a feminist construct. It's just him having triple-digit IQ. Yeah, it's one of those of, like... that is one of the pillar arguments that whenever it shows up, it says everything you need to know about the person involved. You know, if they're doing the whole thing of like, well, when you think about it, doesn't it not make a lot of sense? That's a very, very good baseline to you're stupid and you're going to get into a situation where you cannot fucking help yourself. You will fuck yourself up in the future. Either intentionally because you did something that you thought you were too smart for, or unintentionally because you're a fucking retard. No two ways about it. I'm curious to look at non-retarded political stuff and laugh again, maybe play games, can't look at politics anymore. I've been saying for a while, a lot of people are just kind of exhausted of it. Yeah, Fuentes is a gay fed, yeah.
No.
Look, well, you're just not big brain enough to understand age of consent, yeah. French really do ruin everything. It was French philosopher who started the life is absurd, choose your own meaning horse shit. Yeah, devs admitted to being male feminist and communist in college. That's probably where the women hating thing comes from. Yeah, whenever Nick makes an age of consent as X comment, I'm really starting to believe it's to push his fans for false pedo charges, make them informants. Yeah, I'm willing to believe it. Oh god. Probably raised in my opinion. No, to me it's a very strict standard. You know, it's military age. Can you join the army? Well, there you go. It's like there you go. Now you're an adult. Like that to me is the baseline. I don't care about anything else. You know, if you can literally be trained by your country to fire a gun and go into a foreign land to kill people, you're old enough to have a wife and kid. I'm making no more video on Fuentes point out that Nick not believing in age of consent's a take he's been consistent on for many years. That's on 21's minimum age to drink and smoke. I don't really agree with it because, like I said, I think it should be 18, military age. You know, it's like if you're old enough to do this, which is way riskier and could actually kill you, you should have more freedom in that regard. I mean, hell, when you join the army, you're expected to drink with your buddies anyway. And 17's the age then? I mean, 17's the special exception of you have to go through a process to join at 17. So no, 18's fine. Like 18 is the general age of majority to the point of like it's fine. There's no reason to change it. I've never really heard a good argument in regards to changing it. It's always just amounted to, but it could be lower. It's like, well, I could have $1 million, but it ain't. Yeah, if you join in high school, they literally wait until you're 18 and send you to boot camp. Yeah. You can be drafted to die in a war, but you can't legally get a drink at 18. Yeah. Yeah, sailors need their grog. Laws are different between states, and that's getting into legalistic bullshit that doesn't really even matter to the extent of the argument. Because that's basically just, you know, lawyers in a room all henpecked at each other until they decided this. And so your squad mates usually don't give a fuck if you aren't 21. They'll just bring alcohol to the barracks. Yeah. Can I buy your comic digitally? It's up on Amazon KDP. So yes. It's also on Global Comics. And I'm getting it set up on Lulu. Which I have my third proof from Lulu, and it looks good. So I'll actually be able to start the reprints pretty soon. I like Fang's combat dialogue, yeah. Did I talk about the Cookie Bustles thing on stream recently? Yeah, someone brought it up yesterday. But not yesterday, Tuesday. 18, you're not old enough to drink, but you're old enough to serve, buy a gun, and vote. Yeah. Not on KDP yet? We're going over it tomorrow, remember? Well, I mean, it's up on KDP, but I can just update it. Like, that's what I really like with these services. You can just update it on your side if you want to. Because, yeah, I put up on KDP a while ago. I put up at the same time I put on Global Comics just because I needed to have listings for it up. Went to the local Barnes & Nobles. See the comic book section. Compared to the manga section, just made me sad. I think since when are you going to talk about Ruby Ridge and Waco? I think we'll talk about Oklahoma City bombing. I hope he talks about very obvious theory, yeah. I still fucking hate Sare for making people think Spec Ops is the line. Anti-America game, thank you, filthy French woman. When are physical copies ready? Coming. If you're talking about the reprints, like I said, I'm working on that this weekend. Because I have my final proof from Lulu back, and it looks good. Like, the issue of, like, the second half being before the first half is just a fluke for, like, the extra one they sent me, even though I never ordered a second one. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll order a third one just to make absolutely sure, and it came, and it's fine. So I was like, okay. You ever contact Rippa and see if he had Cyberpop part of his comic company? Yeah, I never did, because I don't... If someone brought it up, I don't remember it, but, I mean, that's actually not a bad idea. What's there about the Oklahoma bombing? That it was done to give the feds sympathy after Waco. At least that's the one that I know. Also, you notice comedies are always pro lower age of consent because in Utopia, power balance between kids and adults would be more fair. News, Dark Horse Comics, Mike Pearson, founder and CEO of 40 Years, is fired by Embracer and placed with a corporate stooge. Can't have shit in this world. Yep, damn it. I was watching Better Call Saul earlier, and my phone tried to default to the episode. I enjoy the Oklahoma City rabbit hole. Yeah. You know what's funny? Asking an AI platform about your YouTube name, and then they spot the exact same definition of alt-right anti-woke YouTuber. How's he pee in the robes? Yeah, sorry, said some putting off crap before. Woman moment, she's just a retard. Yep. And McVeigh AI priorities and collateral damage, simple as. Isn't the Ripper creator the one that made his own printing press since he has a similar problem as you did? Yeah. It's a pain in the ass. Every anti-red pill person says 18 are too young to consent and be considered an adult. What do you think about that? Yeah, that's stupid. 18 to me is the perfect age for it. You do not need to change it. It doesn't even need to be talked about. The problem is everyone nowadays is a fucking idiot and wants to be a kid forever or thinks an 18-year-old is the same as a 5-year-old. So it's like... Ever feel a disconnect between politicians and the people? They sort of say the people are stupid kids whose only purpose is to vote the man. The masters are somewhere else. Even the AI now knows to mention you as the Berserk guy. You go $5. One found grievance of which Senator and Congress live long enough to apply the Dragon Maid. Also, all female feminists are rapists first. No debates. What's happening in the story again? Pope is evil. We need to kill the Pope. Excuse having teen in the word 18, yeah, which is just stupid. Like, there's so much shit in society right now that basically just amounts to... This is the only retard... Like, this is the kind of retardation that can only come from educated men.
I'll deal with you.
It's 100% a sympathy ploy because immediately after more coincidental gun restrictions were passed, but besides knowing feds, they would kill their own kids. Yeah. No Discord server that's ungodly lefty, purely just to observe and poke at the terrarium tank. You're saying there's an argument to make to raise it like people live longer now? No, to me it's a perfectly fine age. People lived pretty long back even 100 years ago. It's just one of those of the average is skewed by how early, like how easy it was for people to die early. And the Pope became evil ever since My Brother in Christ was canceled. Don't kill the Pope, bro. Pope II appears and he's stronger and eviler. 7F13 good. Remember playing it back in Coop season, but I didn't really care to pick it back up after finishing moving it. It has charm. It has charm. There's stuff to it to enjoy.
I'll deal with you.
I applied to college once, but thankfully pulled out before I could enroll. Oral once said that some ideals are so ludicrous, only an intellectual would believe them. Yep. Yeah, ancient Roman proverb, separate warriors from scholars, so they should be led by cowards and defended by thugs. Yeah. My sister literally got stuck here and dropped the game. She never beat it.
I'll deal with
Not to mention the fact that coincidentally looks exactly like Timothy McVeigh to an uncanny degree. Yeah, childbirth was rough back then. That skewed the average. Yeah. Different topic, but I'm playing Majiro, Ryan, and Uma, and I wish they changed her design to have muscles, have her personalities that work out, so it can show on the design. We're supposed to hang that Pope guy because he was voiced by a guy who annoyed him in his one SWAT game, you know, before you lost his mind. I'm in junior college. It was fun, but hard as fuck. I'm stuck in Cali because it's kind of woke. Eh.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, 13's a good game. Doesn't deserve the bad rep it has. Yeah, it's for what it is. What's the Oklahoma rabbit hole? The conspiracies around it. I never visited Democratic People's Republic of California. I'd say 13 was ahead of its time. I mean, it does genuinely have some flaws, but yeah. It just came out in a very unfortunate time.
I'll deal with it.
Does lightning appear in Dissidia? Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, no, for a fact. Yeah, infinite mortality was higher. It was easier to die things like malaria, and there was a lot of deaths during childbirth, but if people could make it to their 60s, there wasn't a war or famine, yeah. Actually, I like 13. It was beat to death with fake issues of corridors like Rome. Most FF games back then were corridors. There's multiple theories on just Oklahoma. Yeah. It was a pretty widespread event when it happened. Like, a lot of people knew about it. Yeah, lightning is in Dissidia Duodecim, yeah. Our problems right now would be solved if leaders weren't pussies and just decided to declare another world war. We gotta trim off the Fab Gen Z. You kill the Robo-Pope, and then you have to sit through a whole Robo-Conclave by the Robo-Vatican for Phase 2. And what surprised me most is C-section is ancient. That was a new thing. Remember Lightning Returns? You could dress up Lightning in different outfits, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, Friday Friday, by the way. Hell yeah, hell yeah. It'd be great. Medic. Yeah, interviews of guys who were born like the 1850s, 60s, and 1950s on TV. Imagine going from horse and carts and muskets, Cadillacs, and machine guns. Yeah.
I'll deal with
You think Dead Season 2 is out? I have not watched it yet. Like I said, I've been going through Better Call Saul.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, 13 came out right now. They'll call Lightning a girl boss. To be fair, they called her that too at the time. Because that kind of was her character. Her character was like the one that had to tard wrangle everyone else. Son of a bitch.
I'll deal with you.
Ow. There we go. Better fuck Chuck or better bang Hank, which is the better spinoff? Nacho was a good dude. Sucks he couldn't get out. Yeah. Yeah, Lightning's definitely the straight man amongst the group. Yeah. Son of a bitch, Hope.
Thanks.
The answer is better fuel Huel. Yeah. Intro to the video, come and see, made the movie even more haunting than the song you put. Yeah, super good. When are we playing FF14 online? We'll do that next week. We played Resident Evil 4 on Monday, so we had to move it to today. For Final Batch Fulfillment, we're sending out a couple of books that didn't reach their destination before. If anyone chat didn't get theirs, now it's time to email. Yeah. I like my women, how I like my Panzer Kampfwagen, Tiger, also be full piercings. Yeah, lightning starts off as closed off an individual and learns to open up. Yeah. And Cookie Bustle things gonna involve more streamers and content creators to fight fake DMCA claims. Well, I mean, people fucking hate when it happens. The problem is the way YouTube is set up is just so hostile to the actual fucking person. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a claim on a video, if you have a claim on a video on YouTube, your only option is to ask very, very nicely about, hey, can you please let me have my video, to the person who claimed it, and that's it. And it's an intentional system. The system is intentionally set up that way because YouTube bent over backwards and spread butt cheeks to Big Corpo. Because Big Corpo is like, well, we want to milk this site for as much money as humanly possible. Ignoring the fact of, like, you know, that's kind of a really shitty thing to do, and the system is set up in a way to where people could just lie about being the owner because they don't have to prove it and claim something that isn't theirs, which has actually gotten YouTube in trouble before with the exact corpos they simped for. But there's not really anything put in place to where they could fix it because they don't want to fix it. Yeah, because they're losing to Viacom in the lawsuit. Yeah. They lost to Viacom, which is why YouTube Poops ended up dying. There was a bunch of shit that ended up just completely fading away and dying because of it. Eric also, you think Mike really hit Tuco's car? Was Tuco just acting crazy? No, Tuco was just out of his mind. You know, Mike just wanted lunch. Yeah, I get claims a lot for free copyright music, yeah. I like Better Call Saul. I'm not all that into TV series, but I binge the entire show in a month, even during my work hours, primarily to catch up on some of my friends like a complete jackass. I understand DMCA claims at all. Like, these companies can't convince me that they would lose a cent due to a song or movie clip playing in a video. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where it's only because of how much copyright stuff was being uploaded onto YouTube, because people do like movie uploads, show uploads, things like that. You know, I remember watching like some of the really old Doctor Who shit because people would upload it to YouTube, things like that. And that apparently pissed off, you know, Viacom, who owned a shitload of intellectual property because it's fucking Viacom. So they came in with a fucking hammer. Yeah, YouTube poops are still made today, but made much more niche. Yeah. Yeah, apparently Brandon Herrera just won. Yeah, fuck YouTube. They should give you better resources to confront the claimers directly. Yeah, like, there at least needs to be a system in place specifically to where they can prove who they are. You know what I mean? Like, they have to prove they are the copyright claimant before they go in and just swipe all the revenue. Yeah, people just post entire episodes of Family Guy on here. Yeah. Ironically, they're running into the exact same problem where there's just so much bootleg shit that they're not really enforcing. They know that I was listening to your Berserk Analysis videos while I was working out back in middle school, and I still love your content. Oh god, back in middle school. It's bullshit because even if a show or movie's bad, a video review making fun of it is a literal free advertisement. Yeah, it's fair use. It falls under the copyright exception of fair use, which is so long as you're using the property in a way that's transformative, like you're not just uploading it, that means that it is no longer not so much that's not enforceable, but so much that you can make your case, as in like, hey, I'm clearly doing something completely different with this, and it's supposed to be something that's understood. Well, the problem is, A, that's American law, and a lot of a lot of entertainment companies are supposed to say, like, I don't give a shit about American law, I want my money, so they're assholes. And on top of that, with it being an exception, you have to, like, get in their ear and explain it to them in the first place. So that's another issue with it. There's been multiple flaws with the system for a while. Transformative Corps don't care about that. Exactly. They do not care. You know, that's the big aspect to it. It's like, they're supposed to care. It's literally written into law. You have to care about this, and they just don't. And Transformer is a lower bar than most people realize, too. Yeah. And Japanese copyright law is very draconian. Yeah, Japan is one of the big countries where they don't give a fuck. As far as they're aware, fair use doesn't exist. That's why when the Berserk videos went down, I didn't even try to fight it, because it's like, it's Japan. They don't care. I could argue all day about it, but they do not care. And copyright shit's so broken, it literally made Cleo the copyright holder for UE5 and Monster Hunter. Yeah, it's an umbrella term where they can dodge, yeah. Best section of the topic is anime or any kind of Japanese property, because Japan does not give a fuck about American fair use and copyright law, yeah. Worst part is it's not related to them, and you're using music from an indie artist that won't claim it. Corpos can be dicks and claim even if it sounds similar. Yeah, it gets really bad. It gets really bad. They don't care because YouTube won't lift a finger to protect creators. Yeah. I feel like that one Pippoline mating press. I'm sure members in Japan have to ask permission to play the game. Yeah, it's like it's a whole thing they have to do. Irony when Japan is a huge convention where people make stuff using copyright characters. Yeah, Comic-Cat. Yeah, I made a Chud joke in the new season of Ted, specifically in reference to the OG movie, but I just know Seth knows his current meaning. I mean, back before they became lame and gay, Team 4 Star legit got me back in the DBZ, and then they ruined the dub scene. Favorite YouTube poop? I never actually watched any. It just wasn't really my thing. I was with it once, then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, and then what's it seems weird and scary to me. It'll happen to you. And not to mention how Japanese copyright law is inconsistent if the subject's from Japan or not. Almost as if, as Japan, we can use your stuff, but don't even think of using Enuma. Yeah. Who do you think got the Indian kid? Yeah, fair use laws, corpos, I don't care. Get fucking give me money. Yeah. To be fair, Comic-Cat, there are massive and unspoken rules that creators are expected to follow because no one wants the scene to get in with the bad side copyright owners. That is true. Robotnik's 9/11 special is a recent YouTube poop that made the rounds on Instagram and had me crying laughing. Yeah, still in disbelief where Nintendo forced YouTubers sign an agreement about YouTubers using gameplay footage of the game so they don't get a strike. Yeah. Yeah, copyright can smell my dirty farts. Yeah, Mr. Krabs avenges Pearl Harbor. Yeah, Hollow Girls need to make a whole list of games to hopefully get permission for one or two. Yeah, that's why a lot of them left. Because they specifically want the freedom to stream what they want to stream. Because it is a big deal. They are corpo, meaning they have to deal with corpo standards. So to them, playing a game is not just playing a game; it's an official advertisement for that game. It can bring a lot of traffic to the company. So, you know, there has to be a contractual agreement. Yeah, Comic-Con explicitly breaks the law, but companies don't crack down because of goodwill and gentlemen agreements about what they can do. Yeah. I was really like the Caillou YouTube poops turn to schizo analog horror halfway through.
Give it your best shot. Take down the enemy.
Yeah, JP audience is at high a lot more bootlicking than Americans. Pope kill Jill for good? What? Yeah, Tony dropped out of the race. Dropped off at the runoff. Brandon wins. There's some great King of the Hill YouTube poops too.
Thanks.
King of the Hill YouTube poops have to be some of my favorites. Still quote, "Start puffin', boy."
This'll be quick.
If you look at the description of all live streams, they state they got explicit permission from the rights holders to stream. Yep. A roommate and I make in-jokes for each Final Fantasy. For 13, Vanilla was comical and info, and Lightning was sexually frustrated, had no riz. Also, let's not forget about SOPA Pippa laws. One time, how time have changed from every user protesting that law. Nowadays, some users bang the knee over COSA App Accountability Act. Yeah. And Squish Film Inks and Mark 3611 made some of my favorite YouTube poops. Remember the whole thing Square Enix did with the Final Fantasy remake, where if you were streaming a review copy of the game, you had to label your stream as an advertisement. Yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, with the landscape the way it is, we pretty much are at the point where a lot of streams can just end up being advertisements. Where it's like, yeah, I mean, their sponsored streams are a thing. Okay, now he's being a dick.
This'll be quick.
I always remember that YouTube poop of Irate Gamer and AVGN fighting with the Smash Bros. Brawl HUD. I haven't seen it in years except for that small clip of Mush's Irate Gamer video. One of my favorite fix is the chapter start with a line and one play with lightning. Oh, do you love Raid Shadow Legends? I think I got like $500 from that. It was okay.
Thanks.
Hank's waifu and Bobby finally loses it, or YouTube poop masterpieces. Also, yeah, he's gonna be an asshole and just start spamming out heavy magic. So yeah, we just gotta keep ourselves alive. Which would be easier if Hope wasn't being such an asshole. Ah, there we go.
Just
Yeah, Bungie's banking on sponsored streams for Marathon. Yep. Yeah, I feel like such a new gen only playing online 14 and 10. Most annoying thing about Republicans, why are you so hellbent censoring the internet? It's not a popular opinion. No one wants it. Stop wasting everyone's time. Because they're rhinos. It's all the gay. It's all the gay. We need to be the bad guys in the 80s movie who want to rip down the rec center because we. How dare you want to win and not give a shit about things that don't fucking matter? Okay. Can you give your best blah? Yeah, dumb establishment plants, yeah. And not working on behalf of the people who voted for them, but working on behalf of the crooked scumbags bribing them, yeah. Like, every politician's been wanting the internet to be censored for fucking years. Try to feed everything I've got into. Oh, that rec center could be a sweet ski resort. Like that, all the super photogenic party members all grouped together. Lightning looks like she hates getting her picture taken, and Hope looks like he didn't expect it. One thing I remember from YouTube boot back then, people actually try to edit words that sound like they're saying something else, you know, before AI voices were a thing, yeah. Almost done leveling Pictomancer, and it's on the Black Mage, or taking a break and leveling up my crafters, I don't know. I'm hitting the point of, man, crafters fucking suck. Why censor everything? Information control. That's the whole point. If they can control the flow of information, they can control what people see. And if you control what people see, well, you have an absurd amount of power. And speaking of Mush, really hope he ends up making a video on Mike Matei. All the comments on his Aria Gamer vid questioning the picture of him and Inspector Gadget was funny. Fuck you, I tore down your historic ski center for modern rec center. Their design of a monster in Berserk, I mean, there's some really good ones. I always got to hand it to Rosine. She had a really good design and the actual, like, moth form. Yeah, I made my best friend Terry lose his job by revealing he cheated on his wife with a 16-year-old. We need to censor the internet. Yeah. Yeah, just play Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah. Eco $5. Rhinos aren't a thing. The Republicans will always control opposition. I mean, by the very definition of a rhino, rhinos are a thing. Like, they'll claim to be this political party, but in truth, they're all the same beast. Yay. Definitely think a decent amount of it, too, is they hate how much people openly mock them, and elites are incredibly shallow. Oh, yeah, definitely. That absolutely is a thing as well. When you take down the rec center, kid has multiple building code violations. No wonder it's still standing. Yeah, Rhino and Dino, yep. The Uniparty. Yeah, Deus Ex Human Revolution said the same thing, yeah. New gens must learn on Mike's cringe Inspector Gadget Minecraft video. Have views of yours have changed over the years? I mean, I'm just fully at the point of, like, I don't like anybody in a suit. I don't care. I do not care. Like, anyone in a suit's a fucking liar that is basically trying to get their money, you know, get your money from you so they can continue to wear a suit forever. He'll say whatever vocal key jingling he needs to do to get you on your side. If there's any, like, fastly skyrocketing, up-and-coming political figure, don't trust that motherfucker. That guy will either turn out to be controlled opposition or is, in fact, a complete retard that's going to burn out all of his goodwill in less than a year. People must know about the Loco Bandito. Isn't it Bandito Loco? Like Leon in his suits, wouldn't you? Yeah, so many assholes in politics with private interests. We could have been a utopia, yeah. Welcome to human history. I wear a suit to look good. You can at least talk to me and I won't talk to you like a cock. Before we call it the Uniparty, they call it the Washington Consensus. You can fight over culture issues and jingle the keys to the few pet issues, but on everything that matters, they agree, yeah. And Brian Herrera catching strays. It's a thing of, like, you need to feel the stray. It doesn't matter if I like you. You need to feel the stray. You need to know that feeling. Because that's what people think. People are sick of it. They're sick of the song and dance. You know, it's like, if you don't want to feel the stray, don't be the fucking guy they're talking about. You know, it's one of those of, like, people... a lot of these figures that do the crash and burn shit and do the whole, well, you owe me your support. It's like, no, motherfucker, earn it. Like, you don't get it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go.
Let them know you think they're fucking children in both senses of the phrase, yeah. I'm also the same as you. I just don't give a shit about politics anymore when everyone just fuck off, yeah. But people are addicted to it. We say over and over again, it doesn't matter, and people are like, no, but it still kind of matters, though. It's like, it doesn't matter. Brand at least cares about the average person and grew up a normal person? No, he has to prove that. Like, it's one of those of, like, it sounds like an asshole thing to say, but it amounts to you have got to prove that. Prove you're a human being.
Thanks.
Remember people talking about 2016 saying it was her turn, like presidency is a group that swaps out kids like playing Xbox? Yeah. I just want to grow up, but at this point my burgers got bugs in them. I didn't even know you streamed. I binged all your TV and movie reviews over the past month. Yeah. Something always made me wary of SFO when you talked about him earlier. I watched a few videos, but some about him made me think was someone who was pretentious and above others. Other skinwalkers among us. Hey, too many times been burned. Prove that you're the guy who changes things. Yeah. If the internet theory's real, the world's a lie. God dead. Vegans rule the planet. Charlie the Worms. Charlie the Worms. Well, it's not even like an unhinged thing. It's just simply pointing out what we all fucking know. It's like we already know at this point. It's like, with how many people have come in, made a career off just flat out fucking lying to people and run off with the money. It's like, no. You have got to prove that you're the exception because people's patience has run out, and just stop doing the retarded shit. If you actually mean to fix things, don't be a fucking retard and fuck things up for everybody, then run off with the money when you realize everyone doesn't like you anymore. If you ever drive any highway, after 6 p.m., you understand that everyone on the road has the same voting rights as you. Yeah, how many followers I can procure spouting absolute nonsense? Yeah. Yeah, Brand's got to prove himself now more than ever because he's elected. Exactly. It's not a matter of, like, you know, throwing a stray out for the sake of throwing a stray. It's saying if you fuck this up, you are ruined. Like, it's not a game where you can come in and play. You have got to be completely serious with this. What was your favorite game on PS4? I mean, there was a lot of really good ones. I like Persona 5 a lot. AK-50 dude actually got elected, supposedly. Walk around for miles every other day. My legs are so worn that a light mistake with my footing will make me fall on my back. What does that indicate? Probably drink more water. I can take money and running. How's Common Skate doing? Yeah, exactly. That's one of my big points to it. It's like, it's an actual serious thing people need to remember. And that, you know, if you just keep running away and stealing the money from people that explicitly wanted you to do things, guess what? You're not going to, like, A, that problem is only going to metastasize, get worse, and they're going to hate you for fucking things up. And B, you're not going to be able to do it twice. I know it's comedy, but It's Always Sunny said it best. You have to be no good low-life piece of shit to get in politics, yeah. Not female enough to his with a make sure to drink your water line. Rand primarily went to a runoff with Tony Gonzalez, so we still have to wait. Your episode of regular show? I liked the zombie one. That was fun.
You will taste agony.
Yeah, I finally got around to playing more Infinite Wealth. In addition, I figured now was any good time to watch Generation Kills. They ran conflicts happening. I hate personally don't like driving. It's weird by a big river, but ferries aren't really much of a thing. Probably because my state spends all its money on stupid crap no one cares about. Doesn't have to win against the Dem to get the seat, though. I think so. And one where Skips kills Rigby is my favorite. That one's good. Brandon fucks up, then all his pasturing about how much he hates feds and nobody stands up for the little guys. All bullshit means nothing. Yeah. That's the stakes at play. Like, that is the stakes at play. Brandon, to be fair, Shoni does carry and he still has to prove himself regardless. Yeah, It's a thing of like, no. If he wins, he's reset to default. Like, you've got to prove it. Like, you cannot give him a special favor. Too many guys before him got that special favor, and what happened? You know, it's simply the thing of like, it's acknowledging how much time has passed and how many times we've been through the song and dance. Yeah, FF13 boss become damage sponges. They get hella health bars, yeah. Yeah, our muscles Rigby through the table, yeah. Look at Dan Crenshaw, exactly. Next episode of regular show where Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson eat some crazy hot sauce and when hallucinogenic road trip and the song Mississippi Queen starts to play. I won the Republican vote, but now I have to win against the Dem vote to get the seat. Yeah. Mom did like the new Superman. Wasn't as handsome as the old one, she said. Yeah, I still thought the movie was good. And Clash say it best by believing this, and has been tested by research. He who fucks nuns will later join the church, yeah. Look back at Jimmy Carter's funeral. Trump and Obama were talking to each other like friends, all performing shit. Yeah. For love God, I hope, heal. Your job is to heal. Why do you not heal? Favorite regular show episodes are the first Baby Ducks episode, viral YouTube episode, Buff Rigby episode, the Christmas episode, and the Prank War. One of my favorite regular show episodes would be the one where Mordecai, Benson, and Rigby end up in a Japanese game show. I honestly think the wings and soda are actually just beer and liquor in regular show, but are just drawn to be that way for censorship. I mean, that's explicitly what it is. They even kind of reference it more than once. Everyone making fun of the new Green Lantern show because the costumes are brown. To be fair, they're the Green Lanterns. Make them green. Yeah, ShamWow guy lost his primary. Yeah. Has been losing election to a man who shoots White Claw cans in the woods. People can fuck nuns. Remember someone said to me the only sociopath that have the ability to become famous? Same applies to politics. Yeah. Ow.
Thanks.
Someone just Deathquan clogged the toilet. Much as I thought the first final season regular show was okay compared to the rest, at least it was better than Adventure Time's final season, 100 times better than Steven Universe. Yeah, just like if you watch that trailer not knowing the Green Lantern show, would you even be able to tell? Yeah, they got a soda from 1980's Olympic. That shit gotta be more flatter than the fucking airport runway. Like, even with the beer allegory, it's like that would still taste like dog shit. What's the most annoying writing trope to you? For me, it's the active audio log with the protagonist in obvious danger, but still writing. I broke my leg writing from Xeno. I can hear it coming. I always hate the if I kill you, I'll be just as bad as you. Like, there's exceptions where it works. Like Batman, I think it's fine. Spider-Man, I think it's fine. But so many times there's like an action movie where someone actively killed their way through an entire building to get to the main bad guy, and only then do they hesitate. Where it's like, no, don't cross that line. It's like, so the other guys had to die for what? It's like, if you killed, you killed. That was it. It's over. It's like, fuck it, you know? Lines crossed. Forced second act misunderstanding. Yeah, that one can be kind of annoying. Green Lantern shows, looks like it's going to do Surf Dracula. Going to be a bunch of setup going for the last minute to actually give you what you want. Unnecessary redemption trope, Cop Steven Universe. That one's also pretty bad. Like, that's only bad if they don't actually take the steps to redeem a character. Where it's like, hey, they have done bad shit. And there needs to be an attempt to show, because like my definition of a redemption arc is whoever did the bad thing legitimately suffers and is like, I know what I did is fucked up and wrong, but I can't let this happen, and are willing to die for it, you know, something like that. You know, I think Berserk is actually kind of a really good example I'm talking about, where when Guts has his, you know, Black Swordsman part where he goes and becomes a fucking animal and a lunatic, his redemption arc is legitimately fucking grim, but it ends up being very, very positive in the end. I hate fake sympathetic villain. That's also pretty annoying and gay, where it's like, having a backstory for a villain is not a bad thing at all. The problem is the fact of there's that point where you can tell they think they're so sympathetic, and it's like they're not, though. Let's immediately redeem the main villain on the final 10 minutes of the show and have all the characters' development happen off-screen during a time skip. That's what 2 should have done. Straight up Spec Ops, a line reference where at the end you get the reveal Abby was already infected and your entire quest was all for nothing. Yeah. Like she died on the way back. Yeah. You know, have a reveal that, you know, it would mean restructuring the game, but that's fine because the structure in Last of Us 2 is dog shit anyway. But like, you find out all the Abby segments were before they even went to kill Joel. I think Abby suffered enough in Last of Us 2. No, nowhere near enough. Like, yeah, she got kidnapped by the slaves and crucified, but that's nowhere near to the level. Like, you need a scene where she is basically given a mirror of what happened to her with Ellie. Post killing Joel, because they try to do a thing of like, oh, well, isn't that basically what happened when she saw her dad dead? It's like no one gave a fuck about her dad. You know, the dad is the plot device. The dad is the, I will go down the path of darkness for revenge in order to do this. But you needed something else in the story that explicitly was, you chose the path, now you get to feel the consequences. You know, that kind of thing. And once again, the game tries to do that with her friends, where it's like, well, she watched all of her friends die. It's like, but we never cared about any of these people. You know, there was never anything that made it feel like these people were enough for her to have that same sting. You know, it's kind of like the Saints Row remake, making such a big point about the boss is scared that his friends don't like him. It's like, dude, you're... What? This is the kind of shit you expect from like a high school thing, not like a thing with adults and life and death stakes. I think because of Rebecca Sugar getting hired to work for Adventure Time, because somebody at CN liked her porn, so reason the current state animation shit.
Thank you.
I think it's well and truly the point of no return for a villain's redemption. I usually have my golden rules. Like if they intentionally kill a kid, if they torture a beloved character, if they rape, you know, something like that, where it's like a very obvious like I am fucking evil moment. Yeah, boss of mass murder with middle school mentality. Yeah. She was Last of Us 2 could have at least been saved if they just didn't hold back, keep it to 2 people going to the point of no return to get revenge. Yeah. Plus the little screen time we get of Abby's friends show that they're all petty assholes who enjoy making people suffer. Yeah. Yeah, Griffith it. Yeah. Yeah, one of them was pregnant, but she didn't even care about keeping the baby safe in the first place. Yeah, they kept having the pregnant chick go out on missions, and it's like, you clearly don't give a shit about your own life. Yeah, if they wanted to sting in the Abby part, they could have killed the bald trans kid. He's the only character close enough. Yeah. Because they killed the sister, and the sister death is just frustrating above anything, because it's like, well, then that entire side quest that was like 5 or 6 hours straight to get her medicine for her arm is now fucking pointless. The whole revenge is bad thing doesn't really work when the person you're getting your revenge on also got the revenge, but they're not punished. Yeah. You know, I'm a very... You know, I guess best way to describe it is like, I'm a very Old Testament kind of person when it comes to shit like, you know, revenge and justice and things like that, where it's like, there needs to be an acknowledgement of what exactly the cost of all this is. You know what I mean? Like, there is a literal scale you can weigh this on. Like, once people start dying, that's a specific weighted action that needs to be addressed. Yeah, character have redemption arc can suffer for their redemption, but at the end, at least to me, the redemption must be earned and suffering has to end. Yeah. Abby went on a big side quest, get medicine so the sister can keep her arm, then she finds out she was too late, lost the arm, then just dies a minute later. Yeah.
We can win if we stay focused.
I wish I had killed Abby after everything she put Ellie through. Abby should have not gotten the chance to walk away. Yeah. Senator's whole backstory in Ruby just makes me hate her more. Oh, woe is me. I killed literally everyone just because the guy who tried to help me lied once. Yeah. You know, and shit like that where there's no comprehension behind, like, how bad something really looks to other people. Once again, that's why I love Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad so much, because that's the entire point of those shows. The entire point of those shows is watching people either redeem themselves or fall into evil, and it actually cares about acknowledging criminal actions versus the mentality of normal people. Lines usually if they intentionally cause horrendous suffering to someone who did nothing to deserve it, and they did it purely for the pleasure of doing the act. To me, if you do everything right for your redemption, not a single person believes you're redeemed, then you did the redemption arc wrong. I mean, some people just never believe that you're deserving of it, you know? It's not about how other people react to it. It's about the fact of, like, you know, were your actions benevolent enough to offset the balance? And yeah, there's some shit where you just can't be redeemed. They can try and they can die trying, but it's one of those of sometimes you just don't. Sometimes you just lose. Or showing that side of them as finally coming out and having the outlet to release it. Yeah. That was the prick spacing myself to get. That accounts by Amphibia and the Owl House popularizing the Western Easy Guy trope to Twitter training crowds, ruined my perception of the Western Easy Guy. Like your alternative story, Joel's brother hunting down and killing Abby's group, it's an actual subversion of a story about having Ellie not being as important as she thinks she is. Yeah. What gets me about Abby and her friends is no matter how quirky they try to make them, they clearly enjoy hurting others. Meanwhile, Ellie and Joel do it to survive. Yeah. Are you standing on characters getting redemption when they did evil and able to control themselves or mind controlled? I'm fine with that. Tojima as a common writer has a lot of moments like that where a character is explicitly brainwashed and they're broken out of the brainwashing and they're able to be like, holy shit, what the fuck did I do? Make a Rear Eye Last of Us 2 is fantastic. Yeah. I understand some people still won't think they're redeemed, but if absolutely no one thinks so, then I consider a failure redemption arc. If you're talking about like reaction to Abby, yeah, no, because she wasn't redeemed. Like there's nothing that happens to her that feels poetically tied to what she did.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, Winter Soldier's an example. Yeah. Yeah, Kefka poisoning Doma Castle is a good point of no return moment. He was a goofy clown until then. Now he's a monster and he hasn't even destroyed the world yet. Yeah. No Persona tonight. We played Persona last week, so we're playing FF13 tonight. Yeah, kind of person that committed rape be redeemed in a story. Yeah. I think it would be extremely difficult, but not impossible. But it's one of those of doing it right requires so much to go right. I'm talking redemption arcs in general. I mean, like, that basically just comes down to the quality of how you do it, you know what I mean? Like, the people's reaction will just depend on the person, because some people will think a guy killing another guy once is more than enough to be like, oh, nope, you're a murderer and that's all you're ever going to be. But, I mean, there are situations where it's like, it just depends on how good you do it. And the Sergeant Hatred count, he can count. I mean, granted, that's more of a comedy thing for jokes, but, Well, if Wild apologized for what he did and started working for the church trying to do good, would he be redeemed? Do you forgive him? See, that's way too simplistic of what I'm talking about. Like, Because Wild is very over the top to the point of like, no, he's meant to be irredeemable. Yeah, because you're dealing with a violation that causes not only physical damage, but also mental damage. Yeah. Do you own a 3D printer? I don't, but my brother does. As plot Don't Breathe 2, the main guy was a villain in the first movie, and they made it clear he's a rapist, but the second movie is about him sacrificing himself to save his daughter. Yeah. Even then, I wouldn't argue... I would not argue Don't Breathe 2 did it the best. I love the final episode of Better Call Saul because it feels like Jimmy actually takes his first step to redemption, but still everyone keeps saying Chuck's right and Jimmy can never be redeemed. Yeah. You know, it's like... Better Call Saul, to me, is a great example of, like, taking a character that is very, very flawed, and actually has more than a few moments where he goes to a level of, like, dude, you almost fucked yourself straight to hell. But he's able to, in the end, at least how I viewed it, get himself on the right track to, I think he'll be okay. Can a Frenchman be redeemed in a story for being French? Yeah, none of the apostles are supposed to be redeemable. They sold their souls to demons. They already went past that. Yeah. And find out Sergeant Hatred's pedophilia was actually a side effect of Super Soldier Serum they used on him. Does soften him up to the audience. Yeah. I fully blame Chuck for half the shit that happened. Well, I mean, yeah, they do make it clear, like, Chuck really did do a lot of fucked up things. Yeah, I feel like Chuck did not help Jimmy, yeah. Simonsen's video on Don't Breathe made me laugh, especially when the turkey baster narrator asked, why is it leaking? Don't answer that.
New strategy.
Yeah, they kind of walked it back with Hatred when they revealed his Chomo tendencies were his old Super Soldier Serum, yeah. Could an over-the-top evil character ever be redeemed? I mean, there are examples, but like I said, you have to do it very right. You know, it's not something of like, oh, here's Chuck McRapist. He rapes all the time, and be able to just bullshit him saving the world one day. It's like it's a very specific thing you have to do. Yeah, there's a way to make a villain irredeemable yet sympathetic. Yeah, Resident Evil has that multiple times with those monsters where you just feel so bad for them because they're victims. Yeah, could Voss from Far Cry ever be redeemed? Well, Voss never wanted to be. Like, Voss liked what he was. Another trope that's been ruined due to overuse, thanks to one or two franchises that love villain side backstory when they die. Looking at you, My Hero and Demon Slayer. Yeah, Jimmy would be an okay lawyer if Chuck guided him how to be a good lawyer, but he didn't do it because he wanted to be seen as superior. Yeah. Yeah, Chuck didn't want Jimmy to be anything as a lawyer. Jimmy should have been a mail boy because he can't be trusted as anything else. Yeah. Ironically, which has solidified the mentality in Jimmy's mind to just always cut corners. What you learn from muscular women? I've seen characters who are muscular as, if not more than Abby, yet the more feminine sides balance it out. My line is She-Hulk. If it's anything more than that, that's the Hulk I don't like. Could Pagan be redeemable if, as he had really had a point on the Golden Path and actually wanted to warn Aja about what he was doing? I see, Pagan's like in a weird situation where, like, I wouldn't even argue he's a villain. He's the unintended antagonist because if you look into what he was doing, he was right. There's several examples of writing a villain being sympathetic yet irredeemable. The entire Lost Children arc. Yeah. I'm gonna hit the sack or at least try to get some sleep. Afternoon coffee was a bad idea. Take it easy, all. Good night. Yeah. Yeah, no way from Dory. Dora was an example of a very muscular woman who's still hot. Yeah, it was both tragic and ironic how Chuck's perception of Jimmy was absolutely correct. Yeah. Jimmy was easily influenced by Chuck and was so close to where Jimmy could have been a good guy, but not straight and narrow, but better than he was. Yeah. I think he absolutely would have still been a controversial lawyer. But there's a difference between controversial and doing what he ends up doing. Like, hell, all the times that Chuck fucks Jimmy, and he ends up, like, making him desperate is when Jimmy would double down and get worse. Because ironically, like, when Chuck was nice to him and let him work in the mailroom, that's when Jimmy was the hardest working. Like, he actually did a good job. He actually learned what to do. He in secret, just to impress his brother, got his law degree. You know, taking years to study in between working, you know, and actually earned the degree. You know, it's one of those where whenever Chuck was actually supportive, that's when Jimmy was at his best and willing to do the right thing. It's when Chuck did the whole, oh, you'll only be slipping Jimmy. That's all you're ever going to be. That's when he's like, all right, fuck it, and that's who I am. I say Tony Montana was a good sympathetic villain. His one redeeming quality was his, Bra's downfall. No congratulations for his deed. No way out, just betrayal and death. Yep. Yeah, difference between Johnny Cochran and Saul Goodman. Yep. Yeah, difference between criminal lawyer and a criminal lawyer. You've seen Ready or Not? Yeah, it's pretty good. Cheerleader's golden path went to either revitalize Karat's economy with drug money or prop up a literal child as religious and political leader.
Thanks.
Yeah, Marley was right. Fuck Eldia, whatever the people of paradise are called. And the way in the manga isn't even as brilliant as her anime counterpart, but the anime version's still fine. Love her librarian outfit.
Nothing personal.
And Chuck's prime example of just because a character isn't a criminal doesn't mean they can't be a massive piece of shit. Yeah. Well, the fucked up thing is, like, because of what Chuck did, he completely ruins any kind of friendship that Howard could have had with Jimmy. Because that's the thing watching the show again, where you get the full context. Like, the saddest part is that Howard genuinely liked Jimmy. He wanted to be his friend. That's my opinion. Chuck is irredeemable after he chose to not tell Jimmy about their mother's last words, asking where Jimmy was. That was fucked. Yeah. Yeah, Pigman wasn't a villain. The Golden Path were the real evil piece of shit, manufacturing, distributing opium, instituting child marriages. Yeah. My hero says certain villains can be born from tragedy, but your actions what matters. Yeah. Yeah, right after Chuck says don't bother being in all this pain. Yeah. Damn it, I couldn't read it.
Keep the enemy off balance. Pathetic.
Yeah, what character do you think is the closest to being crossing into being irredeemable without actually crossing it? Game of Thrones has a few of those. The Hound gets close multiple times. Yeah, Jimmy worked hard for it, but Chuck always belittled it because he got online alongside other things. Yeah. Yeah, let Pagan escape and kill the other two. Yeah. Yeah, Howard didn't deserve to die. The man was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy may have turned to a monster, but he's a monster that could have been easily prevented if Chuck had supported him. Yeah. There's more than a few scenes in the early seasons where Jimmy genuinely does the right thing. And Token from My Hero could potentially have been redeemed, but she definitely would have been in prison for the rest of her life. She ended up surviving the final battle. Yeah, sure, he beats people, follows orders, and kills the blacksmith's son, but he doesn't do anything that fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, the Hound generally deserved better than he got. So all context came to light following Chuck's death. Howard was essentially doing Chuck's dirty work. Yeah. That's the fucked up part of it. Yeah, not Jimmy, not our precious Jimmy. Yeah, villains like El Sueno and Ghost Recon Wildlands. He's an irredeemable villain, but he won't lie about what he's doing. He turned part of Bolivia into a narco state. Could an Indian scam caller ever be redeemed? Now, Battle Angel also does a good job of humanizing the villains. Grand Kishiro does it right before, after, during them dying horrifically. Now, Hound straight up kills a kid with it being argued the Hound did prevent the kid from being tortured. Yeah. Togo basically said, I'd rather die saving you because I'm dead anyway. Yeah.
Time for another approach.
Yeah, El Sueno was an asshole. He defecated in a sunroof. Let's look at the Jackal from Far Cry 2. You first hear him, they make him out to be a violent man like Hertz. He's a trafficker in all forms, a smuggler. He is, but then you find out why. Yeah. The redemption of a villain doesn't regret what they've done and just accepts they lost. That's not really redemption then. That's just them. That's them being a good loser. You know, that's where you get like Neil from Heat, where he never wanted to turn himself in, but when Al Pacino shoots him at the end, he's like, "I told you, I'm never going back," and he dies with a smile on his face. No excuse how Jimmy acted in his younger days, but Chuck being so venomous to him when he was trying to clean up his act wasn't the answer. Yeah, and that all just comes from the personal vendetta he had with him ever since their parents' store closed down. Look at the Jack from Far Cry 2, yeah. One of the humanizing characters and synonymous making them sympathetic. No, you just make them a person. Ever seen a nice sitcom, Northern Exposure? Really funny fish out of water comedy about a Jewish lawyer thing he's being sent to Sicily, but gets sent to Sicily, Alaska. That's the reason I like the Hound. I wouldn't even go so far as the Hound would probably be a good guy. Even went for the fact that he was raised right beside the mountain. He was a monster, yeah.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Plus, El Sueno tried to hire the Ghost to work for the cartel, even after you took down some of the big leaders. Mocast Game of Thrones starts laughing in the end scene with a fade out, yeah. And Chuck was very human. He was also a spiteful piece of shit who ruined his brother's life for pathetic reasons. Yeah. There's multiple scenes where you feel bad for Chuck. Where it's like, God, man, if this just went a different way.
Let's get this over.
Yeah, Dodge is an example of a good loser. Yeah. I find hilarious about a box set of the Ice and Fire books during a store closing. Said I'd read it when the next book comes out. That was a decade ago, George. Yeah, Major died with a smile after Integra shot him. This occurred after he unleashed Nazi vampires on London and vicious murdered millions of people. Are there any villains you think had the potential to be redeemed but just never got the chance to? I'm sure if I thought about it a little bit more, probably. Usually I'm pretty okay with when a villain dies. I always thought the concept of evil demons seeing the error of their ways, desperately trying to be good and earn their redemption very interesting. Not in the Has-Been Hotel way. Very hard to write. Path of the Righteous has a character like that where there's a succubus that becomes a paladin and is genuinely trying to redeem herself. Yeah, I like Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, but it's a shame it doesn't focus on the main story and just finish it. I think High Honor, Arthur, and John were able to find redemption in the end. I'd say so. It's like the House Evolution of One Punch Man. They assume themselves to be the strongest in the world, but Saitama defeats them, so they become chill guys who don't stand a chance. Yeah. Yeah, Devil May Cry is a genuine example of a demon redeeming himself, and it's the entire backstory and plot of most of the games. Yeah. Yeah, Dooku was right. Dooku was also fucked it up, yeah. Yeah, Demon Seeing the error of their ways, the main theme for Demon Slayer was a few exceptions because Muzan's a completely irredeemable bastard. And it's called Path of the Righteous, yeah. Yeah, Babylon 5 had an interesting redeemed villain. Alondo unwillingly sold civilization to the devil, and after realizing his mistake will doom his people, he tried to undo it. And Dante never did anything wrong. They're talking about his father, Sparta. I don't know how Dante sorted out Trish, the lucky bastard. I'm finding the Fraser hated because they monopolized a toll booth. And the question of good, bad morality, I actually like the theory that Infamous 1 ends with Evil Cole in the sequel as him being a good guy. He called it Demon Empire City in the sequel. Yeah, Virgil also did a handful of things wrong, too. I mean, Virgil was just straight up a bad guy for multiple games. And the moment where Chuck tells Jimmy he never married him in Season 5 levels of cold-blooded, yeah. Well, the saddest part about that is that's not long before Chuck kills himself. So the way I kind of viewed that scene is that's Chuck just basically burning down everything in his life before he killed himself. Like, if he's gonna lose, he's gonna do that classic push everybody away thing, And he's going to say the worst possible thing to make Jimmy go, fuck you, I'm never talking to you again. Not just Chuck, but look at Obito. Wouldn't have become a villain if he didn't arrive at the most inconvenient time. Didn't Sparta sacrifice himself to protect his family, though? I mean, he became good, and that's why he fell in love in the first place. Yeah, demons and Demon Slayer, even if redeemed, still go to hell. I think with Virgil, while he's a bad guy, he's not completely evil like Arkham was, and still has some honor to him. Yeah. I didn't like how Ducat ended or how his second command ended. Garrick was the best blow. His arc is awesome. Helps the actors really enjoyable. Well, DMC had to have Sparta and his wife die because of the Japanese creation, so all parents die. Yeah. Virgil, Tree of Might, the planet. The fruit he ate was made of oceans of innocent human blood. Yeah. Alright, I found her, and her name is Aru Chalet, the Paladin Succubus. I'm not gonna lie, I like her design. Yeah. And Virgil got a ton of people killed multiple times. Yeah, Venom was redeemed, yeah. Oh shit, Zidane Tribal's new JPVA for the new City game was announced. Romy Park, Edward Elric. Oh. That could be cool. Also, another demon that wants to be redeemed is Hellboy, and I know it might be cheating since he was raised by humans, but you know what? I'm still counting him. Yeah. Aru was generally one of the sweetest characters in Wrath of the Righteous. I had an idea of a succubus paladin, but she can comically keep getting the loot situation, much to her own horror. Yeah, Venom, Eddie, and the Symbiote never did anything Norman Osborn tier yet. Any Cyberpop news? Well, like I said, I got the final proof in. It looks good. So this weekend I was going to start the reprint orders. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Yeah, originally Venom was an intergalactic parasite that took over the host, but they changed it over time because comic book logic, yeah. When Hellboy tried pancakes, the moment Hellboy, Hell lost their grip on him forever. This is actually canon.
Thanks.
Speaking of Hellboy, was that reason one ain't good? Not 2019, the Crooked Man film. It came and went, it seems. A shame we'll never see a third Del Toro trilogy. From my understanding, it was okay, but you can tell it's very low budget. Nowadays, due to porn, Venom is a huge cock and fucks all the girls in Marvel Rivals. Yeah, New Dissidia isn't a fighting game, it's a Night Rain style game. Oh, it's gonna be weird. Aside from VG Cats, any other webcomics you're big into? I mean, there was like Penny Arcade. It's kind of impossible not to read webcomics and not at least be aware of Penny Arcade. And they had some funny shit. Yeah, Crooked Man film is good, like surprisingly good, but damn, you can tell they had a tiny budget. America tamed the son of Satan with pancakes. I remember Ron Perlman in Payday 2 joked about Hellboy 3 coming out soon as one of the pager responses. I think games can be redeemed. He faced his own guilt, killing his own wife, wanting her dead, and wanting to fulfill his repressed sexual urges. Talking about Silent Hill 2? Yeah. That's the point of the good ending. The good ending is he redeems himself. Because he fully admits why he did it, which is he loved her, but he couldn't see her suffer. I feel like people forget Eddie's still under the symbiote. You ever read early Penny Arcade? Shit's a fucking time capsule of the internet and gaming, referencing shit people forgot, like myths, uninstall or wiping your computer. Control Delete was a good webcomic outside of Lost. There were a few that I actually thought were pretty funny. Like, I liked the Grinch Who Stole Christmas one, where Ethan beats the shit out of him for trying to steal Splinter Cell. That one I actually remember liking. There was a Resident Evil 4 one that I thought was pretty funny, where like Leon grabs one of the chicken eggs, like, man, I don't have any herbs. I guess I just gotta do this. I mean, okay, he eats it. Then he have like a report about how he had food poisoning and couldn't rescue Ashley. I actually remember liking that one. That one was pretty funny. James does the good ending. He takes care of the little girl as a final good thing for his wife, as she wanted to take care of her, and he can be there. Yeah. And the only good Hellboy movie we ended up getting is the one on Netflix. Yeah, from what I've heard, Perlman basically said everyone's moved on. They're too old to do the movie. Yeah. I would say the purposes and consequences of character redemption. I mean, it could be a really good story. Man on Fire is fucking amazing, and that's a redemption story. Yeah, here's a real question. You think James Sunderland deserves redemption? I think he does. Like I said, the good ending reveals that he killed Mary for a lot of reasons. It wasn't just because, oh, fuck my sick wife. Who cares about her? Like, he legitimately hates himself for what he did. Yeah, Control to Delete a comic where they talk about a school shooter doing Fortnite dances surreal. Breaking news, Boundary Break has looked at what's on Grace's laptop in the intro cutscene of RE9's Reddit. Grace a Redditor, not just saying Redditor, she's a conspiracy theorist. My Hellboy hot take is that I really love Hellboy and the Golden Army. First one's good, but Golden Army is really fun. It doesn't get mentioned much, but Alita's adoptive dad, Doc Ito, might have murdered someone in Zalem, hence his banishment. He's a bounty hunter because he likes to kill. He admits it book 1, yeah. Which is funny when you watch the live-action movie with Christoph Waltz as Ito, and he's like, oh, I killed the guy that killed my daughter, and I felt no peace. It's like, oh, that's really funny when you know Ito from the manga. Where it's like, yeah, he kind of has a similar thing, too, of like, oh, revenge didn't bring me any peace. Like, dude, you do this because you fucking get off on it. Because you just like killing. Yeah, Maria ending is the only one where James the dickhead, yeah. Yeah, James isn't a bad guy. He just made a lot of mistakes, yeah. A lot of mistakes and just had really shitty luck. I understand people's feelings about suicide, religious or legal reasoning, but to have a person suffer just because you don't wish to give them relief is fucking awful to me, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ron still wants Hellboy 3. He didn't say they're too old. He'd say he's bitter because some of the creatives moved on when he wanted to finish it, yeah. Can't believe James deserves at least the chance for redemption. People that judge him as irredeemable legitimately do not understand the sheer psychology and emotional strain having, yeah. I'm just saying, next Resident Evil game, have it be Sherry, Ashley, and Gracie, even if it doesn't sell, the fan content be interesting. Yeah, if you look at the conspiracy Grace looking into, it's Mice on the Moon. I think you're looking at a different one, because the actual one is her posting about the Bakers. She's actually looking into the Baker incident, because the flashback happens 8 years prior. Yeah, 8 years prior to the actual game, so it would be 2018. So it's like a year out from when the Baker incident. I don't know redemption, but I like that they didn't say what Ed Delacroix and Arlen Bitterbuck did to get Death Row in the Green Mile. It made a more emotional impact with them. Yeah, Mice on the Moon thing is on the right side of the laptop. R10 Jill and some other hot chick kill Nemesis Prime. That's why he was so bad out of shape by Lita becoming a hunter. He doesn't want her to see her in the same light. Good thing he doesn't. He's not around when she hunts out in the desert. Yeah, James didn't make a mistake. He chose to kill his wife to end her suffering, but the damage to his mind was so bad he believed she wasn't dead. Maria was real. He had to face the truth. Yeah, redemption stories are important because they show that in spite of whatever flaws or mistakes you have in life, people can always aim for a better path. Well, I mean, then they're just good stories. Like a really good redemption story is generally a nice one. Aaron from AOT rushed the redemption arc for him, even though Aaron was basically forced to choose his people or his world who didn't care about his people and want them dead. Well, he doesn't even redeem himself. He just doubles down his retardation. We've talked about that before, but I genuinely think Aaron was a complete fucking retard that doomed his people to die because of his retardation. Young lady enters the room. Well, I've never been into a gal rough me up or anything, but what? Well, I wouldn't mind if she did. I think RE7 despite its flawed fodder enemies is my favorite RE. It's a perfect grindhouse game. It's got a lot of content. It's ridiculous. Love it, got. Yeah. So debate between me and my friend Iron Giant or Treasure Planet. I watched Iron Giant more. Yeah, Aaron proved to the world his race is dangerous. Yeah. Like someone like Angela be redeemed. She committed murder of her family, but it was out of self-defense. Problem is she doesn't believe she deserves to be redeemed and chooses to die in fire. Yeah, they made James' motives, selfishness, vague and open to interpretation, even for the leave ending. They have James say the truth is I hate you, etc., followed by Mary saying, if that were true, why are you... yeah, you kind of cut off halfway there. Yeah, if that were true, why do you look so sad? Yeah. Aaron unironically doomed his people, even if it was always inevitable. All he truly did was delay it at best. That's why I say, like, Attack on Titan's world building is dog shit. when it leaves the island, the world building just tanks into full on, like, oh, you didn't plan for any of this. Aaron Redemption was generally bad writing. I united the world against me and got rid of our only ace in the hole in the world full of people who wanted us dead pre-rumbling. Decided to get revenge. Eric commands $5. Okay, the real question, how many people did Grace groom to become school shooter domestic terrorists? And for some reason, every time I think about Aaron, my mind just redirects back to the Anne Frank. Yeah, I don't even think he even seeked redemption numbers. People, Titan powers are being used by Marley. They had no chance. They super did, though. Like, we talked about it before. There's multiple moments where Aaron went out of his way to sabotage anyone trying to find another solution. And we know he did. Yeah, Angela quite literally did nothing wrong. Yeah. I mean, like, she was perfectly justified to do what she did. It simply comes down to... That doesn't mean she's going to feel good about it. You know, you can do the right thing and still feel like absolute dog shit. Marathon just came out and only broke 50k players. Yeah, all Aaron had to do was kill off the entire royal family to prove to the world that rumbling could never be used again. Titans only already got power crept. The rumble was the only threat, dumbass. Well, like I said, that comes down to the problem with the world building, where the rest of the world was like over the top hateful towards their people to the point of like Marley themselves address the fact that they don't actually care that much and they just want the resources on the island. And their plan was just to exploit how over-the-top evil the rest of the world is. So it's this thing of like I said, it just turns into a whole thing of, if everyone is this batshit crazy, why not just have a meteor hit everyone? Just end it with rocks fall, everyone dies, because fuck it. Is this new Marathon have a single player? Is just extraction shooter? Why can't I just have my sci-fi APS single player? Why does all this shit need to be online? Money. Yeah. My wife watched AOT up to the long break and didn't want to watch the rest, so I told her the ending and she was upset at how stupid she thought it was. Basically, the story say Flock was right. And speaking of badly written stories, been replaying Fallout 4. Man, the story's fucking ass. Can't put my finger on why. Well, mainly because the story's barely there. That will forever be Fallout 4's biggest problem, is that the story's barely existent. World building was bad, however, in the world they did try peace. It failed. Also, it wasn't explained well, but they did kill them if he did seek peace. But that's what I mean. Like, the world building's dog shit. It's awful. There's multiple mechanics in that story where if you just took them out, it would have been better. He could have killed the royal family and threatened to use the rumbling, only to still end up being killed by his friends, so the Malian and Eldians come to an uneasy alliance. Ending was bad, but which Titan was your favorite? None. I like the 3D maneuver shit. I liked when that was the main mechanic. Yeah, Fallout 4 is mostly poorly written. Well, like I said, the story's non-existent. it was Minecraft with a sort of kind of plot. I don't know if Female Titan was your favorite. Don't fucking lie. No, I genuinely didn't like any of the named Titans. I hated the entire cast by the end. I talked about it before when I rushed through the manga. Where like I was shocked how little I fucking liked anybody. They were all fucking terrible by the end. Like, I hated Annie because she was a fucking genocidal lunatic. Like, they do that thing we talked about earlier where, like, Annie's a fucking genocidal lunatic. I literally laughed about all the people she killed. And then when she comes back, it's like, oh, don't you feel bad for her? Isn't she so pitiable? It's like, no, fuck this bitch. It's like, dear God. Like, removing the threat of the rumbling and partnering with Azuma Vito to carry further... favor with other nations, even though the exchange wasn't fair, it would have been the best way for peace. And Fall 4 stories, Sean. I'm the father of father. Yeah, Reze better than Annie. Yeah, correct answer to which Titan your favorite is the plant needs to die, even Mikasa. Annie didn't laugh about the people she killed. She only laughed after her cover was blown as an act of relief. She still laughed about the fact that she was a fucking murderer. Yeah, I feel for Isayama. Most people don't remember the bombastic moments in art, but how badly bro dropped the ball. Be interested in playing AOT video games? So basically, Dynasty Warrior likes. We get to use 3D maneuver gear. I played them, yeah. Stop watching. I found out Annie was joining the group and there was going to be mishandled time travel, yeah. Like one of the biggest issues with writing in Fallout 4 is that all the facts are mid as fuck, intentionally badly written just to glaze Brotherhood of Steel. And she used a soldier as a human yo-yo, yeah.
What could mere Lassie do?
Cocoon's nothing to you? You're gonna
Yeah. As Major Kusanagi Mallcat decided to pre-order, hell yeah. Yeah, I dropped AOTF Season 1. Ubiquitous hype annoyed me to the point I stopped, yeah. Welcome to Dairy. I liked all the Pennywise scenes, but there was a lot of dumb things. The military's master plan was retarded. To be fair, AOT dropped the ball explaining the time jumping part of it. Yeah, that's where it officially got to the level of, oh, so Aaron literally doomed his people to die for nothing. Angel from Silent 2 as a character, while I sympathized, I understood why she chose to die. She went through too much shit and could never face the horror herself. James had to save her. What are your thoughts on Space Godzilla being used in the next Monsterverse movie? Personally, I like the choice, especially as someone who likes Pipework Godzilla. Yeah, Space Godzilla showing up's always fun. It's always fun. And his father sucked. He also gets blackwashed, so he sucks even more.
This'll be quick. Give it your best shot.
Let's see if I was getting roadblocked by a Barton Dallas fight. This fight was fucking bullshit. Again, Aaron wanted to achieve his specific dream of freedom. He talks about that with Zeke. Grisha alludes to it after he kills the Rice family, and he didn't do it. He got himself killed, and he doomed his people to die. So... Congratulations, you're free to be a cuckbird forever, if that's even what you wanted. And the Freedom Titan can see the future. How come he didn't see this as the bad ending? Yeah, don't forget the thank you for being a genocide monster part. The part got memed on, yeah. From what guy was supposed to explain, he was jumping around different timelines, couldn't find one that didn't end with war. And even then, my big counter to that is, but he has the, what was it, the Foundation Titan, where he can literally jump back periods of time and control all Titans at all points. So it's like, no, you have every chance in the world to stop it. Like, he didn't want to. He talked about a specific vision in the future. He called that the freedom in a double-page spread in the first rumbling sequence. And I say that's bullshit because it's Aaron. He's lying. My entire counter to everything is it's fucking Aaron. He's lying. I found this random kid in the labs. Can I keep it? Insert RE pro tag. Angela's sort of the opposite of James. Both did things that can be seen as understandable. James was able to face what he did and come to terms. Angela simply gave up. Yeah. James also has a gun. Aaron's dumber. Dr. Manhattan, yeah. How's he lying? He's all by himself at that point. Who's he lying to? He's lying because it's fucking Aaron. It's fucking Aaron, and every single thing he does is part of some retarded-ass idea that when you think about for 5 minutes, like, you chose to do that. You didn't have to do that. It got to the point that, what's-his-face from Marley specifically plans on that. Like, my plan will fuck over Aaron so bad that he'll go along with it out of sheer spite. I assume Destiny is fixed for everyone, makes everyone, not just Aaron, become utter retards, and the universe demands it. Eddie said, fuck it, we shoot. Now, listen to someone too is, if you're going to face your demons, come to terms with the horror of your ideals and suffering, make sure you have a gun. I kind of liked when Zeke and his mentor see each other again, even if he still thinks life is suffering, the happy moment is what makes it worth living. That's the exact point he wanted. Something so bad he was enslaved to its pursuit and couldn't let it go despite the other priorities he had at that point. So, no, I just argue he's a malicious retard. Like, he's just a malicious retard. Aaron only sees the future through the eyes of the Attack Titan holder. Since he had no successor, he wouldn't be able to see anything beyond his death. And it sounds like Aaron was bound to his vision in the future, which is really lame because the whole thing was freedom. But now you call him malicious retards beside the point of understanding why he's doing what he's doing. No, he's a malicious retard. Like I said, it gets to the point where you have that whole summit meeting where Marley's like, we'll invite all these world leaders, Aaron will attack, and then we'll prove to the world that the Eldians are still evil. And Aaron does it despite knowing that if he just didn't do it, he would have won. Yeah, Willie Tiber fucked over all the Eldians for a cushy bourgeoisie position. Doesn't excuse Aaron playing into his hand. Could have easily declared peace in front of world leaders to kill them all. Yeah, Aaron could have made the Titans' hands comically large lollipops at any minute. Yeah, Aaron does have sheer spite, yeah. How they just declared war on them? Because the guy himself outright says if Aaron didn't attack, it wouldn't work, because the rest of the world didn't like Eldia, but they didn't care as much as Marley. And they hated Marley more. So, if Aaron never proved to the world they were violent, then they would have went, well, you're fucking Marley, we hate you guys, why would we ever work with you? It wasn't a subplot that other nation technology is going to surpass the Titans? Yeah, that's why the rest of the world hated them. How can you just sit there eating pizza and playing Final Fantasy? They literally proved to the world his race is dangerous and would destroy everything by doing that. Yeah. Yeah, Willie marred himself to kill Paradis. Yeah. He knew he would die. Ugh. Things explicitly said that Aaron's predominant personality trait is that he's erratic to an autistic degree, not even smart or strong, just hostilely incarnate. Yeah, Attack on Titan 2, Mecha Mechs versus Flesh Mechs. Why they hate Marley? Because Marley's also like a really violent imperialistic empire that conquers territory. Eh. How the fat guy from Lost can still be fat in a deserted island? Yeah, Marley's an asshole. Enough said. Yeah. Alright, let's see if any new equipment could help. Nope. Faith isn't bad. Yeah, Marley uses Eldians as bioweapons when invading other countries. Yeah. Yeah, Marley basically just used Titans while complaining about being abused by the Titans. Yeah. Which, once again, that's something that Willie himself is like, yeah, people will call us on our bullshit if this plan doesn't work. Once again, why Aaron's a malicious retard. Because if he just didn't do that, he would have won. Yeah, Marley's basically Umbrella. Damn it, Hope. Yeah, meta reasons, the Lost showrunners are always making new flashback scenes, and they needed Hurley's actor to stay fat to remain consistent. Yeah.
Thanks.
Brought that his primary objective was, and how his pursuit give up the pursuit of his other, no, more regular ones. And like I said, he's a malicious retard. Like, if his whole thing is, I have this very specific idea of what freedom is to me, then he's a retard. Because he just damned the rest of his people to die. It's like, okay, so because you have this very specific idea of what you think freedom is, all of your friends and all the people you care about are doomed to die. All I'm saying is Attack on Titan was more interesting with humans fighting the Titans, only with no politics. If there was an Eldritch God behind the Titans, it would have been peak. I understand both sides bad, but in this case, Eldians didn't have a choice to be bad. They never genocided other nations, got sold out by Tibers. Marley was always the aggressor. And like I said, Aaron fucked that up. Them going to war with Marley was not the problem. It's the fact that Aaron did literally everything possible to make the rest of the world hate them. And like I said, the whole world building with the world is fucking dog shit because they make it a point of the world so psychotically insane that the nation that feeds Eldian children to dogs is the nice one, quote unquote. Basically, it comes back to that classic thing of Isayama really wanted to do the rumbling and let himself get talked out of it, so now everything is just substantially worse. That's the point of it being commentary and his enslavement to his dream that other characters overcame, but you're not making a value judgment I disagree with. It was ultimately the end message. Blind malicious hatred will lead to mutually assured destruction. But then Isayama didn't go for it then. Isayama didn't get himself talked out of doing the rumbling. He had two sequences of the rumbling happening. Well, it's very obvious the idea was the rumbling would have taken place and the friends would have either died and Aaron would have won, but without all the people he cared about, or they would have stopped him before he got to the point that it did. And he didn't do either. I don't think they tried making Marley seem good, but to frame that as equal to Paradise and Eldians, no. Well, I'm saying, like, the state of the world in Attack on Titan is so viciously hateful towards Eldians that Marley, which is a nation that has government officials literally feed their children to dogs for fun, is seen as one of the better nations to live in as an Eldian. You have characters literally say that.
This'll be fun.
I did not do the latter thing you mentioned, because the idea would have been that Aaron didn't let them do it. Like, they actually stop and kill him.
Appreciate it.
That's why Gigant's the superior manga, big fat flopping titties and kaiju fights. Idea of Aaron winning would have been a better ending. He won but killed the rest of the world, including his own people in the process. So now he's left to wander in an empty world of corpses. What do you mean they would have stopped him before he started the rumbling at all? I mean, like, he would have started the rumbling, it would have gotten started, but then they would have jumped in and killed him. Have, like, the big, you're not going to drop the bomb fight. You know what I mean? Like, that would have been a better ending, because then it wouldn't have been as half-washed. Because when you have the whole, like, oh, I let you guys beat me so I can be the bad guys, like, that's retarded. That's just stupid.
Thanks.
Other countries are worse. Even the enemy soldiers don't want the Eldians to touch them. Yeah. Yeah. Eldians are kept in camps. The rest, if you were found to be paradisian, they would just kill you. Yeah. Yeah, Aaron could have literally have everything he wants handed to him on a golden platter, and he would still fuck it up because the person giving it to him didn't like his favorite song or something. It's retarded because he's actually lying and makes it clear to Armin what his motivations were midway through chapter 139. Well, that's my point. Yeah, all Aaron was just a lamer version of Tribal Chief Roman. Why does the world hate aliens? Because, what was it, like 500 years prior? 500, 200 years? Centuries prior, TM. Eldians were the ones doing all the evil enslavement thing, and we're like, oh, we're the superior ones, and we control the world. And then they got their ass whooped, and now they're like, oh, we're just small innocent beings, please don't hurt us. That was not why you brought the lie contradicted halfway through the chapter without bringing it up that he contradicted halfway through prior. Well, the whole point is he's a contradictory retard. It's like, yeah, he's just an idiot. There's people that are quite literally walking WMDs, treated like WMDs. Who would have thought? When you said the phrase, don't let him drop the bomb, you sleeper agent, activated my love for Power Man 5000. Yeah. You activated my trap card. Most characters are priority contradictions that they expressly have to address. Erwin and Rainer are two other major characters. They face the same kind of conflict Aaron does, and I also hated them. I'm not kidding when I say I hated the entire cast by the end. I did not like it at all. Yeah, 100 plus, basically Marley. However, their king wanted it to stop, so he sent everyone like them to the island, and Marley lied and said they beat them when the king did everything. Yeah. Aaron didn't let them win and become the world's enemy. He got cold feet, realized he majorly fucked up, and moped up the problem the most half-assed way he could think of. Yeah, Eldians went from being slaves to conquering land. They never got defeated. King Fritz stopped the war, making them sign a no-war pact. Yeah. Speaking of shit, world building, when's the Ruby video? It's been years. Yeah, Gabby too. I hated everybody. I really cannot express how much I just did not like the cast when the island shit happened. Like, when you got to the basement reveal, to me, that's where everything just started really feeling like it's railroading to this specific ending. And when you get to that specific ending, it's like, well, then everything about this is fucking pointless.
New strategy.
And not only that, like I said, it really tried to redeem some people that I was just like, fuck these people. Don't fucking redeem these assholes.
You looking at me? You looking at me?
Yeah, when Issey Yamase was inspired by Game of Thrones, we all thought he meant the books when it was in fact the show. Yeah, just say Annie, it's okay. Well, Annie's not the only one. Like, that's the thing. She's not the only one. Erwin and Raynor have the exact same problem. Erwin even worse so, because he's just flat out not even repentant. So it's like, then why the fuck are you alive? I hate the aliens because they're poorly written. I hate them for harboring a corruption of the human genome. We're not the same. I do have a question. My OT, if aliens were so terrible, why were they completely genocided being defeated? Now, what about Ymir and the Origin of Titans? Like I said, kill them all. Just kill them all. You mean Reiner and Annie? No, like I said, I didn't like anybody. I just did not like anybody. Yeah, Erwin and Commander of Survey Corps. Oh, God. Yeah, who was the name of the first Colossal Titan? Because I think I'm mixing up his name with that guy. Yeah, Bertold. Yeah, Bertold, yeah. He was the one where I was flat out like, kill this guy. Fuck him. Just kill him. He's useless. Get rid of him now.
On your toes.
Yeah, Armin should have died instead of Erwin, considering how dumb he acts. Yeah, spoiler, they did. Yeah, but after way too much time, I was like, no, just blow this nigga's head off right now. Yeah, Berto got his ass eaten. Like I said, after way too much time. Oh, he's a child soldier. Don't you feel sad?
Keep a cool head.
Yeah, what really made me hate anime back in high school, not because of not only because the sped kids who didn't know how to shower obsessed over it. Yeah, he got killed next time they meet after way too much time. I'm really not overselling how much I say. I just don't fucking like it. Everything post where I watched it in like fucking high school just got to a level of like, this is exceptionally annoying. Other characters who died, you hate them too? I didn't like anybody. Like, it's one of those where I was shocked. It's like, wow, the entire cast is just fucking dog shit. Yeah, quite the shame. I did enjoy the world building in season 1 and 2, then the rest of the anime happened. Just imagine, there are people who think AOT is better than Berserk. What did Sasha do wrong? She's part of the series. Like, the more I ruminate on the ending, the more I'm like, man, fuck that series, man. Like, none of the context makes me go, oh, that makes sense. It makes me go, that's even worse. Yeah, I like the concept, but it's slowly descended, yeah.
You looking at me? Appreciate it. You looking at me?
If you want to watch a good anime, I suggest Demon King's Daughter is too cute. Very cute anime. I've been liking Tojima as a common writer. We got Frerin. That's a good one. But Potato Girl, well, she dies anyway. If I don't like it, but at least know what you don't like. I do know. I do know. It basically just amounts to, I hate the characters, I hate the world building, I hate everything about this. This is fake conflict. Half this shit is written just so Isayama could get to the rumbling he doubled back out of anyway. Fuck this. That's family, by the way, pretty good. What's your opinion on Titans? Yeah, just kill them. I hear it would have been cooler if they turned the kaijus into creepy naked dudes. Well, them being creepy was half the point at the beginning. I still can't believe Titans were the result of a sentient spine. I'm fine with that. The whole cosmic horror thing is like, that's kind of metal. The way it actually spreads from them eating the one chick is pretty awesome. But like I said, just everything about it is just, ugh. At default, case 2, malicious retard by explaining how he misunderstood several details in the narrative and his characters. No, it's because Aaron's a malicious retard. It's like, there's no amount of context that makes me go, oh, Aaron had a point. It's like, Aaron's a fucking dipshit. There are multiple points where it's like, Aaron, if you just didn't do this one fucking thing, you would have saved yourself so much problems. Yeah, Attack on Titan's all because of a worm, yeah. Yeah, Humans vs. Titans were the best parts. Very unique concept, yeah. Yeah, Titan's Titan's got old pretty quickly, lost shock value. Instead of a hit cannon, then meteor came crashing to the planet, everyone fucking died. Yeah, multiple ways Aaron could have gotten what he wanted, but he has predestination, so he has to fuck himself over, yeah. But the Sigma edits... himself what problems we already established, what he wanted and why. Well, then that's the problem then. Like, if we know Aaron is just going to brute force the plot to basically be this one thing, then why the fuck do I care about anything he does? Because his brute force, like, I'm gonna do this thing, ends up getting all of his friends killed. Not all of his friends, his entire fucking people. Like, all of them are dead. I can't feel the same about Walter White watching Breaking Bad for the first time. I loved it. Every time rewatching it, I'm like, man, there's a lot of shit that didn't need to happen. Well, that's the whole... Ironically, that's the whole point of Breaking Bad, is that when Walt makes a decision to double down, you can see he makes that decision, and you're like, oh, that's fucking evil. But it never pretends he's doing the right thing or that he might have a point. Hell, the whole he might have a point is how he tricks you into believing it. Then you find out, oh, that's not even why you wanted to do that. Where's the third I don't care about the centuries-old Civil War? The Titans killed my family and I want them gone faction. Paradise enjoys uninterrupted peace until at bare minimum after Mikasa dies. The anime said to be 20,000 years later, and that's way too early. Like, realistically, the world would have been gunning for them. Because, I mean, they butcher 80% of the... 80% of the fucking world. So, obviously, when they immediately lose their Titan powers, the whole Armin's able to talk them out of killing them all is an ass pull, because in truth, it would have been like, hey, you know what we're going to do now? We're going to burn your fucking island from the face of the earth and erase you from history. Now you understand I had to poison that Mexican child. Yeah.
And so it ends.
Yeah, Walt could have walked away in the first season if they killed Crazy 8. Yeah. Doesn't that prove Aaron right? No, because Aaron's the one that caused the situation in the first place. Shocker, if you kill 80% of the world, yeah, no shit, they're going to go, well, motherfucker, we're going to kill you. Yeah, a guy went on a megaphone talked about how the rumbling was the fault of the whole world's heaping hatred and parodies as they're staring it down, they're amenable to peace. And like I said, that's bullshit world building. Like, it comes down to Isayama very clearly had to force it into a certain direction to the point that nothing made sense. Because how would a world that's already like, oh, we are itching for a reason to kill you all, just immediately going to go like, oh my god, I guess we can't anymore, after Armin proved they don't have the Titan abilities anymore. Like, that's the thing. It jumps around all these different reasons to force itself to this one conclusion, when if you think about it, it's like, that's not what would happen. Yeah, Rumbling should have been successful, have parodies be destroyed in the process, and everyone dies ending. Yeah. Yeah, most of the world saw Aaron's oppressors as the biggest threat. Aaron's a retard, yeah. Yeah, the difference between Aaron and Walt is that Walt's actually smart. Literally had no means to get to parodies. They had no ships because Aaron destroyed all the world's battleships and concentrated on Marley's coast. They had no airships. People that are pissed off enough can build a lot in a very short amount of time. Yeah, given the likelihood of history repeating itself if everyone was gone, it honestly might have been better for them to get scrubbed from history, yeah. Walter White did terrible things, but at least he acted intelligently given the shitty situation he got himself into. Not having control over all causality also helped him, yeah. It's kind of hard to invade parodies immediately after having 80% of your population stomped on. Took a few generations to make B2 planes get to parodies. Like I said, pissed off enough people are capable of fucking anything. Of what economy? Yelena told him to attack Global Allied fleet because it would tank Marley's economy and make them unable to wage to war or even get to parodies. Well, like I said, post 80% of the world is stomped. Economy doesn't matter. It's full-on anarchy. Like, that's to the point of, alright, so we're back in the Dark Ages. Let's act like fucking Dark Ages. Yeah, that's the Romans after they lost 2 fleets at sea when fighting Carthage. Yeah, Polynesians colonized the Pacific Ocean with canoes after a guy dipping his balls in the water for navigation. Bullshit, they can't get to the island. Yeah, Mike calling Walter out right before he gets shot is one of my favorite scenes. Yeah. Anarchy make it even harder to organize war efforts? No, because it'd be sheer concentrated spite. Like, if it was all the different nations nuked each other or something like that, where there's enough blame spread across the table to where it's complicated, that's one thing. Everyone can point to one nation and go, you destroyed us. And it's the entire world. Yeah, Walter only really committed to the meth game out of his pride. He's too stubborn and self-involved to accept Grey Matter's help, yeah. Aaron bought parodies at most 40 years apiece, maybe 200 years, before the new guy finds the Titan spine thing in the tree, yeah. Yeah, shut the fuck up and let me die in peace, yeah. I just don't get it. Aaron was a big Code Geass fan, wanted to do a Zero Requiem plan. His plan was way too retarded like himself. Yeah. Yeah, Japan literally went from swords to a full modern nation in 10 years, yeah. Pissed off enough people are capable of doing anything. Like how Aaron thought if the world sees friends kill him, it would have parodies be seen in a good light, despite the fact parodies caused the mess in the first place, yeah. Wasn't parodies that destroyed them, it was the Attack Titan. On top of that, they saw Eldians and Marlians fighting together to stop said Attack Titan. They wouldn't care. Like, that's the thing. They wouldn't care. All they see is Titan leading a bunch of other Titans stomping the world. They wouldn't give a shit if Eldians stopped it. They would have went like, well then why the fuck didn't you stop it before it happened? You know, history's fucking spiteful. Back in Dark Ages, wouldn't do shit because they can't do shit. It's like expecting Japan to invade America post World War I, not gonna happen in World War II. No. Because the entire world looks at them and goes, you caused this, I'm never forgetting it. You know, the exact thing that everyone kept saying we shouldn't do. I started watching the Darwin incident. I have not. Remember, parodies also has reason to attack and piss off. Pissed off. Underestimate the short memories of humans. People still argue about conflicts that happened 500 years ago. The fuck you mean short memory? The entire face of the planet changing from 80% of the world being genocided by one group of people is not something that's forgotten about. That is remembered for generations. The entire reason Eldians were hated in the first place is because how they genocided other people centuries beforehand. Like, they're not forgetting that. That's one of those where it's like, are you fucking crazy? Hell's Paradise Season 2 is currently running, yeah. Well, I finished Blue Eye Samurai last night. I enjoyed it, even though the MC is mostly a Happa throwing a massive tantrum. Yeah, Americans still argue about the Civil War. What was one thing Aaron could have done to do a better job? Not fall for Willie's bait. That's one of the like big examples of you chose this because you knew what you wanted to do. And criticizing Aaron for being a malicious retard, supposing that the same people who came to the realization from a major dimension of the cause for the rumbling would also be malicious retards. You want the witnesses of Fort Salta Bow to be malicious retards. They're all malicious retards. That's the point. Everyone in the setting is a massively malicious retard. Yeah, both sides say the same fucking thing. Paradise is pissed off about their race being killed when they try to be good. Both sides want to kill the other and have good reason. Yeah, people still argue about Rome. Yeah, Middle East been in war for thousands of years. People can't even remember why half the time, yeah. Eventually it just turns into people killing people. But when they stop because of things they saw and realize it's a problem, yeah, because they don't fucking deserve it. Like, you dedicated to it, asshole. You broke it, you bought it. Americans might still be arguing about the Civil War, but the correct answer to any argument about the Civil War is that men in suits were all the same sort of sons of bitches. I think Aaron's destiny is truly inevitable, or that just that his erratic behavior prevented any possible change. Oh, he could have changed it. Like, he could have changed it at any point he wanted to. He explicitly had the power to change it and didn't. Boer War, aka South African War, still a hot button issue over here, yeah. If I'm watching chat desperately trying to go, no, you just don't get it, and glaze a series that most people admit fucked up almost everything in the latter half. No, they didn't. They were mostly civilians. Well, then you're just talking about like a general group thing, because my point is like the cast themselves multiple times doubled the fuck down. Yeah, Aaron's the fucking villain. He could have stopped his mom from getting murdered. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, timeline Aaron didn't attack was the one he ran away with Mikasa. They killed everyone. Guess what? I call bullshit. Like, I just call bullshit. Knowing how much power Aaron actually had, the idea of like, oh, we have to attack or else we all die. It's like, no. No, you're fucking lying. You're lying and you're just a pissed off kid that wants to burn the world down. That's all you are. What's going on for 40 minutes? That might be better. Yeah, I looked at AOT up until they reached the sea, yeah. I think most people gave AOT less shit because of the animation. Say we will, but Studio Wit put in a lot of effort. Oh yeah, yeah, that's always agreed upon. If Studio Wit's working on something, they do pretty good with it. Okay, there we go. I know Mappa took over after Season 3, yeah. Let's go balance for her. I never got into AOT, just wasn't my thing from the beginning, so I'm very lost. Yeah, could have not fell for Willie's trap, could have partnered with Azuma Bito, yeah. Oh, they aren't becoming god and shit. I think it would have made a flying Warhammer Titan, use that as deterrent, just kept upgrading Titans, keep up with the world. You at least like the female Titan design? No. I really didn't. Every time I like stuff everyone hates, I like RE6, but I hate the message of AOT's ending. And it's just no weapon. Fuck snow. There we go. Eric commands $2, so Aaron just nicked Fuentes. Nishiyama's art was pretty bad, so it's hard for any anime studio to not improve that aspect. I blame the Titans. The Titans made me this way. Titans didn't do shit. You're just another angry middle-class white boy. Says cut off a girl being giants for versus being very tall. I mean, just look at... I guess just look at... Fuck, I don't know. I guess they bumped their head on the doorway. Actually, I would you would prefer AOT ended. I would have liked it if it kept that theme of defying impossible odds it had in the first 2 episodes. Like I said, like I just didn't like it. I just don't like the series. So it's one of those I don't even know what I would do to improve it, simply because I just don't like this. It was me and my plan would have been to taint all drinking water with Titan fluid, turn everyone into Titans, rewrite their DNA to be Eldians, use founders to wipe memory of the genocides. AOT finale, season and movies, really cool moments and good animation, really fucking stupid story, yeah. I just have Mongolian girl, they're often taller than 6 feet. I like Attack on Titan, but whenever I see someone call it one of the best ever made, I get the impression they haven't seen much. My dad's very forgiving when it comes to anime. He loves even the most generic easy guys, and we dropped AOT that really said something. Okay. Go to her. There we go. And start off with a neat premise. Humans versus giants that turn out to be humans are mysteriously turning into these man-eating giants. Figure out a way to stop it, but not include the whole Eldia thing. So AOT is DBZ if you've only watched one anime. More than a few occasions, it kind of has that reputation. It was very big when it came out. Like, that's the thing. It was very popular. There we go. This should be materials. Yeah. Yeah, AOT is pretty bad in terms of story. Or he got no healing, no blood crafting, under 4 hours done in RE9, ready for insanity this weekend with infinite ammo. Yep. Harry Potter of anime is Naruto. Yeah, AOT was the it anime for like 3 years. Yeah. Yeah, I hate AOT like Dick Bro hated Ben 10. They just wouldn't shut up about it. Yeah. Yeah, I dropped after it introduced the whole this is a post-war story because it could have been interesting and then it just became chaos and it's like, I can't read this. There we go. Hell yeah. Okay, so that crankshaft is the very, very good one. Yeah, Undead Unlock's pretty fun. Shame the anime hasn't caught up with the manga. Yeah, Undead Unlock was pretty good. If I recall, the director of Attack on Titan Season 1 also directed High School of the Dead. I think you're right, yeah, because that was a big thing they were advertising when it was coming out. It's like, oh, from the guy that brought you High School of the Dead, which is like, oh, that's pretty cool. And to be fair, Season 1 was good. Yeah, Undead Unlock has a super wholesome ending. Well, I haven't read, like, I haven't read the manga to it yet. At least, like, finished it. I think I'm still pretty early manga-wise. But doesn't it end up, like, ending as a completely different fucking story from how it begins? Like, you find out the scale was so hilariously larger than anyone at the time thought. Yeah, Tetsuro Rocky, he did AOT Death Note in High School of the Dead, yeah. Okay, now we'll try this with our super upgrade weapon.
What could mere the sea do?
And finally getting around to being New Game Plus 5 of Sound Hill F after getting burned out. Yeah. Alright, yeah, probably would help if I... Wait, yep, wait till you get to the laws, yeah. So I've been watching so much anime my whole life that it's like, if I put it on, I fall asleep, my ass fell asleep during Nadia's Secret of Blue Water, and I was devastated. And I can't fucking watch anime anymore, I fall asleep because it's comfy. And be fair, the scale of Dandadan being what some dumb teens could fuck around in with other dumb teens makes sense, even if some of the dumb teens are from space. Well, you're talking about Dandadan, like we were talking about Undead Unlock. I have a strange feeling High School of the Dead manga is less sexually ridiculous than the anime was made to be. See, I'd correct you, but nah, just read it. You'll find out that it's kind of the exact opposite of what you're thinking. It's like, no, it's a manga, meaning it had more free reign to do what it wanted. So both aspects are heavier in the manga. Yeah, who's gonna tell them? There ain't no way. So I'm out of the manga anime. What are we talking about here? High School of the Dead. I find annoying not one console during the entire console war thought about installing a DVD CD stacker on the console. I can't believe this isn't Dojin yet. Which High School of the Dead collabed with Time and browser game had H scenes. Didn't it? because it had a lot of collapse. Do generally need to reread High School of the Dead. Yeah, it could be more sexually explicit unless Kota start going balls deep in everyone. Everyone. The whole team. Yeah, like, because it's not just like the sexual fan service that's like up there. Like the gore is obviously a lot more detailed because it's a manga. It can get away with more gore. So yeah, there's some moments where it goes straight for the fucking throat. Does not 100 anime even show tits like the manga? I don't think it does, no. I don't remember any. I have to say, Shizuka was the funniest. Pissed off they'll never finish the manga. Yeah. Just shitty circumstances.
Follow my lead.
See now I'm American, so I'm less thrown off by gore than nipples. Ugh. Only collab property to have actual H scenes in that time in browser game was another H game from Fanza. All the other collabs had no sex. Remember my favorite character in High School of the Dead's a fat weeaboo. Westaboo obsessed with firearms, yeah. Because he ends up being, like, insanely important. Interspecies Reviewer Season 2, when? Yeah, like Miura Death had to get in the way of some good manga, yep. Fucking tragic. Yeah, Koto Hirano, presumably named after Hellsing mangaka Koto Hirano, yeah. Well, I think Kota himself basically said, yeah, that's me. And the author of High School of the Dead and the artist were both like, yeah, that's him. Because they were really good friends.
Thanks.
Yeah, Psycho's still a psycho. I don't care how grippy the ultra-nationalist princess's box is. Yeah, he's basically the ranger of the group, yeah. Don't saying the author of Yu-Gi-Oh! Went missing for a few days and turned out drowned trying to save some woman or a kid, yeah. High School of the Dead, drinking down one shot for every panty shot you'll die after episode 1, yeah.
This'll be quick.
Yeah, I like life. Yeah, sniper rifle bullet time tits, yeah. Which is still a fun moment, I don't care. Some people bitch about that scene and go, oh, that's so stupid. It's like, well, I mean, for the sense of humor the series has, it's a pretty good joke. And pray to God that Miura didn't die during a stream. That would 100% be stream ender, yeah. Yeah, them joints had to be oscillating at forces that would have detached them. Yeah, fuck you mean? I thought it was absolute cinema, yeah. I didn't like that Booba bullet time scene. It has no taste. Yeah, it pops up like every now and then as like a take on Twitter because some dude, I guess, finds High School of the Dead again. And they get to the boob bullet scene. They're like, oh man, that's so fucking dumb. What were they thinking? And it's like, man, I thought it was funny as fuck. Use my boobs to mount an AK, yeah. Do you use big boobies? Keep a sniper rifle stable? Oh, hell no. But it's fun. Yeah, Toriyama's death was damn near stream ender, yeah. That shit hurt. Yeah, choose great of a great season 2. Which would you pick? No Game, No Life, or High School of the Dead? I would go with No Game, No Life. I really like that one. I think it would hurt the woman doing that, yeah. Pretty sure that shot actually did injure her back. Let's go with that. Was my first anime I discovered that wasn't on Toonami. It was Peak. What were they thinking? Entertainment? Or do you have ugly girl boss Sim from the West again? Whatever did happen, No Game, No Life. I think the anime came out and it was just kind of a trailer for the manga, and it never really continued. I think for a while when I clicked with Ethan's disintegrating wasn't death per se, but him becoming the mold, like he made his spores and we're still alive. I honestly prefer him to be dead. I feel it's more respectful to the character. Drifter Season 2. No Drifter Season 2. Is No Game, No Life the one where the brother and sister go into an easy where they play games and end up in incest? Yeah, basically. Last drinking game I did was drinking a shot for a time I cringed on Ruby Post Volume 3 with a group of friends over the course of a week. Not gonna lie, the Barthangelis guy gives me goofy-ass Tarbot vibes. Yeah, No Game, No Life got wrapped into a large copyright over character designs. Ah. First time you've ever seen? I'm gonna go with Steins Gate. Yeah, I said it. Man, that's fucking ballsy. Steins Gate's fucking sick. God. I'm trying to think, because for Anime Night, we would, like, if there was one we were uncertain on, we'd check out, like, a few episodes and then decide from there if we wanted to see it. God, I'm trying to remember, like, there were some ones where we watched it and we were immediately like, not into that. Now, of course, there is the difference between, not into that versus, oh my god, that was dog shit. So, I gotta think of, like, what would really fall into that. I mean, easy answer to me is still Berserk 2016. Berserk 2016 is, like, fucking atrocious.
Just like that.
Oh god, send it. Yeah, applying for jobs nowadays is a humiliation ritual, and the question is, send us a TikTok-style video. What makes you different? Dear God. Yeah, Death Note after L died. To be fair, even the creator of Death Note himself is like, fuck, I should not have killed L. Speaking of MC shooting themselves in the foot, start Catherine. Catherine Full Body. Yeah, Catherine's really good.
Cocoon's nothing to you?
Yeah, fuck it. Let's see if this works. Only sorta kinda. And 2 weeks to Steel Ball Run. Fuck yeah. That'll be so good. Yeah, I tried to fix it with the movies, yeah. Yeah, Mouse copied someone's artwork, which pushed someone to say all the artwork was copied, though it was some basic poses like someone somewhat traced, but wasn't the art itself, yeah.
This'll be quick.
And you guys watched Ghost Stories for the laughs? Yeah, we've seen the Ghost Stories dub. Yeah, I can't really talk about bad anime I've watched. I've largely blogged them from memory. And to be fair, creator Death Note mocked the shit out of Death Note, their next manga, so they had a sense of humor about it. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I might just stick with throwing spells out, because that seems to be doing more damage than anything. Mars Destruction, obvious answer for Berserk 2016 is pretty heinous. Berserk is the worst for me, just due to the fact of it did not need to go that way at all. Like, it had a phenomenal story that it just fucked up telling. What can I say? Angel Links advertised the story set in the Outlaw Star universe and has a top-tier waifu design MC, but fell flat compared to Outlaw Star. I think worst thing I may have seen was Domestic Girlfriend, not because of low-quality slop, but because soap operas tend to annoy the fuck out of me. To be fair, it's a hilariously melodramatic soap opera. Like, Domestic Girlfriend is one of the best experiences I ever had, simply due to the fact of the melodrama got so fucking thick. People were contemplating suicide over the tiniest things. It was fucking amazing.
You are ignorant of your place.
Yeah, I hear Domestic Girlfriend's bad. It is, like, it's genuinely hilarious. Now, maybe it's because I can't really take a lot of soap opera shit seriously, but dear God, the level of absurd melodrama. I think it's so bad. The author put himself as the MC as a self-insert. OC, do not steal. My friend loves Domestic Girlfriend. How do I help him? I mean, like I said, I blame me laughing at it as kind of a maybe I just don't get it and I'm being an asshole, but to me it's hilarious. Brother was more invested in Domestic Girlfriend than I was, and when it ended, he even told me the whole experience was annoying and a waste of time. Thinking of melodrama, what are you considering a Heavy Rain playthrough? Isn't that Rent-A-Girlfriend? No, it's different. I remember DN Angel. That was a show my old ex-girlfriend made me sit through. It existed. Grew up on telenovelas, and even I thought too much. Either Earthchild or Neolactic. God, Shonen Jump could run some stinkers even for Axe Bait mangas.
Thanks.
Yeah, Rent-A-Girlfriend's not Domestic Girlfriend. Yeah. Yeah, Rent-A-Girlfriend's fun for all the wrong reasons now. I want to watch this mangaka illustrate as losing all touch of reality with him body snatching the cuckold main character. Yeah, despite this coming behind the scenes of Ghost Stories, there are still some parts that are funny, but still screw them. Oh yeah. That's the worst part about it all. There's some really good jokes in the Ghost Story dub. Ow. I'm past convinced Rent-A-Girlfriend's enjoyed by most people who shout to the heavens about how much they hate it. Yeah, Domestic Girlfriend showed the world the strength of the coma strats. Worst that pissed me off would be Berserk 2016. Worst that I enjoyed would be Korean bootleg Mazinger anime Mazinger 7. Yeah, Domestic Girlfriend always felt like a Western soap, so I can't really blame myself for reading it till the end of my My Star, on the other hand, ended similarly, but it was actually pretty good, and I'm spiteful about it. I'm watching Uncle E's Guy. It's okay, like 7 out of 10. I actually really like that one. That one makes me laugh my ass off. Either she's a ghost or a bitch. Run, she's a ghost and a bitch. Like I said, God. Anime grew out of Melancholy of Haruhi Suzuhima. Shit's not enjoyable now that I'm old. Yeah, Oshi no Ko's ending was infuriating. It's infuriating, then you get to like the hilarious detail in that the author really wanted to do the incest thing, and apparently he got shot down, so he just tore the entire story down out of sheer fucking spite. Never understood the appeal of soap operas. I hated them even when I was a kid. My mom ate that shit up. It's popcorn entertainment. Like hell. The most famous fucking use of AI right now is just people having like those character AIs that they just use to make their own personal soap operas with. There's just something about that kind of like garbage bin entertainment that people love. It's like fast food, you know? It's not exactly good for you, but it tastes good to a lot of people, and they enjoy it.
This'll be quick.
I respect a man with a vision. Wish Dove and companies were still based out of Texas and North Carolina. I'm sick of hearing Valley Girl cadence. Think of a big black guy chasing after you. Kid falls down on all fours. Well, he's not racist. Yeah, I'm not sure if I buy that story. They would have had to know about Akasaka's intentions long before he started executing them. Well, I mean, you know, he's working with a company. Obviously, we have to tell him his ideas.
Witness my power.
Give it your best shot.
If the author wants to go the incest route, then fine, I ain't gonna stop him. I wouldn't have burned the entire series down just because the editor said no. Sochiko no guy, the same one that did Love is War? Yep. And to be fair, the start of Oshinoko is really good. Like, everyone remembers that first episode, because, dear God, that comes out of fucking nowhere. That is one thing that everyone will agree upon. That is, it's ballsy. Thing I have against the Uncle East guy is that Uncle isn't that likable, nor is his nephew. They're both dense, and I dislike that about Japanese main characters. I like it. You know, my criteria for what makes a good character to me is if it's meant to be funny, they need to have that level of retardation I think is genuinely funny. And I personally think Uncle Izukai nails it. I think Tojima Wants to Be a Kamen Rider nails it. It's like, they're just stupid enough to where it's like, you are perfect. And first episode was a whole movie, yeah. First episode made me pause and just go, fuck, yeah. Ever series called Testament of Sister New Devil? I've not.
Give it your best. Thanks.
Yeah, I want these two to fuck. Dude, they're brother and sister. I wanted these two to fuck. Yeah, no incest ruling caused a big crash out in anime, yeah. Okay, wait for him to launch this, then... Remember on the Oshinoko hype train, the only reason I checked it out just for a little bit was because people were tearing their sackcloth robes over the incest thing starting to happen. Yeah, I stopped reading Oshinoko when God came into it. Yeah, like a character that's simultaneously smart but also very retarded. Incest is fine in fiction but must be stopped in real life. Very, very controversial take there. Gintama taught me to always blame it on the Japanese PTA, yeah.
You will taste agony.
Like, damn, one fucking way to end an episode. Like, actually grab my heart and smack it, yeah. No, but ironically, it's controversial.
Follow my lead.
Yeah. Come on. Please buff. Please buff. And lightning head shield. That's good enough for me. Sam, now addicted to a new website I found that records hockey fights. There we go. Nowhere near the damage it used to do. Yeah, let me see that shit. What you got? Alrighty. Who is that half health? Ow.
This'll be quick.
Gotta wait for Hope to heal up. Yeah, if you take too long in the fight, just use Doom, yeah. On the upside, I do feel a lot more confident with the pace of the fight and the fact that I do feel like the issue once again just came down to we had to upgrade more. So it is one of those of, yeah. Oh, fuck, and of course it resets his goddamn... Fog's getting denser, help. Yeah. There we go. Should be able to basically chew our way through it. Yeah, there we go. That was nothing. He's charging his jerk-off crystals. Yeah, that's not what J.O. Crystal means. What it means now? No, actually, yeah, relentless assault. That'll work. I just don't know what's with Twitter getting all about the Israel-Iran stuff. Like, seriously, it's gotten stupid. Any thoughts? It's stupid. I understand why Furry was overwhelmingly gay porn, like 5-10% hetero. A lot of furries are bisexual. You wouldn't say. He says the entire fight's bullshit, especially since the entire game up to this point essentially been on rails with no real grinding required till this fight. Yeah. There's like a few bosses scattered around where it's a little bit of a stat check, but that stat check takes like 5 minutes to get past. This is the one where it's actually like, okay, you kind of have to put a little bit more time into it. Oh, here. Bisexual was in dogs and cats? I expect you also master paradigm shift animation skips, yeah. Ugh. I was told most furries basically fuck anyone that lets them. Brother's stuck in Dubai right now, but he told me he still sleeps much better in his apartment back home in Europe. Really makes you think. And the fact that Aurora also got pulled in their own spell is hilarious. I just finished FF10 Remaster and National version. Gotta say, I still love turn-based FF games over this kind. Yeah, turn-based is so much fun. I love the turn-based games. Yay. Heal up.
Thanks. Give it your best shot.
Okay, charging Baptism in Ruin. They have heterosexual furries, but they're accepting of everyone, so they become an aggregate of niche content. Okay, Bully to once again buff the shit out of us.
Thank you.
There we go. Oh, of course, Hope and Fang immediately lose their fucking shell buff. That's nice.
This'll be quick.
Yeah. I'd say this is the hardest boss. It's not so much that he's hard, just so much of you have to be careful. Because basically amounts to heal when you need to heal, buff when you need to buff, and then crack that gauge. So very simple stuff. But it's the first time you actually had to like think about the order you're doing things in. Because yeah, it's like I said, you want to do the animation skips where it's at most you'll spend like a single turn on one class, and you should be immediately swapping to the next one over it.
Got your back.
Thanks.
There we go. He's dead. And people start to understand that just because you're Muslim doesn't mean you will like other Muslims. Iran's been firing missiles at other neighbors, been pissing them off, yeah.
Then, I guess it wasn't Eden controlling things after all.
As I said, I am Lord Sovereign.
Yeah, it's far from the hardest, just more of a get good scrub filter, yeah.
Don't go down as easy as the rest of us.
Ease is not the issue. You have not fought to win. You should know quite well already the sure way of dispatching our kind. Ragnarok.
I could see Ragnarok, that's kind of cool.
What's Ragnarok?
I don't know Americans at large not know about the personal Shia-Sunni Muslim conflict. Shocker, when a lot of guys came back from Iraq and were talking about the shit they were doing, you know, Iraq and Afghanistan, talking about the shit they were doing and the shit they saw and how the country worked over there, a lot of people just called them baby murderers and didn't listen. Funny thing, people call Mamdani a Zionist show because he doesn't stand with Iran. Well, the Kurds are marching into Iran. Dubai and Qatar just joined America even though they've been neutral, but after being attacked, they got pissed. Yeah, Ragnarok's literally an atom bomb, yeah.
Strength, and Eden in turn sustains you and the rest of our kind.
As for my brother did tell me, Dubai's a place he wouldn't mind staying for another week or two right before the Iran bombing kicked off. Monkey's paw crawled hard.
Cocoon will be torn asunder.
So if I did that, destroyed Orphan.
Your focus will be
Look at my cool menacing teleport spam.
So what? Who says it has to be?
Most Americans don't know anything about Islam. The average American just thinks they're weird people dressed like ghosts, yeah.
Save it.
I don't think Muslims hate more than Israel as other Muslims.
Trying to tell us how to complete our focus, and we have.
Allow me to help you see the truth of things. The moment you arrived, your friend wept crystal tears. This was because her focus required.
And be fair, it's not everyone's job to know what's going on in every country that isn't theirs. That is true.
Girl did nothing but assemble the tools for Cocoon's destruction.
And honestly, I think the world would be a lot better if people just admitted that. It's like, it's not our job to really care.
Did it never occur to you? Or did you simply refuse to countenance the thought?
Yeah, for some fucking reason, especially in Afghanistan, they really hate queers, but they have no problem fucking boys made to be feminine prostitutes. Yeah. Like I said, just weird thing. Weird thing. Alright. I'll be right back. I've got to take a piss real quick. This cutscene's still going to be going on for a little bit. It's a little bit of a long one, so be right back.
Come on!
This is bad. The yoke's jammed. Knew it was a trap.
Something's coming.
Not so fast, Lassie.
hell kind of ship is this? Fighting on its own?
Clever, aren't you?
And funny thing, the Pope had to be that much of a cunt to say, "Kill me, I want to die."
Can we do something?
Got me? I give up! The shield!
All these memories gone like piss in the rain. Time to die. I don't think that's what he said. I don't think that's what he said, man. Do we ever get a Final Fantasy, but it's like Ace Combat? Well, no, because that's not really what Final Fantasy is. Honestly, that's... You can just play Ace Combat. No, it's exactly what he said. What are you talking about? Ever explain where the arc is? It moves.
Where are we? Looks like a piece of pulse.
Pulse.
Hey, hit the cocoon.
The Bodum vestige?
Oh my god, they hit another building.
It's close to Eden.
What about a nice combat game where you can customize your plane like an armor core? See, that'd be kind of cool. Try to kit bash planes together and see if it works. That'd be hilarious. Got to the cutscene. It's actually good, if a bit confusing. Be ashamed if another prequel that was glorified tech demo ruined it. Ayn Rand would know, but you must care about outlaw nation trampling on the rights of their citizens, your moral duty, and invade a country that's ruled by tyrants. I don't think she said that, man. I don't think she said that.
Destroy the foul sea Eden and shut it.
Let's play Ace Combat. We're getting a new Ace Combat. Yeah.
Vision's telling us, more or less. So, back to square one. Out of luck.
Mr. Hero.
Technically, that's an Ace Combat 7. Yeah.
It's almost like Daisley wants it to come true.
Seems that way. He sure didn't mind explaining it. Here's
Were you
your
considering
focus
the
on
newcomer tier for
silver
Cyberpop 2, which comes with a copy of the first book? I actually don't think it's a bad idea at all. Like, personally, I think that'd be a good idea.
Why would a cocoon foul sea want to destroy cocoon?
Maybe it's a foul sea thing. You know what I mean? Some grand design we just don't understand.
Huh. Hey, Snow. Nothing from you?
I'm still on hopium we get Ace Combat 6 DLC yet. Simon Junk, Ayn Rand literally said it's the moral duty of countries to invade ones ruled by tyrants because they forfeit the right to exist. I don't think she said that, man. I don't think she said that. I wonder what the thing will be in next in Ace Combat 7. Ace Combat 7 was already about drones and the March of Progress and such, yeah. I mean, Armor Core 6? Armor Core, Ace Combat, it's all the same thing.
We ready to get out of here?
Leave the stupid ass cat alone.
Apologize. Looks like I was wrong.
I think she did say that, though. She never said that, man. She never said that.
Well, even heroes make mistakes.
What about your plan to protect Cocoon?
Don't forget air conditioning. Air Conditioning 6, the hit video game.
Sarah was strong. That strength got you this far.
It was all wrong.
Yeah. You tried so hard to convince us.
But
that
she
you
did,
even
though.
fooled yourself. You've been a total idiot.
Ace Combat's getting closer to converging with Ace Combat 3. Wonder if they're going to retcon it.
But still. It saved me. You trusted Sarah. Let that
Air
faith
conditioning
drive
6
you.
heaters of Rubicon.
It even made me
So Pokemon, the inventory is now out. You plan to buy the remaster? I definitely don't see why I wouldn't. I mean, just to have it in case it dies again, that'd be dope. Because isn't it supposed to have, like... From what I understand, they wanted to have as many of the characters as possible, and they were also going to add some new ones. So it's like, ooh, I might need to pick that up.
This couldn't be. I mean, those were just legends, right? I want to say we're close to Eden, but it's hard to be sure.
And Armor Core is better mix. Man, 2019 was such a good year for gaming. It really was. God damn it, Snow. Put away the jerk-off crystal.
We're still in Cocoon.
Ace Combat 7 has a lot of references to AC3, so we'll probably see more in AC8. Ace Combat playthrough? That would be fun. Armor Core also has rockets, missiles, laser guns, laser swords, etc. So we could get Ash Williams again, or should we wait? I don't know. Honestly, I just want to see what is in, like, the remaster. Like, how close is it to the original? Sarah's crystal is conveniently butt plug shaped. Shut up, it's not a jerk-off crystal, stupid. Jerk-off crystal, jerk-off crystal, jerk-off crystal. Damn it, Vanille. It's okay, Ace Combat, but it's fun. It is very fun, and I also suck at it. I'm a Kiwi. Do I sound like that? Oh, you know what? Yeah, there we go. That's the problem right there. Yeah. Yeah. I just gotta remember how to get rid of these people. You know, also take a trip to Crystarium. We did rank up. Pokemon the Inventory's remaster also got ported to the Switch. TF2 Heavy is now a classic Nintendo icon. I love Zaz mogging the camera and everyone looks serious. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I do not remember how to change party members. Fuck. Okay, that's not good. Let me just check. Maybe, yeah, we'll just check. Damn it. Okay, main menu, yeah. Palatine formation. Paradigms. Okay, just, yeah, use paradigms. It fucked me because I'm like, but wait a minute though. I need him. I need her. There we go. Snow has a lot of CP. Don't call it that. Don't call it that.
This'll be quick. This'll be quick.
There we go. Come on, almost broken. There we go, okay.
Thank you.
I like CP, giant silver hinge, cool. Set your team up like a Shotokan Dojin. I'm talking about command posts from the 2005 Battlefront 2.
Thanks.
And shame we can't call it CP 2077 for shorthand. They're jerks, but they're also cops. They're jerk ops. Thank you, Chris. Very cool.
This'll be quick.
Keep monitoring the situation, Chris. We're talking about completion points from Yakuza. I feel so bad for Japan. They had so many acronyms that use CP in video games. I like CP. Rebecca's my favorite character. That does sound like something you would say. CP 2077 TB. You gotta capture the CP or else the Empire wins. New Berserk announcement, did you see? I only saw them announcing, like, Dark Horse announced a new manga volume. There we go, roll development. You have 2077 gigabytes of what? At this point, I think Japan's doing it on purpose, yeah. Yeah, Call of Duty used to have CP COD points.
This place. It must be an ark.
Remember when Call of Duty gave out free CP?
Ark? That's what they called him.
Long ago, the Falsi who made their home on Grand Pulse were afraid of invasion from the outside. As part of their battle preparations, they created an army of living weapons. And they stored those weapons in arks. And they hid the arks all over the world.
Everyone on Grand Pulse knew the legend.
Yeah, CP was made for sensors. I'm not gonna stop calling my points in games that because of it. I know Japan's fucking with the world. They start making games with CSAM points yet.
A few people
A premium
tried
whiskey brand announced a Berserk label.
They never found
Anything but cool shit.
Who'd have thought to look on Cocoon?
Right under our noses. Some secret they kept. Yeah, those Sanctum guys. What are they up to?
Every Japanese thing abbreviates campaign to CP, yeah. Willie Virgil, Dante, have you ever heard of CP? Cheese pizza.
Really? Yeah. To force Lassie to master their shiny new powers.
Okay, so I get it. Daisley's goal is to forge us into strong
Wait,
weapons.
what you don't want to see when you beat Resident Evil 9 total CP's 6,700, yep.
Think of it as training for the fight ahead.
Hope's right.
Wait. What was that?
Virgil, no!
These guys again.
Fun times.
Over there. We gotta keep
Epstein's
moving.
the CEO of COD to have their currency be labeled CP is a joke. Honestly, yeah, I can believe that.
This ain't good. Get ready.
Eat shit. Yeah, Tony Gonzalez conceded. Brandon's in. New announcement: Berserk brand sex toys. Now you can let the Dragon Slayer tear you in half. Ugh. Virgil, yes. There we go. Okay, so just him, so now. Yeah, combat stylish, action management, yep. I mean, Brandon's done making gun videos for now. Guess we'll wait and see. I know the D20s. There we go.
Thank you. Give it your best shot.
Tailcow's got brand fleshlight. Why are there frogs in it?
Give it your best shot.
To be fair, that'd be weird for any fleshlight. Why are there frogs? Like, do they come with the fleshlight? Are they free frogs? Because, I mean, you at least want people to be aware there's frogs so they can get a little, you know, terrarium ready for them. Otherwise, that'd just be mean to the frogs. Hypotheticals make me feel bad. And Brandon said it will still make vids, just not as frequently. Yeah.
You know what to do.
And Japan trying to take back the acronym like Michael Jordan with the Hitler stash yet. It's the Clerks 2 scenes. Like, don't worry, I'm taking it back. Come on. Potato Koska gets in all kinds of hijinks.
Change of plan. I'll deal with you.
Come on. Almost there. Like the movie Jane, Silent Bob Strike Back. If I remember right, it was okay. Proper to say, let's go, Brandon. I think D&D should change the name damage to combat points yet. And it's abbreviated on every sheet of paper. There we go. Tail Koska wasn't stinging frogs up her pussy, though. That's what I'm saying. And frankly, I just feel bad for the frogs. Alrighty, I'll swap us on over. Gonna try to... There we go. Yep. Imagine the frog fleshlight being like that video where the guy's phone's in the frog corn. They freak out whenever he reaches for it. Yeah. I do love that one. I do love it. Alrighty, but we had a productive night. We got further in FF13. Are we close to the ending? I don't fucking remember. I remember this game goes on for a while, but I'm pretty sure we're close. We're like 30% of the way through the game, by the way. Okay, 30%'s like... That's not like fully accurate. We're about like 40% mark, I'd say. Because the beginning of the game is like really railroady. Then you're given a bit of freedom. Then we're back to railroading for a while. Then a little bit more freedom. Then basically the finale. If I remember right, that's the pacing. Yeah, frogs are in the Berserk universe. They too must suffer. Yeah, we haven't even reached Grand Pulse. Yeah, we're a ways. We're still a ways. Because like I said, it's... you don't really know how far you are into the game until you get past all the railroad segments in FF13. Yeah, still have the secret episode after this. I'll be done with Birth by Sleep. Yeah. Hey man, you want to get the boys together and play some CP? Please don't call D&D that. I understand JRPGs are long, but Jesus, yeah. In terms of story, you're like 2/3 of the way through. In terms of other content, a lot, yeah. I really hope this upcoming scary movie is entertaining. It's all I asked for. Yeah, everyone just wants fun spoof movies again. Naked Gun was great. Like, that ended up being pretty damn funny. So hopefully Scary Movie can have the same kind of comeback. People just want fun shit again. And scale issues debuff my grammar, by the way. Yeah, that is one thing I will say about 13. The combat kind of teaches you wrong habits that you really shouldn't do, but you're not really punished for it until very specific moments. When you're actually punished for not being careful, it can kind of feel like, oh man, fuck you, that's bullshit. But in truth, it's more the fact of the game is actually starting to kind of hit you back. So to me, it never really pisses me off. It's more in the sense of, that's on me, I got lazy. But you can definitely see it pissing some people off. Got 100% at 13? No, there's no reason to. I like the weapons parody of a black mom whooping her kid's ass for running away at after dark yet. Yeah, Flavor Flav. Motherfucker, I'm gonna be called dead being in that shitty epic movie. I'm Flavor Flav, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they dedicate a bunch of jokes just making fun of the fact Seltzer Freeberg ruined the brand, that'd be great. Because, I mean, Scary Movie 1 still holds up. That movie's funny as fuck. The original trilogy is like the best scary movies where they're actually damn funny. And then, of course, later on, they just kind of kept getting worse and worse. Since my feed's flooded with Resident Evil stuff lately, which RE game's your favorite? I love 4. 4 and 1 Remake are my duology of play these. They're fucking amazing. And 2. Oh, chat, 100% 13, you have no idea. Yeah, like, half one of the killers stabbed the hell out of him, and he said, I understand your hatred yet. Yeah, Wayne's are back with this one, right? Yep. And Scary Movie 3 is my favorite. That one has some really funny jokes to it. Like, I love Leslie Nielsen as the president. Just goes, send flowers to their bitches and hoes. Like, that one's great. In your playthrough of RE9, have you gotten a specific animation of a zombie biting the barrel of your shotgun for you blast him? Yeah, that's the Leon shotgun counter. That one's sick. I'm noticing, because on my Insanity playthrough, I'm doing Grace third person, Leon first person. With Leon first person, I'm running into a lot more of the gun counters where he's actually able to, like, insta-kill a zombie. I think that's simply because with it being first person, the timing on the animation's different. But I'm running into it a lot more, and I'm loving a lot of the animations. They're sick. I turned on Meet the Spartans the other day because I hadn't seen it since I was a kid. It was so bad, like bafflingly bad. Like, how is something that bad? Men die for their country. Send flowers to their bitches and hoes. Yep. Yeah, reload shovel, yeah. Yeah, the one bird from Scary Movie 2, that fucking hilarious pair is that fucking pair is hilarious, yeah. At their heads are powerless out of context, Scary Movie 3, yeah. Yeah, they reuse the gun counters, the longer guns, but still cool, yeah. Yeah, how do you wake up dead? Ranking would you give RE9 and say it's my 5th favorite out of the 16-ish mainline canon games, including remakes. I want to give it a little bit of time just so recency bias is not in the way, but it is high up there. I'll definitely say it's up there with, like, I'll go so far as say it's as good to me as what Resident Evil 3 original is. Like, it is really damn good. You know, I like it quite a bit. So, I guess it just amounts to, like, where RE3 stands for you personally. You know what I mean? Like, because I really like RE3. It's not, like, my favorite, but I like it a lot. So I can comfortably say, oh yeah, play that one, it kicks ass. It's very safely in the bubble of this was a very good game, and I heavily enjoyed my time with it. Oh, they're friendly. Why are they choking us? Oh, that's how we say hello. How do you say goodbye? Nut kick. I had to ask. Really? Thank you. Freed my soul from the curse. Really? Nah, I'm screwing with you. Yeah, funny enough, RE3 is my 5th favorite before RE9 throned it. Yeah, I liked it quite a bit. It helps that I really like Leon. I really like Grace. So both their whole thing, I heavily enjoy. I have some quips with it, some issues. Mainly just the fact of the jump from standard classic to insanity to me feels a little too heavy. Because like going from standard classic to insanity, like Shota mentioned it in like an offhanded comment when we were streaming it on Tuesday, but I didn't fully take it in until I played it myself. Insanity's fucking vicious. Like that is a challenge mode and a half. So if you thought the campaign was a little too easy, it's a little too much in the opposite direction. Yeah, Insanity's unforgiving as hell. Yeah. So like I would have liked a little bit more of an intermediary between the two, where you have easy, you have I don't think they called it easy, but you have your easiest difficulty, then you had standard normal, then standard classic, and that's basically easy, normal, hard. But I never thought standard classic was really that hard. It's mainly just in the sense of like don't fuck up, which easy enough. I think the folks saying it's not as fun as RE4 and gray sections aren't fun. I disagree. I liked it quite a bit. Yeah, you have to do normal runs a couple times. Yeah. Yeah, why they remove hardcore? Yeah, having hardcore be there to kind of prep you for insanity, because insanity doesn't just make it to where enemies can kill you super quick. Because pretty much in insanity, if you get grabbed, it's pretty much an insta kill. For Grace, it's guaranteed an insta kill where you could be at full health, get grabbed by a zombie, and boom, you're dead. Like that's it. It just kills you. But with Leon, you can survive it maybe twice, maybe, depending on a lot of things. Can you and Shota play RE9 with different costumes next stream? That could be fun, yeah. Yeah, Leon's new hand cannon kicks ass. Yeah, the Requiem's great. Requiem's a fucking good gun. Surprised Max and his crew didn't even have OG RE3 in their top 10. I think I know what they're trying to do with a disaster movie. Like, it's supposed to be a disaster. Movies and bad movies mixed together. Movies they used weren't bad. That's the problem. Favorite enemy in 9? I still gotta give it to the hospital zombies. The hospital zombies had so much personality behind them. I genuinely love them. I think of Xeno's fucking anti-tank pistol. That shit's cool. I do like it. Should have beaten Sandy without cheats? I don't think he did. I'll have to ask him. Yeah, everyone talking about RE1 remake, Code Veronica remake, RE5 remake. Fake fans want my Resident Evil Survivor remake. I like Village and EFAP hated it, so probably avoid their coverage of 9. I played Village on hardcore my first time through. Honestly thought it gave me a better experience than people who played on standard. Yeah, because Village basically does what I'm talking about, where you have hardcore to kind of lean you into the idea of this is going to be vicious, and then you have Village of Shadows. Village of Shadows is fucking crazy. Like, it's not so bad once you're able to get into that upgrade snowball, that once you get there, every difficulty kind of becomes manageable by the end. But getting there is the hard part. Village of Shadows has probably the hardest... I would definitely say it's probably like the hardest intro to get to that snowball. It's fucking mean. Now I kind of wish Village had RE9 structure. Yeah, give Chris more time. Yeah, that would have been dope. Yeah, chainsaw wielding one's my favorite. I love the death animation where he bisects Leon, eats the top half of him. I love that because you can get another variation of that death animation where as he's eating Leon, the chainsaw is still revving, so it cuts him in half as well. So he's ripped in half trying to eat Leon, who's also ripped in half. It's fucking vicious. Speaking of horror game difficulty, I went back to playing Dead Space 1. Hard's not as hard as I expected. Playing Insane Run, and I fear the Asteroid Turd sequence the most. Is Grace gameplay any good in third person? It's fun. It basically feels like a weaker version of Leon, which is the point. I still don't understand a single criticism EFAP have of Village. It sound like a bunch of Heisenberg simping. Like, Heisenberg is, like, evil as fuck. Yeah, my boo. RE4 house section in Village of Shells is brutal, yeah. Yeah, that's so cartel execution, yeah. No, Leon's a snack, but that's ridiculous. Also, yeah, Shota's right. You play on Sandy and 9, blister heads pop up in the very first fight Leon has with them. Unless you kill that chick zombie in a very, like, unless you're able to get the axe counter and take her out, she will come back as a blister head. So the very first enemy you run into in the game can just fucking mollywop your ass to death. Heisenberg is cool evil, though. He is super cool, but he's evil. Yeah, you can tell which enemies get revived as blisters, right? Apparently there is, like... according to Shota, the way he was talking, there are certain ones that are guaranteed to do it. Buys have been sitting there for a while. A few of the ones that you kill can do it. But it's usually a pretty set-ish pool. But Insanity really ups the rate of it, from what I understand. And I have noticed it. Though I wasn't a fan of Village, Heisenberg sounded like Rodney Dangerfield was the highlight. Come on, Ethan, I built all this and still play second field to Lady D head. I get no respect. I watched Night of Seven Kingdoms yet? I have. It's really good. It's really good. Resident Evil Heisenberg sucks because he doesn't cook good blue meth. Do you have any other guns the first part of a new playthrough? Technically? Like, it really pushes the special bonus menu a lot more, because that's where you buy a lot of the stuff for New Game Plus. But you can buy a lot in it to help you. And on top of that, on New Game Plus, Leon has access to the item box from the beginning of the game. So you're able to just kind of rebuy a lot of the stuff that you had in your loadout, and that can help. There's some storytisms, but I don't really play RE for the story. That's kind of how I tackle it. Like, so long as the story's competent enough to make me go, fuck yeah, that's all I care about. Because, I mean, any Resident Evil story, you could rip it apart if you're really looking for plot shit. I think it's the fact that Ethan antagonized Heisenberg at a very inopportune time for himself. Yeah, but the guy wanted to use his kid, so fuck that guy. And I mean, Ethan ends up killing him anyway. So, Ethan was right in the debate. If Heisenberg was so smart, why is he dead? Checkmate. And R9 dip to avoid as many spoilers as possible during your stream. Can Leon buy ammo or is there an ample supply? Both. You get a lot of ammo, and you can just buy it from the item box. You shouldn't, because the money should go to upgrades, because they can be expensive, but you can. Favorite gun in RE franchise? Red Dino will always have a place in my heart, but I really like Chris Pistol and RE8. Not gonna lie, I love the Requiem. That Requiem, like, it's so fucking iconic, they tied it into the story. It's like, goddamn, that gun's good, and it feels good. I remember EFAP hating Village. Pretty sure the only thing they criticized the most of the story. No, I remember they had some more hot takes with it. Also, as stated, criticizing Resident Evil for the story is like, kind of missing the forest for the trees. Yeah, I just don't know how people can play a game they hate. Feels like a pointless venture. Make fun of that bite scene in 6, but it felt so sick when it happened in 9. Oh, yeah. Well, because ironically, it wasn't even that over the top compared to shit in 6. Like, if that same motorcycle sequence was done in the style of 6, it wouldn't just be Leon getting into a motorcycle chase with a bad guy. It would be he would have a motorcycle chase, and then there'd be a massive earthquake that splits the ground open, and they'd be fucking motorcycling down the side of the ground as it's splitting open from the earthquake. It'd be that level of crazy. Yeah, they're upset that a tractor blocked a path in Village, yeah. Yeah, Mueller hated the factory section in 8. Even though I like the factory section. I like the Frankenstein's army thing. Also, the fact the bike scene happens only once in 9 and RE6, there's like 6 vehicle missions. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be funny if we got mercenaries mode. One of the characters was the merchant. He would just pull out 15 rocket launchers. That'd actually be dope, yeah. Wish I didn't get spoiled by the bike chase. It looks awesome, yeah. You would motorcycle through an exploding helicopter if it was 6. Yeah, because that's basically what happens multiple times. An earthquake that brings down a plane because fuck you, yeah. Yeah, then a volcano would erupt, yeah. Yeah, Crow video was really good, yeah. I thought factory section was okay. It wasn't as visually interesting as other parts. It was better than the swamp, though. Oh, yeah. That's one thing I will say about 8. I really liked the location. It had a really cool vibe. They stuck with the gothic horror. Reminds me of the dog highway chasing and Vendetta more so than 6. Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong. Part of me is wondering how RE characters would fare in DMC and vice versa. I imagine how insane 8's boss fights would be if you had him as Dante. Well, if it was Dante, it'd be just a weekend. Can a plane even be affected by an earthquake? I actually think they can. I don't know how, though. But I do know that is kind of a thing. And people purposely forget RE6 is made to attract COD players, yeah. RE6 directed by Michael Bay on crack. Alrighty. Cracking my bones. But we're going to call it here. Very late night tonight. Very late night. I'm going to get some sleep. Thank everybody who showed up. I do plan on getting the next video out pretty soon. I got a whole plan for it. I have a plan. So just trust me. But it'll be great. So, thank everybody who showed up. See you guys.
She stood there bright as the sun on that California coast. He was a Midwestern boy on his own. She looked at him with those soft eyes so innocent and blue. He knew right then he was too far from home. Too far from home. She took his hand and she led him along that golden beach. They watched the waves tumble over the sand. They drove for miles and miles up those twisting, turning roads. Higher and higher and higher they climbed. In those Hollywood nights, in those Hollywood hills, she was looking so right in her diamonds and frills. All those big city nights, in those high rolling hills, above all the lights, for the soul. She had been born with a face that would let her get away. He saw that face and he lost all control. Yeah. He had lost all control. Night after night, day after day, it went on and on. Then came that morning, he woke up alone. He spent all night staring down at the lights of LA, wondering if he could ever go home.